Good morning, welcome to the action on day 3 of the Ultimate Pool Series. We are on our second pro event of the weekend and we are down to the last 16 stage. Callum Singleton squares off against Ryan Pisani. Mark Shepherd and Nick Finn with you for this one. 2 solid days of pool already, Nick, and one more to come still.
Yeah, absolutely, and finals day as well, so we obviously saw a number of finals yesterday, all drawing to a conclusion today. One of the great days of the weekend, the Sunday. And things are always quieter here. There's not such a hubbub, but obviously everything coming to a conclusion. Should be a good day of pool, and we're live with you on YouTube throughout, right the way to the finals this evening. We've got action from all types of different events. I'll run through that as soon as I pull the spreadsheet up in a minute. I'll let you know the order of play for the day. So we've got action on this table from a lot of different categories.
Yeah, it's been one of the great things this weekend. We've got so many different events. We've obviously seen mainly the Pro Series event, 3 tiers of the Challenger event, Ladies Pro and Challenger, Next Generation, and the Disability Series. I think we've got action from quite a few of those coming up today. It's going to be obviously the finals of a lot of events coming up this evening. We had a big finals night last night. So Aaron Davis won his first Pro Series title. What a way he did it. Seemed to be coming from difficult positions in a lot of the rounds coming up to that final, and then had to hold himself together against an Ian Alley onslaught in the final itself.
Wasn't it great to see Aaron lift that trophy? I mean, the emotion from him. I was back at the hotel by then, but I tuned into it because I saw that Aaron was ahead. I think when I got back there, he was, I think it was something like 4-3 or something like that. Just amazing. Right? I think it was obviously that release of emotion, but it was also how it happened. The fact that Ian Alley had just come back and back. Aaron must have feared the worst. Must have just thought, it's not going to be my day again. I'm going to dry break here, and the way Ian's ploughing on, because that had happened to Ian. He'd been behind in every match he played that day. I saw a post, I can't remember who it was, someone put up a post on Facebook saying that, it was Luke Gilbert, lost to Ian Alley. I was 6-3 up or something, and then, I mean, Ian was behind Tom Cousins, way behind to Shane Thompson, and he just kept on mounting that comeback and getting across the line. The resolve that Aaron showed in that last frame is just so admirable. I mean, I thought it was fantastic, and you rarely see that display of emotion from any player, but especially Aaron. He just doesn't do that.
Yeah, he was in a way that one of the least likely to do. It was a difficult clearance as well in that final frame. The balls didn't come out great. You can see, as you say, he was fearing the worst. But it was nice he had the presence of mind in the post-match interview to thank his parents and those that have obviously put in a lot of work to help him get to this point. It's easy just to see the one tournament, but you forget just what a long journey it is for all of these players even to be playing in these pro ranks.
So the order of play on the table today, obviously this first matchup, Callum Singleton, Ryan Pisani. Following this, we're going to have Joe Prince against Stevie Dempsey. That'll be a good game. Then we've got 2 quarterfinals from the Pro Series. Obviously, we don't know who's in those yet. Then we go into the evening session starting at 5 p.m. We've got the Disability Final. Really looking forward to seeing that one. And I'll have a look at the live scores to see how that one's shaping up in a minute. Then we've got Challenger 3 Final, Challenger 2 Final, and Challenger 1 Final. So, what a day of action. Obviously, there's action also in the main arena. That one's opening up with Phil Parkin versus Craig Waddingham. You can see that action on the Ultimate Pool app. And don't forget, you can sign up there for just $4.99. You can watch all the action from the main arena. You need to use the code YouTube at Wigan, promotional code, and it will give you a discount. You'll get the month for $4.99. well worth it, and you can sit back and enjoy the best of the two channels.
So these players have already got further in the second tournament than they did in the first. Both got knocked out of Pro Series 1 at the last 32 stage. Two tournaments equally weighted in terms of prize money and ranking points. So now the first one maybe has that extra bit of cachet just because of the final being on the Saturday night, played in front of the bigger crowd, but should still hopefully be a decent crowd in tonight. Although obviously the Sunday does tend to get quieter by the evening as people are heading off home. Meanwhile, ball in hand for Ryan Pisani, which is obviously very welcome. He can try and get after this ball on the right hand side. Looks like it will just drop in the right centre, but it's obviously pretty tight, so easier played with ball in hand.
See a few people joining us on the chat. Nice to see you. And yeah, Janet Jones mentioned that obviously Ricky's playing. He is just to the right of this table. This is the table that's been streamed over the weekend. It's actually table 3. Table 2 is just to the right of this one. There is a camera on it actually, and it is being recorded, so they will release the footage. So if you want to watch that game, you will get a chance to. I'm just not exactly sure when that's going to happen, but we'll keep an eye on that scoreline for you. Obviously, Ricky's currently leading Dave McQuillan 2-1. Dave had a great win yesterday against Ian Alley. Ian on that form that he's on at the moment, hard man to beat. So that was a very good win for Dave. Shane Thompson beat Christoph Lambert this morning 8-0. Was it this morning or last night? I don't know when it was. It might have been last night. But yeah, 8-0. What a ridiculous win. He's currently 1 each with Rab McCulloch.
Well, it was a ridiculous win, particularly given what had happened, because the way he lost to Ian Alley in the first event, having had such a commanding position, and I mean, it didn't do a lot wrong. It was just a crazy onslaught from Ian. It's very easy to let your head drop. Nice to see Shane go and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, that can go two ways. You either go take it out on somebody, or you take it out on yourself, and just. I mean, that could have easily gone the other way, but yeah, hats off to Shane.
Good clearance so far from Ryan. Now this is the money shot though. Have to play this with a little bit of pace to get back for the 8-ball.
And Ricky Jones has just gone 3-1 up against Dave McQuillan.
Just never really got into that. It just felt like he was trying not to hit it too hard, which is understandable, but just decelerated through the ball, just didn't really get a clean strike on it. So Callum Singleton, having given that foul away, not punished immediately, but he's got this ball below the right-hand centre. He's really going to have to just play the ball top right and then try to get over. May have a slight angle. If he can force his way over to the right-hand side cushion, then he's just going to have to take one ball up the cushion and then one ball down the cushion. If not, could try and play a safety, but ideally he'd rather get it done here and now, given that red's fairly close to a pocket.
Yeah, we were just a few minutes late starting on this table. We do apologise, but the table was actually occupied. There was a long old game going on. It was Luke McAvoy against Aaron Davis, and Aaron, following on from that win he had yesterday, he's been beaten by Luke McAvoy. It was a hill game. Luke won the decider 8-7. Luke's having a great weekend. He put together a really some really good performances in event 1 as well. So doing really well in his first event as a pro.
One of the lesser known names coming up into the pro ranks, but it just shows how many good players out there. Finished 19th on the challenger ranks last year, which was enough to get the promotion, so obviously a good player.
Yeah, a young man as well. Not sure how old he is, but certainly say he's more than very early 20s. Good future ahead of him.
Good shot there from Callum. tried to force his way over, so he could have just played that ball straight up the rail, but ended up with too much angle, so had to go twice across. Played with an element of caution. He probably felt he was going to favour hitting that a bit more gently, so maybe a chance of getting a cover if he missed, but obviously hasn't left the 8-ball as straightforward. He's going to have to take it top right, you'd feel. Just about dig in. The left middle pocket's going to come into play if he does that. He has to put a smooth stroke on it. Just, oh no, feels he can just get past the red, so he's going to go the other way, top left. Well, he just made it past the red, but happy to see that down. A frame that both players had a chance in. Race to 8, as we saw throughout the Pro Series up until the final yesterday. No shot or match clock on this secondary feature table, only on the main arena table. Good chance for both of these players. It's a draw that they'll both be relatively happy with. No easy games at all at this stage. I guess you have Callum Singleton as the favourite, having, well, based on the last season's work and also the fact that he reached the final of the most recent pro event, the British Open, played a few weeks ago in Daventry. Fairly steady progress to this match for Ryan. Beat Josh Kane 8-4 in the first round, then Eddie Barker 8-3 in the last 32 last night. This is his first match of today. Potential 4 matches for anybody going through to the final.
I mentioned we're showing the final of the Disability Series later today. Amazing entries into that event. They've got 8 groups of 6, so 48 entrants doing battle across in that section. They're down to a quarter-final. The quarterfinals have just got underway. It's Matthew Coates against Thomas Anslow, Rory Kimberley against Dean Godwin, Alex Hall against Mohammed Abu Baker, and David Beaumont against Matty Hawkins. So those are the quarterfinals. We'll keep an eye on the scores on those as well, just to see how that's shaping up. As I say, we're going to be watching the final of that later. But yeah, unprecedented numbers in that section. I mean, seen events held before and they kind of get 8 entrants or something like that. I mean, to have 48 in there is incredible.
Yeah, there's some excellent players in there, but as you say, there's a small cohort that you quite often see winning everything. I think maybe just the fact that it's a bigger tournament. There's obviously a limited number of tournaments that are specifically catering for that cohort, so ideal for them that managed to get such a big field. And there's always a very high standard. Whichever of those players gets through to the final later on, guaranteed a good game. Ryan has just got space to get through to the red to the top left-hand corner after potting this one. Just needs to end up flat to the top cushion, which he's done. It'll actually turn out quite nice, even though that red's quite guarded. The gap through the yellows is a natural guide to get the cue ball out. And by playing tight to the cushion, he had to leave a slight angle. Very good player, Ryan Pisani. Hasn't had lots of really deep runs, but he's very capable. No one's going to take him lightly. Very enthusiastic about the game. Travelled over from Malta to be here. Part of a very strong Maltese contingent that we've always had at Ultimate Pool events. No problem obviously with the last 2 reds. Just look at where he'd want to leave position on the last ball to get back over for the 8 ball. And that's a really good shot. Very little space to play with there. To to screw past that yellow and make sure you don't hit it, to really force that angle. So, good start. 1 frame apiece.
Just looking at Ladies Pro Series 2, you see Marion Jude came away with the trophy yesterday. She's out of event 2. Barbara Taylor's giving her a bit of a stuffing this morning. She's beaten her 7 frames to 1. It's not often Marion Jude only wins 1 frame in a match. Babs recreating form of old.
Yeah, Babs and I commentated on Marion's final last night. I think she was looking on with a bit of trepidation as Marion was getting better and better through that final. It felt like she was going to be in for a tough ride this morning. Sometimes it is hard to recreate though the next day, and Babs herself seems to have been in good form this weekend. Messy layout here for Callum, although actually the reds not quite so messy. Most of the traffic's on the yellows, so bar the fact that the 2 on the right hand side cushion go to clear the top one to make a path for the second one. Actually not a bad opportunity this. It's obviously not going to be thinking about missing, and there's no reason for him to, but the fact the yellows are so messy is added insurance. That was a well played shot. Those 2 weren't perfect as a plant. It was desirable to play them as a plant because otherwise they weren't very easy to link up with each other. Made that look easier than it was. Clear these 2 balls at the top of the table and come down. The 2 at the bottom naturally link up well with the 8 to complete the clearance.
Johnny D's commented, says, great job everyone. He came to the event yesterday and was blown away by the setup. Well worth taking the trip down. Can I still enter the next event? I think the answer to that is probably yes. So all the places are sold out at the start of the season, but they always get some no-shows. Obviously people go on holiday and have other commitments, so they always get some no-shows. So there is always a list where you can enter single events. So it's well worth getting hold of, I would say probably Zach Leonard, Zach's tournament director. Get hold of Zach Leonard and ask him to put your name down for a single entry, and you know, kind of pick your tier. You know, if you're more of a club sort of county B level, then you know, maybe aim for tier 3 or tier 2. The idea of these weekends is, you know, to get everyone involved and for everyone to, you know, nobody to be out of their level. But yeah, you can definitely join for one-off events. I think our next event's Bolton. Am I right in thinking?
Yeah, Bolton at the end of May, beginning of June.
Yeah, it's sort of 24th, 25th, 26th, I think, somewhere around about that date, that weekend anyway. Is it at the football stadium? Am I right in thinking?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's said to be a slightly bigger venue even than this one, which is hard to believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to confirm, that's the 23rd to the 25th of May. They come quite thick and fast after this. The one after that's the 11th to the 13th of July. So a couple, and also in Bolton, so a couple coming up in the relatively near future.
Yeah, it goes Wigan, Bolton, Wigan this year. So, and you're absolutely right. This is, I mean, we've all been blown away by the setup here. I turned up on Wednesday at 2 p.m. and walked in, and it was absolute carnage. And I said to somebody, there is no chance that they're going to get this ready. They had 20 hours left. I mean, it was absolute carnage. Somehow they pulled off I mean, the thing that got me, I mean, I would have been panicking if it was me, but they were all like, yeah, we're fine, we're all on track. I mean, how do you know you're on track? This is the first time you've tried to set up 87 tables. How do you even plan for that? You know, it's not just the table, it's the lighting, it's the production, it's the sound system, it's absolutely everything that goes into it. I have no idea, but everyone seemed calm. Yeah, we'll get it done, we're on track. And I turned up the following day, walked in, and the old hairs on the back of the neck, just the count failed to go up. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's all the stuff apart from the tables. The thing that was delaying them was the fact that both of the arenas have very high ceilings, and they were trying to suspend the lights. You obviously need high quality lights over the tables so the players can see what they're doing. They were having to suspend them from a great height, and it had to build a massive scaffold even to get up to the ceiling to put them up in the first place. Incredible logistics. All the tables close to brand new as well. The Rasson Apollo, newly designed. Some of these tables have been on the road to the European Championships and elsewhere, but essentially all had very light use, so all in perfect condition.
Yeah, I think 48 of these have come from Malta, haven't they? If I'm right in thinking. Yeah, even the logistics of trying to do that, it just makes you realise what goes on behind the scenes. You know, everyone's sat at home looking at this one single table and thinking, well, that's pretty easy. It is ridiculous. 87 tables. The challenger room, the other room, I'll call it the challenger room, but all of the ladies challenger, the disability series, the next gen, they're all being played in there, and you walk in and it's just like, wow, this is quite intimidating. Almost 70 tables in there, and it's a vast room. I can only describe it as an aircraft hangar.
Yeah, it does have that vibe about it, both the size and the aesthetics of the place. Well designed though, because you can actually walk around and get to see pretty much every table. Sometimes when you have these big arenas, people are stuck right in the middle and it's very hard to spectate. But there's a kind of path around every table is near the edge of the arena in some way, so friends and family can look on from the side.
But yeah, just going back to Johnny's point, I mean, these events are very accessible, and we would love to have you guys come and watch. If you're anywhere around this area, even if you've got to make a bit of a trip, well worth coming and watching. Come to Bolton and just take in some of the vibe. It really is, and all of the players are accessible. You know, if you're a pool fan like myself, then you know you get the opportunity to come up and rub shoulders with some of the very best. You know, I mean, and as I say, they're very accessible. You know, you'll quite often bump into Cousins or Harrison or somebody, and they'll always be happy to stop and have a chat. Saw some of the youngsters yesterday in the main room. I was talking to Jimmy Croxton, and a load of the youngsters came across and asked for a photo with him.
Great setup and a great performance here from these two guys. Good clearance from Ryan Pisani to get the scores back on level terms.
Yeah, some standard this has been so far.
Kind of what you expect from these two. Both very good young players. Callum Singleton's a very good attacking player, but he's also, of the young guns coming through, he's one of the best at the tactical game, should it be required. Playing like this, it's possibly not going to be required that much. Always nice to get your season off to a good start at the first Pro Series weekend. Got 4 of these weekends, 2 in Bolton we've just talked about, and then 1 more at this venue in Wigan later on in the year. But somehow, it's a bit like when you get off to a good start in a match. If you get a few wins under your belt at the first one, you feel like you're settled into the season. You're not having to chase ranking points later on. 64 pros making up the Ultimate Pool ranks this year, 32 women pros in the Women's Pro Series. 700 players all told across the various series that we're running this weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And it's only going to get bigger. I had the pleasure of giving Mark Quirk, the Ultimate Pool chairman, a bit of a tour round yesterday. We did a bit of a circumnavigation of the Challenger room, and we went in, and I was like, "What about this?" I said, "You know, this is the plan coming to fruition, isn't it?" And he goes, "Yeah." He says, "It's great," but he said, "I want more." And he said, "This is still part of the journey. You know, I want 200 tables. I want 2,000 players." and why not? You know, I mean, if you think of where this series started and how many players were involved to where it is today, I mean, it was always, in fairness, it was always Zach Leonard's vision to be in an arena with 1,500 players. Very achievable.
Yeah, and success breeds success. Once people see how great these weekends are, they want to be part of it. The logistics are unbelievable already. It obviously gets more and more challenging. I think one of the bits of feedback people would obviously like extra events to play, and they've been trying to run some flyers over the course of the weekend. Considered a team competition. It wasn't ultimately feasible to get that off the ground for the first event, but lots of other things under consideration. The player experience is very important, because although we're watching these guys, the elites that are playing at serious level out in the main arenas, all of these things are made possible by the grassroots players coming through, people that want to watch and people that want to play in these events. So you've got to try and cater for everyone. One of the challenges is creating a good feeder system. Got the challenger tiers now, as you say, everybody can find their own level and feel like they're playing in a tournament where they've got a decent chance. Then the top of the challenger 1 tier feeds off into the pro levels. It's always a big thing when we were watching that challenger 1 final last night. Those guys effectively playing for the right to turn pro next year. If you win one of those events, pick up so many ranking points, sets you up nicely at the top of those rankings.
Yeah, I love the fact as well that the ranking system is totally live and dynamic. So you can actually, if you win one event in tier 3, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but you can get promoted after kind of one event or 2 events, and you go up into the next tier. You could even jump 2 tiers depending on how many points you have. So that's great as well, because that makes sure that if there were any people that are kind of out of their tier or even out of their depth, if they're above or below the correct standard that they should be at, then that they can make an adjustment.
Yeah, it's such a difficult challenge for the first event, trying to figure out what are the right tiers. People are always going to have their own views. Some people want to be higher, some want to be lower, but having a dynamic ranking, as you say, helps to make it an organic process. Really, you want everybody's aspiration to be getting to this level, playing out in these big arenas. It's obviously not a realistic aspiration. Some people don't have, potentially not the natural talent, but perhaps just not the time or the inclination to want to be chasing this status. They're just happy to be playing at whatever level they're aiming for. Everybody's definition of a good weekend is different. Some are going to be just wanted to win a few matches. For some, anything short of winning a title's going to be a disappointment. And all of these players started somewhere, playing in those local competitions and then county and regional competitions. That's how everybody gets to a standard. And players like Callum Singleton coming through, when you're good from a young age, you get to play in all the age group competitions, get international experience at junior, under 18, under 23 level. Helps to bridge that gap. It's quite some challenge once you end up at this pro level, where people are clearing up as relentlessly as some of these guys. Quite eye-opening if you're used to playing at a slightly lower level.
Great chance here for Callum to go ahead again. It's just that one problem ball. I mean, he does have an angle here. He could screw back into that red. Full ball contact would leave him on the one to middle. He pretty much can't fail to be on something. Just got enough angle. He only needs to give it a flick and it'll be accessible to the middle pocket.
Yeah, it's annoyed to have knocked it there. He was the one that canned it into that position. He's managed to retrieve it well. Well, the amazing thing about that is I think he probably figured it didn't pop from where it was, but he caught it so well that it's gone in.
He didn't want it to go down, but it's not too bad.
No, it would have been so easy if it had just rested on the lip of the pocket, then he could have just played position off it. Just made it a bit easier. He's going to have to take the one to the right centre, you'd feel now. Just got to avoid. The one thing he doesn't want to do here is move that 8 ball. It's in a perfectly adequate position where it is.
I think it's the irony of it dropping in, because if you tried to pot it from there, it's near impossible. Very, very close to the cushion.
Yeah, played that well. Wanted to miss the 8 ball. Also wanted to leave an angle. Actually, this is a shot you don't want to be too straight on. You want a natural angle. It's a much easier shot if you're able to play it thin. If you have to play it kind of fat, you load up with more spin and you get trapped on the cushion.
Yeah, he's playing it with left-hand side. And, just to hold it down the centre of the table. That shot, some of the kind of less experienced players may think that that's one of the shots that you need to play with a touch of top spin to spin it off the top cushion, but it's actually the reverse of that, because if you play that with top spin, when it hits the top cushion, the top spin turns into check, and it turns into reverse, and it actually stops the ball or slows the ball down. If you play it with extreme top spin, it'll pretty much stop on a dime. So yeah, it's always worth knowing.
Yeah, you can play some great trick shots playing with extreme topspin if a ball's right in the jaws of a pocket and you catch it thick, and you can just get it sort of bananaing around the corner.
Yeah.
So, slipped a frame behind. Ryan Pisani to break off in frame 6.
Oh, Ryan. Straight into the middle. To do this, you have to miss time by kind of a good quarter ball. You're looking to hit the very front. You're hitting, as I say, probably quarter ball off to send it straight into that middle pocket.
Yeah, players hate that, particularly when you're in the middle pocket. It just feels like you've deviated so far off your target line. Of course, when you're playing with that much pace, it doesn't take much to force an angle. It's when you realise the players that have such consistently good breaks, just how accurately they're catching them every time. It's not a terrible layout from Ryan's perspective in terms of having it handed over to Callum, because you can see even with ball in hand, he's paused for a moment here because there's quite a lot to think about.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. Red's the obvious problem on the left-hand side cushion as we look at it. Yellow's probably 2 or 3 issues. We've got the yellow adjacent to the 8 ball, the one nearest the right cushion, and also this one on the left-hand side above the 2 reds. So, as I mentioned, there's only really one problem on red. So, you'd think that he would favour that, but it often doesn't happen that way. It's just more about how he thinks he can unlock the issues on the table.
He's desperately keen to go for a clearance, but at the same time it feels very negative not to. I think he's going to go red. May choose that red he's pointing out on the left-hand cushion. May just choose to play a developing shot off it. Where the yellows are, the fact that there's that one on the break line on the right-hand side of the table means that it's not going to be an easy clearance for Ryan. So he can play a sort of developing and containing shot here.
Yeah, just trying a little deadweight shot. It didn't quite come off. He was just hoping to kill the the cue ball, maybe try to get it touching the yellow.
Yeah, he'd ideally like to have been behind the yellow that the cue ball's nearest. He has left the ball up the left rail. He's not terribly worried probably about Ryan clearing up in one visit, but that one up the left rail is a good ball for Ryan to move, and then he can play a more telling shot after that. I mean, he could go for a clearance, obviously, and maybe he'll conclude that the percentages are better because the Reds are currently in the better position. I think the yellow to the left of the 8 ball goes past that red to the centre, so that's another problem that he's going to have to deal with. It's really tight from that angle, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
That red's close enough to the pocket that he can play the yellow off the red that he's done now to the right centre. It may just be a bit too far past.
He may have had an opportunity there just to, if he runs that forward another inch or two, then he's got a really nice angle. It's a nice shot.
Yeah, that was always going to be a good way of developing it. Still got some problems though.
Yeah. He's got the angle. I mean, this one on the bog line's thin, but he does have the angle to kick out the other yellow. I think it's thin enough. That wasn't quite. I mean, didn't find the line that he wanted, but wasn't quite there either.
And now he's opened things up on all the balls bar one. That one at the top of the table still a bit guarded. Probably could find a way to the potting angle, but you'd have to leave it thin. It wouldn't be an easy shot. Callum, as I mentioned at the beginning, is one of the players more inclined to play a tactical shot than go for a clearance. He's very good at potting, but a real percentage player. And you can see why he made that choice there, because even though he could probably have found a path for all the reds at the bottom of the table, one at the top is a little bit orphaned. The last thing you want to be doing is opening things up at one end of the table and then coming up short. Thinking here as well is that even if Ryan hits a yellow, it's a good chance that he might open something up. Good news, bad news that, although that looks like a pretty good outcome, it's opened up the possibility of a tactical shot back from Callum. He could play a loss of turn where he plays the red and screws into that yellow. The yellow's a little bit further from the pocket than it looks from that camera angle. We saw from the overhead that it's a few inches from the pocket, so you'd have to play with a bit of pace to do that, so you wouldn't be quite sure where the cue ball was going to end up. He could just brush off the red in behind it and make Ryan nudge into it. He would like to play loss of turn if he could, though. Yeah, just felt like he couldn't quite. That yellow had been close to the pocket. He would definitely have tried to pot it, but couldn't do that without risking opening up the other yellow and having the cue ball run loose. So he's going to try to make Ryan do the job for him. Ryan, way too experienced for that though, knew there was no advantage whatsoever in potting that yellow. It's very in the balance now. Callum really wants to get that red out that's at the top of the table, but he can't just risk developing it from where it is unless he's sure of a good safety, because all the other yellows are in theoretically possible positions. Can play a safety at the bottom of the table, similar to where he played one before. Maybe query though whether that's gaining any tactical advantage. The rule of thumb when you're playing a safety in international rules, you're really looking to promote one of your own balls. Sometimes you do just have to play containing safety where you just stop your opponent doing anything. But out of absolute preference, you're always going to try and look for something a little bit more positive. No shot clock on this table, which is lucky for Callum at this point. This is one of those tactical situations where there's quite a lot to think about. You can make a case for quite a range of different shots. He's just weighing up how positive he wants to be here. If he could bump that red out, he'd be in a position where if Ryan doesn't clear up, he'd have the clearance. But at the same time, the yellows are well enough placed that you wouldn't be that comfortable about coming back to the table. So once again, he's opted for the cautious approach. You've got to think that Ryan's going to try something fairly similar. If he had some looser balls at the bottom of the table, he might try and screw into the one that it would be too close anyway. I was going to say try and screw into the one over the pocket, but I don't think that shot was on. And he certainly wasn't going to play it from where he was because his other balls aren't good enough. So it looks like Callum's got committed to, he's just going to keep playing the same kind of shot. This time Ryan can't play the same shot to get the ball over to the left-hand side of the table, because if he did that, he'd end up potting the ball that's over the pocket. It's far enough from the pocket that he can nudge into it if he wants to without potting it. Considering though whether he just wants to play off a cushion to develop one of his other balls. He won't be unhappy with that outcome. He's got both of his yellows in play. The red is pretty dead now at the top of the table. Callum may be reflecting that 3 or 4 shots ago, when he had the chance to play the loss of turn and decided to go with the more conservative approach, he may wish that he'd played that now, because he's hung on in the frame, but he's got into a progressively worse position over the last few shots.
Ronnie asking if there's just one stream table. So we have one free stream on YouTube, and there's also one on the Ultimate Pool app. It is a pay-per-view service, but you can sign up and get a month's subscription for just $4.99. So $4.99 is going to give you the whole day's viewing. I mean, it would have given you the whole weekend if you'd have tuned in on Friday, but just one day left. But you're going to see all of the finals, all of the action from the Pro Series semi-finals and final, and lots of other action. And also you get access to all the other content on the app, and I can tell you there's tons of coaching videos and interviews, all kinds of different things on there. You get the access to the Monday night pool, and as I say, just $4.99. You need to use the promo code YouTube Wigan. Across on that table at the moment, remind me who's there? Is it Craig Waddingham still? That game was on, wasn't it? Sorry, I put you on the spot there, Mark.
The game between Craig Waddingham and Phil Parkin all happened very quickly. Craig Waddingham, an 8-2 victor over Phil Parkin. That match just finished a moment ago. Got 4 other matches in play, well, 4 matches in play, including this one. Ricky Jones 6-3 up on Dave McQuillan. Shane Thompson 6-3 up on Rab McCulloch. And Luke McAvoy, who we were talking about earlier, is having a great run this weekend. 4-2 to the good against Christy Caulfield.
And what's coming up next on the main arena? Do we know? Would be the next.
It's going to be Phil Harrison and Declan Brennan.
Oh, what a game!
In a few minutes. Scheduled for 12:15, but actually for once running slightly ahead of schedule as a result of that quick win for Waddingham.
That game alone's worth a £5. Brilliant game. Also, the final of the disability is going to be shown on. Is it that one later, or is it across here? No, it's across here, isn't it? No, I've got an idea. It might be. Sorry, Mark. I keep asking you questions, and you're having to look stuff up. Well, I could have done it myself.
So the lineup this evening on the main table, we're going to have the junior final, 2 pro semis, women's final,
That
pro
was the
final.
one, the junior final. I mean, what an opportunity to showcase the next gen. To have the junior final on the main arena table. Whoever makes that final, they've just got such a treat in store for them to go out there in front of an audience and in front of the cameras. And I doubt those lads at that age will be intimidated in the slightest.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's the right call because we've seen a great standard of play. They've obviously got a lot of support from family with them as well, so there should be a crowd for that. And yeah, I think exactly that. They're not going to be put off. Sometimes people who aren't as experienced at that main match arena freeze because it feels such a big chance. But
yeah, I think there's more chance that the guys from the Challenger 1 final that were out there last night would have been more intimidated than these youngsters will be. I reckon they'll just relish the opportunity. And there's some really good players in that next gen as well.
and just to complete the lineup over on this YouTube stream table, we've got some Pro Series matches. We've got 4 matches coming up this afternoon. Then from 5 o'clock onwards, we've got the Disability Final, the Challenger 3 Final, the Challenger 2 Final, and the Challenger 1 Final. So we're going to see all tiers of the Challenger event, one after another tonight, hand out the silverware. As we cast our eyes back to the table, Callum Singleton has manoeuvred his balls into a better position. Now looking at whether he can come over and rest on this red, which is negotiated well.
That's a really nice shot, just the right weight. Just very briefly, going back to the disability series, I met Matty Hawkins in the bar last night, and he's playing on that series. He could not be more excited. He said, "This is just incredible." He said, "What an amazing setup and what an amazing tournament that I'm involved in." He was just absolutely made up. He said, "This is what we've been waiting for in this category, is to have something like this." And seeing Matty in the quarterfinals, I know he's a very, very adept player, very good. Yeah, he was buzzing about the whole thing. Great to see the excitement.
Yeah, and I mean, I always really like that. These players, I wouldn't say they take for granted playing out in these conditions, but the experienced pros obviously are out in the arena a fair bit. It's great to see the excitement of people that are getting their moment in the limelight that wouldn't normally get it.
Recognise as the day goes on, the number of viewers go up on YouTube as well. So, yeah, just a refresher that we are watching a match. This is last 16, I'm pretty sure, last 16 of Pro Series 2. This is Callum Singleton against Ryan Pisani. And we're here in Wigan. This is Robbins Park. Very, very good venue. When I heard that the venue was a leisure complex, I was thinking it was going to be some little sports hall somewhere. I was thinking, what on earth are we doing, moving into a sports hall? But this is on another level. It really is fantastic.
Just across the road from the main football and rugby stadium as well. I think relieved to discover that Wigan were playing away yesterday, otherwise it would have got a bit crowded around here.
Yeah, the parking's bad enough as it is with 700 pool players. If you had Wigan Stadium full, then it would have been messy. So I'm glad the logisticians worked out that it was a weekend that Wigan were away. I did wonder if that had come into their consideration.
This frame not quite going to Ryan's liking at the moment. He's come into a progressively worse position these last few shots. Try and work out something now, because 3 of the reds are in easy positions, and I think the other one pots as well. Wow. He's left the frame, hasn't he? Doesn't this ball pot to the... Looks like it pots to the left centre from that angle.
I'm sure it does. If not, he's got the double.
Still, the ball at the top of the table is covered a bit, but it obviously pots. Just needs to find his way up into the gap.
Yeah, you could leave that until last as well, given where the 8 ball is. Just one thing I would ask from the viewers. I mean, we're approaching 300 watching at the moment. Just 8 people have pressed the like button. It really does help. I can't express how much it helps you liking and sharing this stream. Just liking it gets the YouTube algorithm going, and it means that more people get to see this video. If you do get the moment to, right next to the like button is a share button. If you press that, it will link you to your social media platforms. If you could share this for us, we're here throughout this entire season on YouTube, so the more people we can get to know about this channel and the fact that we're going to be live over these weekends, the better it is. And that's all we ask. It's a free weekend of viewing, and it's going to be a great day's pool. As I say, just 8 people have liked the stream, so please just take the second that it takes to press that like button. It's just a little thumbs up. Would be appreciated. Thank you. Oh dear.
Careless positional shot from Callum Singleton. It wasn't that shot, it was the one before. He was trying to leave himself much straighter on that red. If he hadn't been hampered, he could have just screwed up the left hand side of the table. May just be able to, no, can't quite make enough of it. And having worked this position over what has evidently been quite a period of time, he's now handed the initiative right back to Ryan Pisani. That red is in a bad spot.
Yeah, he should be in all kinds of trouble after this shot. Just for a little bit of added insurance. Get that yellow stuck behind just in case Callum does manage to flick the red somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be a good clearance from here from Callum, it's fair to say.
Yeah, this would be a worldie. It's not as good as he could have done.
Yeah, it's very helpful insurance, actually, that yellow, isn't it?
Yeah, really.
If those balls were an inch further over, you can play that as a kind of combination shot with a lot of backspin, but where it is on the jaw like that, Callum would be in so much trouble if he got down to the 8 ball.
Just left the edge of this, but nothing. Unless he can go up and down, there is a gap between the 2 yellows. It's a fairly natural path to go up and down. It will go past the yellow. As I say, even if he gets it, he's in trouble with the 8. Still causing that headache, pushing that yellow onto the top cushion. Another tap on the table from Ryan. That was a nice shot. Very intriguing frame. Not often we see this kind of length of frame. This one's probably gone on for about 20 minutes now, I would think.
Yeah, this frame's probably taken longer than the rest of the match so far.
Yeah.
Been some interesting shots played. It's not been caused by mistakes. It's been some shrewd tactical play by both of them. Been moments when they've both had a clear upper hand, and then it's kind of worked back the other way. It's an example of the tenacity you require. I've seen a few frames this weekend where one player looks like they've had it, and the other one's just kind of hang on in there without being able to do much.
Callum trying to tie up the yellow at the top of the table to try and get the red on top of it, but couldn't quite get the angle. Do we see Ryan go for these now? He has to pull the trigger at some point. He's got a nice angle on this one to screw back to the top of the table, but no, he's just going to develop this yellow.
I don't mind that for one more developing shot, because you want to make that one as easy as possible.
Yeah,
I think you do want to pull the trigger though before. You don't quite know what's going to happen, but something could happen. When your balls are in a good spot, sometimes you have just got to take the chance. Now, obviously an easy enough decision for him.
Yeah. The thing is, if Callum could have found a way to pot that red, he could have played a loss of turn and just sat the cue ball, maybe tried to leave it kind of Chinese snookered with the cue ball over the 8, just to try and try and leave it tricky, but it's all hyperbole because Ryan should go after these now. In fact, it's caused a tiny bit of a problem because he has to find a way to plant the one of these yellows onto the 8-ball to pot the yellow that's over the pocket, but at the same time he needs to make sure that he clears the pocket with the yellow that he plays down there. And still doesn't want to go for them.
Yeah, you can understand that to a point. The thing, yeah, this is what he doesn't want. Like Callum's pointing over, the shot that would be bad for Ryan is if Callum finds some way of getting the red into that yellow and sticks it behind the black, which is what he's trying. That may have looked low percentage, but it was worth a try. Well, almost got a different result.
Yeah.
Now, surely.
I mean,
actually, the yellow that's lowest on the table, if you can't see it, he may be able to see the yellow direct that's behind the 8-ball. If not, he can play that as a plant and play it kind of half ball on the 8-ball.
Yeah, I was about to say, if he doesn't go for these, we're in for a long day.
Yeah. Yes, he's been quite cautious up until this point. I think you could make a case for it up until that point. Obviously, there got to go for the clearance and couldn't ask him to be better situated than this.
I mean, when you've got the insurance policy that you have, I totally understand why he's just making sure that it's 100% when he does finally go for them. Why not?
Did well there. Had some problems in the middle part of that frame. Hung on in there.
Yeah. There was a point in there where the Reds had a distinct advantage. Ryan showing very good tactical knowledge. I think the frame's taken so long that players have now stepped away for a bathroom break. It's Callum that's popped out, so you can see the logistics of the room here. So see, just in front of you there is Ryan Pisani at the table. So that's the table that we're watching. Just in the background there, that's Dave McQuillan watching Ricky Jones in action. Ricky was 6-3 up in that game. I think he's pretty sure he's still in charge, and he's obviously at the table at the moment.
Yeah, 7-3 now in that game, so just one away from victory.
And there we could see in the middle was this game, Phil Harrison against Declan Brennan. What a game this could be. Phil probably just not being able to recreate the best version of Phil Harrison in the last year or so, but an ever-present danger. Such a career. I've got so much respect for the man. He's absolutely fantastic. Just in the background there, behind the curtain, you could just see a player getting down on the table. I'm pretty sure that's Luke McAvoy looking at that shirt. Oh, or is it? Might not be actually.
Yeah, that's table 5. That's Luke McAvoy 4-3 up on Christy Caulfield.
And on the next table to that, so it'll be to the right-hand side of that table is the Shane Thompson game. That's behind the curtain. So we've got these 5 tables, and in the background, that's the kind of rest of the pro room. And then you see a black curtain right at the back of the room. There's 3 practice tables behind there, so the players can go and have a warm-up. Really good setup. And this is just the pro room.
Yeah, it's crazy. That takes us up to 90 tables, 87 in play, and then those 3 practice ones behind the curtain. I'd normally have said a tournament that had 20 or 30 tables was a big event, but to have 90 in one venue.
And it runs like clockwork. I mean, Lee Grout, one of the best tournament managers there is. It's all overseen by Zach Lennon, but a lot of the work's done by Lee Grout and that team. They're absolutely fantastic. Andy Johnson, I think, is still part of the team. I haven't seen them this weekend actually, but there's so many people here, it's easy to miss them. Yeah, they do such an amazing job at keeping things going. I mean, I went over and saw Grauto at the last event, and he's got this He's got this curved screen in front of him. It just looks like something out of the front of a fighter jet. I mean, and he's got about 25 tabs open at the bottom of it, and he pulls up this this program which has got every single game, every single table, and he's got to click the game to start, and when he finds the result, he clicks it to finish and loads up the next game, and it's just constant. How he manages that is beyond me. It's a work of art in itself.
Got beyond the point as well where it's feasible to be announcing matches in smaller tournaments. You end up sort of shouting things out over the PA, but not really feasible to do that. So got to the stage where we have to have big screens around the venue that explain what the next match is, who's going to be playing. Got a result there. You can see top right of your screen. That was the handshake between Ricky Jones and Dave McQuillan. Ricky Jones getting over the line 8-3 in that one. Brennan can see the table out there in the main arena. He's 1-0 up on Phil Harrison at the moment, looking to add his second frame. Dip back into this game. Declan on yellow, so not a bad position this. Ball's fairly open for him.
Commentary from the main arena table being brought to you by Steve Jameson and Tony Holgate. So just a reminder, you can watch all of that. Just download the Ultimate Pool app, or you can just visit www.ultimatepool.co.uk, and there's a button. You just click subscribe and put in YouTube Wigan. It'll cost you $4.99. It'll get you a month, and you know, if you just want to buy the month, then you can unsubscribe. If you want to go for a couple of months and include the Bolton event as well, then feel free to do so. Subscribed quite some time ago, and say it's great content and great viewing.
Exactly as you'd expect from Declan Brennan, making smooth progress through this finish. One of the absolute form players of the last few months, Declan. Looking to continue in 25 where he finished off in 24. And that's a good start. Tricky draw this for the last 16 stage. Phil Harrison maybe not hitting the heights by his own standards, but still one of the very best players in the world. This has been for 25 years or more.
We're not missing any action from this table. Callum, as you can see, from his break, racking the balls and ready to go. Frame 7.
Been a very even match the whole way through. That last long frame kind of summed it up. The match just tipping back and forth, but never by very far. Players keeping very level with each other. 6 frames played of a possible 15. Well, not a bad split, bar one cluster. I think both players would ideally like to find a couple of slightly more open layouts. Takes it out of you if you have to keep playing those long tactical frames. The yellow's obviously the better set, but it's just got the problem of the one tied up on the right hand side. Generally, Callum would probably favour himself in a tactical battle. He's very astute in that department. Did just slightly get away from him in that last frame though. didn't have the angle to disturb the yellow from there, but looking to try and play it out now. Most appealing layout this for Brian. Lots of reds on the table, but can only see the edge of a couple of them and can't really do anything very useful with that.
Ricky Jones completed the win over Dave McQuillan 7-3. Shane Thompson beat Brad McCulloch 7-5. We already know Craig Waddingham's 3, you mentioned that, 8-2. Christy Colfield, Luke McAvoy 4 each. And over on the main arena table, Decky Brennan's won the first 2 frames against Phil Harrison. Tom Jones, Greg Batten just about to get underway. Brings us up to date with everything in Pro 2. So there are obviously lots of categories going on this weekend. If you want to keep up with the live scoring, it will be Ultimate Pool app or ultimatepool.co.uk. There is a live scoring section and you can see the scores from every game that's currently being played. Big mistake there from Ryan. Screwing straight in off to the middle.
Yeah, he's going to be particularly annoyed with that because he hadn't really expected to get this chance, and then having got it, he's just got an unwanted flick on the yellow. At first glance, it looked like he just screwed in, which would have been a very poor shot. To be fair to him, he did just get a slight nudge on the yellow, but still a bad outcome and an immediate chance for Callum to get the frame on the board. It's turned into one of the longer matches we've seen. In fact, we're talking about the results from those other tables. All these matches started at the same time. The Waddingham Parkin one finished quite some time ago, and we're 2 frames into the next match. This one, though, not even really at the halfway point yet. 6 of a potential 15 frames played. Either player's going to need 5 more to book their quarter-final spot. It's all a fairly straightforward day in terms of the logistics for the players now. It's just the one event left in play for the pros, so just playing down from the last 16, quarter, semi and final to follow over the course of today. The final will be, as you would expect, our final match tonight. Big showpiece final. If it's anything like last night's final, we're going to be in for a treat. In fact, all the matches that we saw on the main arena table in the latter part of yesterday, it just seemed to be drama after drama.
Yeah, the 2 semi-finals were fantastic. I mean, the quarter-finals as well. You know, that Aaron Davis, Craig Waddingham game, but the semi-finals were two of the best I've watched.
Yeah, that quarter-final, the Waddingham Davis one, how that match played out the way it did. A miracle at the end for Aaron to force the 6-road shootout, and then 2 excellent times. Aaron Davis hadn't had the best of records in 6-road shootouts, but pulled out an 18-second clearance when he really needed it.
And, if you missed the action yesterday because you were busy, don't forget that if you are signed up to the subscription service, you can go back and watch everything from yesterday, everything from Friday. So if you've got a particular player that you enjoy watching, you can track them down and find their games.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to call out some recommendations, exactly the ones you've just said, the Aaron Davis quarter-final against Craig Waddingham, both of the pro semi-finals were great. The women's final was very entertaining. Danielle Randall got off to a good start, then Marion Jude really turned it up in the latter frames, raced over the line, and then the main pro final, a lot of drama, almost another Ian Alley comeback.
Callum left with a much harder shot than it should have been. The previous shot, he left this dead straight where he needed an angle to come back. He wanted the yellow, he just potted to be his last ball to get on the 8. He's straight enough here, he can screw it straight back. Shouldn't be a problem. A little bit close to the cushion, makes it a bit fiddly, but don't expect it to cause him a problem. Yeah, easy enough.
Good bit of cueing on that last yellow. You watch a lot of people try and play that shot and they end up putting too much pace in, trying to force it, and then end up losing the timing. Just cued it really smoothly, got the work on without having to hit it hard. So again, just the single frame between the players. Ryan Pisani's had one in-off in the middle already in this match. Wants to try and straighten up his break a bit. Still veering over to the same left-hand side of the table that caused the problem before. Stays on the playing surface this time. Take another look at this. Just see the cue ball just squirts off. Obviously never in any danger of a pocket because it caught the middle of the cushion, but no player is targeting that bit of cushion. You're always trying to either park the ball in the dead middle of the table or screw back up along the centre line towards the back cushion. First glance, that layout didn't look perfect because there seemed like there was a yellow a bit tied up at the top of the table, but he had a path through to it. So now that one removed. Good opportunity this for Ryan to get things back on level terms. Both players just struggling a bit for momentum at the moment. They're just getting the frames in little bursts. They really want to start sequencing a few together. It's all a bit attritional at the moment.
Just a reminder that due up after this match, Joe Prince, Stevie Dempsey. I would just question at what point the schedulers would decide to move that game to another table, because we'd be due at 1:30 to have a quarter final on this table. So I'm not sure whether they're going to get through this match, then the Stevie Dempsey game, and stay on track. So I'll leave that for them to decide.
Yeah, it's just so hard to predict, isn't it, when you're not playing with a match clock? These two aren't exactly slow players, and they could put 4 dishes together and the match could be done in 10 minutes. But equally, they get themselves involved in any of the tactical stuff that we saw a couple of frames ago. They could easily overrun that slot. Just wants a bounce off the cushion. That's just about okay. Just one or two more rolls, just make the long yellow to the top right completely straightforward. He's going to want the one top right next. Could play the one below the 8 ball and come back across the table, but seems like you'd be bringing more jeopardy into play doing it like that. He's going that route. I love the fact that he's left this off angle. Let's come back to this. I think this has always been the better choice. Just got caught in two minds. Yeah, cued it well. You see, that's why it was the better choice, because now easy positional shot. Good break clearance this from Ryan. Back on level terms. as we reach the halfway point of the match, 4 frames apiece.
It's never been more than 1 frame on in it, has there? Yeah. 1-0, 1-1, 2-0, 2-2, so on and so forth.
Well over an hour played. That's one thing we'll be looking at, I'm sure, for future events. Very difficult to get things in a uniform way. The decision was made to have a match clock only on the main arena table and then try and keep, there are 4 secondary arena tables, trying to keep them all consistent with each other. As a result, though, it's meant that the second feature table has played quite considerably slower than the main arena, so could make a case for having a match and a shot clock here. All these things, though, iterative improvements, as you were saying earlier on, all require extra people to staff it, so it becomes logistically a very big challenge. Not the best break, that one. The in-off, obviously not great, but if you look at the split, not perfect anyway.
Zach Poniger asking if there are any Aussies playing. Certainly not the obvious ones like Jake McCartney, Paul Clack, but in terms of the rest of the field, the challenger field is so vast. I wouldn't be surprised if there were 1 or 2 there, even if it was, even if they've kind of migrated across now. But yeah,
for the first few seasons we obviously had that great representation. Jake McCartney based over in the UK for a while after COVID, and then travelling back and forth. He's now gone back to Australia, working on staging some events over there. We saw him once last year at the Pro Series, just popped over for one and won the event. So I think he'd be happy to maybe make a summer trip over. That time he was over for the World Championships, which was back to back with one of the Pro Series events. Paul Clack has also been doing a lot of travelling to play in the series in previous years. Not able to commit to it for 2025, which is entirely understandable because a lot of travelling, even if you're based in the UK or Europe, the idea of having to commute with any regularity to Australia is a tough challenge.
Yeah, just looking through that challenger, actually. I mean, I was just looking at the flags next to the names, and a massive foreign representation. Morocco, a lot of people in the challenger across from Morocco, and France as well. Cedric de Quellac, Pierre Damien Cos, Bruno Heiss. I mean, it's just one after another. Jean-Michel José. It really is probably a good quarter of that field coming from abroad. Also quite a few in there from Malta. We saw Gary Carr in the semi-final of Challenger 1. Dejan Grek back again for another season with us. Dejan, probably quarter of the man he used to be. He's had some vast weight loss. I don't know if you remember Dejan, but he was a large lad. I think he lost 20 stone from where he was then to what he is now.
It feels like the balls aren't quite cooperating for this to speed up this match. Good clearance from Ryan in the last frame. That was taken out with decent pace, but now it's a slightly messy layout, which is just giving Callum understandable pause for thought. Keeps getting down to play a shot and reconsiders. of a commotion coming on from the main feature table at the moment. I understand there's been a bit of controversy there. I think the confusion over whether a foul was played or not. Someone's thought that there was when there wasn't. Match is going on effectively behind where these two players are sitting. Not enough to be a distraction for them though, they're focused on their game. Well, that was almost a good shot. He could have done without being hampered there. That cue ball just, see him wrapping the table, motioning though he's going to wrap the table. The cue ball just pulls up a roll short. It's be so much easier. Having quite a material impact on the schedule now. It's going to delay the quarter-final involving the winner of this match, and it's going to delay potentially another quarter-final that was due to go onto this table.
I don't think are these involved in the first session of quarterfinals? I don't think they're involved again until 2:45, so it shouldn't affect their next game. But or would it? Just check that, sorry. No, actually they are in the top half, so yeah, they would be due on again at 1:30. So the way this is going, I'm not sure this game's going to be finished by 1:30, but we will see.
So the match that we are waiting for on this table, Joe Prince, Stevie Dempsey, is the last 16. So I think the question of the tournament organisers are just considering at the moment is whether it would be better to play that on a different table to avoid causing a delay. Obviously still rumbling on the main arena table. Some shot got played out of turn. Something strange happened, but the frame has now been completed and that match seems to be back in order. This match still proving an uphill struggle. This frame in particular is now reduced to a somewhat glacial pace. The yellows aren't in bad positions, which is why Callum is now having to give this quite a lot of thought, because if he turns the table over, it could be a problem. Can't entirely blame him for this, because we aren't playing with a shot clock, so it makes absolute sense to do what's right for you, which is to try to pick the right shot out. Obviously not making for the most viewable of matches at the moment, although rest assured these two are very good players. This could change very quickly. bit of cover there, aware that all the yellows did have a pocket. They do still all have a pocket, but now a little bit more traffic. The 8-ball a problem. The 8-ball's in about the worst spot it can be. Throws into the rail just near the middle pocket. Again, just teasing us. Looked like he was about to play that shot and then just pulled back from it. So I considered a couple of options there. Felt like he could just get straight enough on this ball to run it into the centre. The problem with this shot was always going to be that there was never going to be easy position. He was either going to have to leave more angle on this such that he could have run up to the left-hand side of the red that's above this ball, or else try and force through to the right of the red, but I think it's an acute enough angle that he's not going to want to power this in too hard. Probably just going to have to leave the cut at distance to the top right after this. Wow, having essentially tried to take his medicine and not overdo the positional side, he's missed the pot anyway. Well, this guarantees a resolution to the frame because the red up near the 8-ball and the 8-ball itself don't have an easy pocket. Play short position on the red, the top left, but it's a very specific positional shot and there's no obvious route to get there. Unless enough angle. Oh, he's put a good shot there. Well, that resolves one of the two problems. The 8-ball, I don't think he's going to be able to move. He's just going to have to sacrifice perfect position and accept it is where it is, and he's going to have a difficult shot on it later on in this clearance. It's going to be bottom left next. We'll leave an angle just to drop in behind that 8-ball. The sensible shot's just got to be to stun over to the right hand side cushion, just somewhere near, just below the right centre, just trying to leave the 8-ball straight. He's got an angle he could have manufactured to cannon into it, but it would have been crazy to have tried that when it's so close to the middle pocket. You'd have been very likely just to catch the jaw. It's never a guarantee when a ball's this far along the rail, but he's landed as nicely on it as he was ever going to. Good clearance in the end from Callum Singleton. Bit of a messy frame that. Both had chances. Ryan was in first with what looked like the chance he needed to clinch the match. They missed the pot to the centre. Wasn't out of the woods anyway, even if he'd have potted that. Callum Singleton happy to step up. Still just a single frame ahead though. 5-4 now.
Struggling with that break a little bit. Straighten off again. There's a couple of times he's done that now. This time into the corner. Unlucky because I've got nudged about 3 or 4 times to go in. Promised to be a quicker frame. This layout, you would think.
We thought that before, Nick. There's been some false dawns in this match. Well, what we haven't had is one player get a couple of frames ahead and threaten to win the match. It's just going one at a time. You feel like it's almost inevitable going to a decider.
Callum with a great chance here though to break that mould, get himself 2 in front. obviously very important at this stage as well in the race to 8.
Just to bring you up to date with the action elsewhere in the room. Christy Koffield 7-6 up now on Luke McAvoy, so just one away from victory. Tom Jones 1-1 with Greg Batten. And on the main feature table, Phil Harrison, Declan Brennan tied at 3 apiece. An update on the scheduling, which is that the Joe Prince Stevie Dempsey match, which was due on here afterwards, made, I think, the right pragmatic decision there. That's now going to be moved to one of the outside tables. So next action on this table after the completion of this match will be one of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, worth noting as well, the main arena game, Declan Brennan was 3-0 up in that game, so Phil Harrison fighting back. Straight on the one down the rail now. Could still take it and screw straight back to where he is now. Does have the option of the one to left corner, but I think he has to take the one down the rail now. It's the red that's in between this little cluster of 4 balls that's causing him a bit of an issue. If that wasn't there, this would be a very straightforward finish. But he has to think about the order he takes these in, because obviously the yellow that's just to the right of the red is blocked at the moment. Does go to left centre, so he could run through and take it now. That's what he's looking at. So you can just play this cannon into the red. Doesn't want to cannon it too far, push it in the path of the other yellow. Just nudged it far enough. But it's going to be yellow to middle anyway. Just gone a bit too far to take the one, I think.
Does this go to the corner? Can you play it off the red?
Yeah. It's a shot. Very nice.
That was important, because if it hadn't gone there, playing to the middle was going to leave totally the wrong angle, as it was. Able to keep prime position. And for the first time in this match, a player takes a 2-frame lead. Callum Singleton 6, Ryan Pisani 4.
Phil Harrison's gone ahead now in that important game. 4 frames to 3. Tom Jones edged ahead of Greg Batten 2-1 up. Christy Koffield is 7-6 up, and he is at the table on a clearance to seal the deal on table 5. And Christy Koffield has won that game against Luke McAvoy, and he books his place in the quarter-final. He'll play the winner of Joe Prince and Stevie Dempsey. It's a shame we couldn't get that game on this table. That should be a cracker. Finds the ball. One of the last ones moving. But lots of problems again. Another messy table.
It's popped out to the arena to see what was happening. It looks like they made the decision to put this match onto the clock. It was proceeding too slowly, so they've brought in a referee who will be timing each shot. So playing to a 45-second shot clock.
Yeah, I don't think either of these players. I mean, they're both fairly measured players. They're not known for racing around the table, but it's been more the layouts of the balls rather than it's been the situation rather than the players trying to slow the game down.
Some of our viewers will make the reasonable point that this is slightly confusing the situation we've got ourselves into with the timing here. There's 45 seconds is the default time limit in international rules, and that's played in league and county level. Watching the main arena, you'll see it's played to a 30-second shot clock. That's the format that Ultimate Pool uses for a lot of the pro events. It's difficult though to implement that without having the full setup and the countdown, so you'd end up defaulting back to the main rules when you time the outside tables. I think that is something we'll possibly have to address in future events, because it's a little bit disjointed having different limits on different tables.
Ryan's played himself into a spot of bother here. He always had that problem with the yellow on the left side cushion, and it doesn't double, and he's not got any natural ball to be able to develop it either. I think he was trying to leave an angle to try and move it out then, but just overran it slightly. So he pulled back and played a little safety. I think we'll just see Callum push the red down on top of the yellow just to make it even more tricky. So there is an angle here to dislodge, take the one to top right, leave himself high to be able to screw down into the red. Can't fail to push it down the table, but it's all about the pace here, because the line would take it towards those two reds. And, just a glancing blow. That's no good. He's just pushed it down far enough that now he can perhaps play a reverse double. He's looking at the line now. Yeah, it's definitely there. Cue ball's going to be travelling though.
Oh, that's a good effort. That was an awkward line to have to pick out from where he was. Very messy outcome though.
Yeah, the only bonus is that it's covered the 8-ball, but there's a lot of balls there that Callum can use to develop.
So just play a safety shot and develop the left hand of these two reds.
Yeah, I can understand why he's done that, but I mean, he had a perfect line there, just to bottom cushion. I mean, he was already on the line, just hit it a bit harder, cue ball into those two reds to open them up, and you felt that he couldn't fail to be on the red that was over the middle. So a little bit surprised he's not gone for it, but you can understand it, I guess. He's played a very telling snooker, and if Ryan does make contact with the yellow, it does free up the 8-ball. So.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because he either makes contact, which is useful for Callum, or he doesn't and he gets ball in hand.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Well, I tell you what, he's almost potted that. That would have been the shot of the tournament if that had gone in.
What a great escape. Hamper cueing. What a line to find.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Simply brilliant from Ryan Pisani. How has he picked out that line? Hampered over the ball, all around the table. Doesn't really change much though, because Callum still got the clearance. Still keeping a watchful eye on what he's going to do with the 8-ball. That's obviously the key part of this clearance. So, slightly changed the schedule, as mentioned. The last 16 match between Joe Prince and Stevie Dempsey that was due to go on this table will be played elsewhere now, and instead go straight into the quarterfinal. So the winner of this match will play Ricky Jones on this table straight afterwards. I mean, you don't want to be critical, Nick, but could those balls have been much better when he started out on that clearance?
No, absolutely not, no.
I suppose again the argument is that good things happen here in that Ryan, for Callum, in that Ryan either moves the yellow or he gives away ball in hand. If he was to give ball in hand, you're not going to be in a perfect spot where that red's finished. Well, it is ball in hand. And I guess he's going to, if he's got a space between, yeah, if he can put the cue ball here, he's just going to have to, he's going to just miss the yellow on the way out and try and pot the red and then pump into the yellow, flick it out the way. Well, it's turned out fine in the end. I feel like that kind of shot could have been played earlier on. I mean, it looks like the right shot when it plays out like this. The reason we're querying it is that sometimes the opponent comes up with some kind of miracle shot or just something happens and you just don't get a better chance. I mean, even there, that's not the best positional shot. Fortunately for him, he's got so much space at the bottom of the table that it's quite easy to retrieve position again.
Yeah, you saw him put his hand up urging the ball to stop. He's going to use bottom cushion, probably bottom cushion and side cushion. Decides to check the ball off the bottom cushion and just come off one.
Well, gets the job done, and importantly for him, gets himself onto the hill. It's been a battle this match, but Callum Singleton now one away from victory. Well, Pisani, I think, is going to be a little bit frustrated. In the early going, he was standing toe-to-toe with Callum, and it was all looking quite close. Just a couple of frames now have got away that in the back of his mind that he's had chances. Four of the 8 last 16 matches now complete. Ricky Jones beat Dave McQuillan, Shane Thompson beat Rab McCulloch, Ed Waddingham beat Phil Parkin, Christy Caulfield beat Luke McAvoy.
better break from Ryan. The cue ball was tracking towards that top corner again now. I mean, it could have so easily got kicked in off. As soon as it heads up that direction, it got that flick. On another day, that goes in off as well. But he deserved a good result and got one. Probably would prefer to be yellows here, but I don't think he's got an opener, so the yellows just offer a better pattern, a little bit closer together, and they're all wide open, whereas the reds a little bit more awkward, kind of slightly guarded, and got the one on the cushion. Yeah, this one in the middle of the table, he'd love to get rid of that now, but equally get rid of the ones at the bottom right. It's in a bit of a quandary here because both of these are quite difficult to land. The red actually in the middle of the table, I didn't realise it goes to right centre, so he can use the ball to the top right to land on that, and I think probably if he's got the right angle, I'd probably be taking the one to bottom right and trying to screw across to the left hand side of the table. Let's go the other way. How about you, Mark? Did you that?
Well, yeah, the only thing that would have put me off the one bottom right was I don't know if he quite had the angle to miss the yellow, and if he was going to get caught up in the yellow, that wasn't going to be great. But then having played that shot, that's obviously not great either.
No.
He's got himself in real trouble. I mean, he can play the one down the left-hand rail to the bottom left. Well, the reason I was suggesting that was good, even though it's a much harder pot, it would have been a kind of guaranteed position, whereas this one was anything but a guaranteed position.
Yeah, he's having to pull out massive pots now, whereas, as you say, the only thing may have been is that he didn't have the angle to bottom right, because it was a natural pattern. Bottom right, try and screw across to the left-hand side cushion, take the one to bottom left, and then you've got top left and the one that was in the middle of the table to get onto the 8-ball. It's way more natural than coming this way. But
well, this is going to be difficult because this pot's difficult, then the next one's difficult, and he's going to have to do a bit of work for position.
Drops. He can't hold the cue ball on that side of the table for 8-ball to right centre, so I think he's going to have to just play this.
If he plays it into the sort of triangle area, just leaves it long to the top left-hand corner.
I think that's really his only option.
Well, he's digging into it.
He is, yeah.
Surely not. This looks very difficult at pace.
Oh, what a shot.
I mean, what a great shot. He kind of ended up in the same place he would have done had he rolled it, but I guess it just felt like he was more likely to make it by putting a positive stroke on the ball. Did almost manage to sneak himself, but he has got sight, I think, of this.
Yeah.
This to stay in the match. A lot of pressure on that clearance. Let's not forget that he is 7-4 down. Any mistake could well have been his last shot. 7-5 now, the score. So Callum just needs to win one of the next 3. We'll have breaks in 2 of those. Although we haven't seen a whole lot of break clearing so far in this match.
Just heading towards the 2-hour mark for this match.
Not something you often say in a race to 8 in the Pro Series, is it?
No. This one could add another 10 minutes because there's nothing easy to go at here. Everything on top of each other. When you get 10, 11 balls clustered around within 2 feet of each other, all that traffic creates a problem. You could unlock it here. The yellows aren't too bad.
the two players, Ryan's going to be less keen to get into a tactical battle. The fact that he's behind, I think you just generally want to get your way back into a match. Not to say he's going to go for anything reckless, but he's looking for any chance he can find right now.
Yeah, on second glance, when I got the chance to look at the table again, the yellows are actually kind of link up. The problem here is just going to be, it's going to take this one now to bottom left and try and leave that gap. It's going to be getting back out, back up the top of the table. He's going to have to get the cue ball, unless he takes this yellow, the left side pocket long, and he wants to leave that straight so he can screw back out. I don't think he can do much more than leave that yellow long on the left hand side. That's what he's looking at now. It's got a bit of angle, I think. He's going to go into one of the reds. That's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, there's a good bit of cueing to get through that gap. He's hitting that pretty straight.
A little bit of angle here, but I think he can hold the eyes. Wondering now, yeah, he's just looking to see how far he can go across and still be on that yellow on the right. That looks perfect. Well, from a very cluttered table, he's made quite an intricate clearance here.
A large part to this match, it's been very hard to see how it wouldn't go to a deciding frame. When Callum got 3 ahead, that was looking less likely, but if we can just complete these 2 balls, we'll be back to within 1 again.
Joe Prince is 3-0 up against Stevie Dempsey.
So, good clearance from Ryan Pisani, takes it back to 7-6. Callum Singleton just dashing out of the arena for a comfort break. We'll be back with more when he returns. So, players back in the arena. Ryan Pisani to break off in frame 14. Single frame behind, but it is his break. Can he make a ball? Yes, he can. That is the answer. And first glance, not a bad layout. Well, he's got a chance here to take us to a deciding frame. Deciding frame which looked likely for most of the match, but then the odds of which had receded as Callum Singleton went 7-4 up. Just remember that there's a shot clock, which there hasn't been for the whole match. playing with a 45-second shot clock just to try to speed up the match a bit. It was handy to be able to drop on that ball that he's just taken along. That could have been one of the awkward ones to get on. Wants to get on the ball that's below the 8 ball before the end of the clearance, ideally. Could leave it as a last ball, but preference, you always want to try and clear the pocket. And you'll have a clear pocket for the 8 ball without having to play both in the same shot. The way this has played out, he will just have to leave it until last now. Four balls away now from a deciding frame. Played that well. Good positional shot. It's all about how he gets on the last yellow on the left-hand side. Not a difficult pot, but the question is how he gets good shape on the 8 ball. That's why I was talking about ideally not leaving it till last. As it was, there was no choice. He's taken these balls in about the only sensible pattern from the position he was in. He played twice across the table now. Quite a good angle to do that. Just got to judge the line. A great shot when it comes off when you play twice across the table, but you can end up looking silly if you don't quite get the line right.
Oh, he's overcut it. Goodness me. Would have only been left the double. Hit it much too thin, didn't he? He was looking to finish above the 8 ball, which shows you how much he misjudged that one. That was a pressure ball.
This is an unexpected bonus for Callum. A moment ago he'd have been thinking that his next chance would come in the decider. Now he's got a chance to get this match won without putting himself through that deciding frame. Oh, goodness, what are we seeing here?
He's been lucky. He's been lucky.
That is a huge touch he's had there.
I mean, Ryan should still be getting this. It's a one cushion escape, but my goodness, he got lucky there. Just seemed to snatch at that a little bit. He was originally looking for a place to hide, and I was thinking, why? You know, I mean, this is a golden opportunity to get across the line. All the reds are open. Okay, the 8's a little bit tricky, but surely, if he hits it, it must go in, mustn't it? He's hit it, and it doesn't. Somehow stays out. That was about the only way that could possibly stay out, was catching it quarter ball. But it's not the worst leave. If Callum can't get to the right-hand side of this red, then he glances off, and he's got the cover, and he's blocked the one cushion escape. So that's very nice. This is a difficult ball to hit. You can play inside the red and load up with a lot of right-hand side, but far, far harder to judge. You not only have to judge the line, you've got to judge how much side to impart as well. Needs the pace. Oh, Ryan. Ball in hand. Does Callum play a loss of turn? Can he put the cue ball behind the red and get past the 8? That's what he's looking at. Got the yellow. Leave Ryan tucked in behind everything. Again, it's a little bit of a risk, but might be one worth taking. Other players, I think, would, yeah. I mean, it's an easy enough 8 to develop. So if he puts the 8 ball where he just had it then, he can come in behind the 8 ball. I think the only reason he doesn't want to do it is he's not absolutely guaranteed to be on something. So he's going back to, catches the 8 ball on the way past. That would have been disaster if he hadn't got it. Has he left the gap for Ryan to be able to get to the side cushion with spin, try and flick that 8 down the rail? I don't think the line's quite there. I think it's still going to be a controlled shot. 2 cushion escape. Try and double the 8 into the middle. And Callum the ball in hand. I think this game. I mean, it's worked out in his favour, but I'm still just a little surprised that Callum didn't try and develop the 8 and go for that clearance. It's a risk. Every time you allow your opponent back at the table, it's a risk that they can find some kind of fluke, or, you know, if Ryan does get a 4 ball contact on the 8 ball and manages to pot it, then Callum sat in his chair at 7 each thinking, why oh why didn't I take it by the scruff of the neck? It comes back to those percentages that we talk about so often. Just weighting up each shot and what percentage it makes you favourite to win the frame.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those in this match. I mean, they've turned out, the safety has generally proved to be the right option, but yeah, I agree with you. I've seen a lot of players be a bit more positive. I'm not saying don't play any safety shots, but some decent clearance chances have definitely been turned down in this match.
He's still fine. I think this the middle ball, as is the one. Oh, he could get through to the top one. He had options there. Cue ball's perfect now. It's all about the last shot, just making sure he moves the angle to get onto the 8. Should be really simple stuff now. Maybe finished an inch or 2 low. Just the wrong side of ideal here, isn't he? He'd like to have screwed back to the, what would be the blue spot, and then he can just run through a few inches to leave a simple 8 ball, but he's just a fraction too low, just to give himself something to think about. Now he may have to take that last red long. He's even thinking about taking the lower one now and coming back up, but he's settled on this one.
Well, he's left a shot now.
Yeah, it's harder than it should have been. You absolutely fancy him to get it, but he's under pressure. And suddenly, what should have been an absolute formality is just a tiny shred of doubt. Oh, wowee. Wow. Used the whole pocket there. Wow. I mean, it was a long game. It was a good game. I mean, it was close all the way through. Callum just stretching out to that lead. Ryan fighting back. It had a bit of everything in it.
It was a battle, wasn't it? I think Callum will be pretty relieved to find his way over the winning line there. He goes through by 8 frames to 6, and he's about to get the news that he's going to be back in action pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's straight back on this table.
Straight on this table against Ricky Jones.
Yeah, no reprieve for him. He's literally back on in about 3 minutes' time, and as soon as that game starts, we will be right back with the action. Stay with us, go make yourself a cup of tea, and get ready, settle in for the quarter-final. Apologies, everyone. We just the break of this match, this quarter-final from Pro Event 2. They just caught us off guard, and it's now Callum Singleton straight back in action after that slog against Ryan Pisani, and now he faces Ricky Jones. Ricky Jones off the back of a really good win. So these players will both be confident and feeling good. I'm Nick Finnan. I'm joined by Dave McQuillan again. Great to see you, Dave. It's the 18 back in action.
Indeed. Looking forward to this one. I played Rick in the last match. Now he's a tidy player, and we all know that how good Callum is.
Yeah, when I saw you versus Ricky, I knew that was going to be a good game. You were obviously playing well this weekend, beat Ian Alley last night, and
I left it all behind me last night. Similar.
Did you?
Yeah, I just couldn't get going at all today. I don't know what was going on.
Sometimes tough though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just that first game.
Yeah.
Getting the arm going again.
Nothing away from Rick, so he played really well. It's just that I miscued a couple of times, and it just was everything was annoying me.
JK asking where you can get the fixtures and the lineup for the day. Well, the fixtures are all on the Ultimate Pool app. So if you go to the Ultimate Pool app and to the live scoring section, then that will tell you who's up against who. It will give you all the brackets. If you're asking what the lineup is for this table, I can also tell you that. So we've got this quarter-final from the Pro Series, and that's going to be followed by another quarter-final. I'll tell you who's coming up in that one in just a couple of minutes. And then we head across into another discipline. Really excited to see the disability final. That's scheduled for 5 p.m. And that's going to be followed by the 3 Challenger finals. So we go Challenger 3 final, Challenger 2 final, and Challenger 1 final. Over on the other table, the main arena table, which you can watch through the Ultimate Pool app, we have the Pro Series first quarter final, which is Shane Thompson against Craig Waddingham on now. Then we're going to see the second quarter final again. I'll give that lineup in a second. Then we head to the junior final. Really excited to see that one. Then Pro Series quarter. We head back to the Pro Series. We'll see the 2 semi-finals, the Women's Series 2 Pro final, and then we head to the Pro Series final in the professional section. So that's the lineup on the 2 tables. Lots of good action to come your way. And while I was giving that information, Callum Singleton going about a really nice clearance, just following on from his last match.
Very relaxed finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, your game didn't finish that long ago, and it was on the table next to this one, but you know, Callum literally just come off this table and now straight back on it again. He's got his arm going, he's feeling good. Do you think, you know, that gives him a slight advantage going into this one, Dave?
I don't think the tables matter, because every table's similar, you know. If you played the same table all day, it doesn't matter. They're all that good. Just give him slight advantage just finishing. Ricky's playing well, so this is a hard one to call.
I think he wanted to come just a little bit lower.
Yeah.
So we could take this red and then we cannon the other one.
He has to come round the world now.
Yeah. He's going to have to come back up for that ball.
Yeah. He can't even play it in off the yellow, I don't think.
Caught the knuckle.
He's still okay.
Yeah, you can just see.
He has to go back up for that top one now. Off this red. Track between the yellow and black. If he gets that line, he's back up for it. Just didn't get the line.
It's
Same line again.
getting more and more difficult for Ricky
Yeah.
Jones, this one.
Just needs to get in with this. Missed the middle pocket. Needs to be a bit of luck here because the white's cannon and the yellow.
We had a question earlier. See, Tatsu asked, how does anyone enter these tournaments? Since there's nothing on the official page. If you're interested, I mean, these. That's a nice recovery. Left himself. Long 8 ball. This is a test of queuing early in the match. Ball as well.
It's going to the middle. No, back to one.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, so obviously entry into these events was earlier in the year. You can enter the entire series. Just get hold of Ultimate Pool through contact page, but you can enter single events. You quite often have no shows. People go on a holiday or have other commitments, and there is a list. If you get hold of either get hold of Zach Leonard, who's tournament director, he can add you to a list for a single event, or alternatively, as I say, on the Ultimate Pool app there is a contact page. You can get hold of them. Be great to have you playing. John Bosco making a point that he thinks that Caesar Chandigarh stands a chance here. Caesar the Scorpion, yeah, fabulous player, and I agree. He would be great. He's not in the field, not entered. I think he would definitely be a great addition to Ultimate Pool. One of the he's got a massive following over there on the Ugandan players. Whenever he's playing, there's a huge fan base. Enjoy watching him. Huge support. In fact, probably one of the most supported players in the world, it goes far to say.
Don't think he got out enough.
No.
He was in a difficult situation though. Callum played a great shot. Even though he left the yellow on, he still played a terrific shot.
Yeah, you just need that 8 ball to move another roll at the table, and he would have had a cut back to middle, but always going to be chasing a finish here. This was always going to be tough.
There's no hiding place here, are there?
No, there isn't. I mean, he's putting his cue
He's
would
probably-
make it tricky. I mean, it wouldn't. If you can cover the
Black. If you can cover the black and still leave the white there, you can actually maybe put the white into the yellow pocket, into that area. It's as good as probably could do, isn't it?
yeah, I just want to pull that up a little bit short of that, because I think he's just left
left
Callum
it.
aside to this one to bottom left.
And
We
with
could
the
have
bottom
covered-
right.
Yeah, and the one to bottom right, in fact, yeah. If he finishes 2 rolls to the right hand side, then Callum's got a much tougher opening ball. If he makes this one, the frame is there. He's looked at both. Really, it's just a
Preference.
just a question of which one he fancies. My preference would definitely be the one on the left. And I think the one on the left pretty much guaranteed to be on something. And the other benefit about that one is if you do miss it, you're not going to be leading much. And I think he played it that way, Dave, didn't he? A bit of a shot to nothing.
He did, but he didn't commit, did he?
Yeah, because even,
not
if,
like
he gets
him,
it, even if he gets it, he's slightly out of position. Okay, he's got balls to left centre, but it wasn't ideal.
Ricky's still in a tricky situation.
Got some covering.
Don't know, did he get it?
Yeah,
It's tight.
I don't think the red passes now, so it just gives Callum something to do.
I think the bottom red at the middle there can open that red. I think it is going. Yeah, if it is, it's a big chance.
Could use the ball to bottom left to try and go into it. As you say, the one to the middle is also ideal. He's got an angle here.
This is obviously very tight. It's the second hand. Look at it.
I don't think it goes, but difficult to tell. I'd say it does. If he's not taking the developing shot now and he's going for the one to middle, I think he's decided that it does go. But look at that overhead, David. It just looks like that yellow's in the way, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just? Yeah. But as you say, if he's not taking the breaker now, it's going.
Yeah.
Right, where he thinks it's going.
Unless he wants to use. What's he playing for the one to bottom left? Maybe he just wanted a slightly better angle.
Oh, it's definitely going.
There it goes. It kept us guessing all the way,
Yeah.
but now we know.
Callum, Northern Ireland International. Seems to be around forever.
Yeah, doesn't he? International honours at under 23 level as well, didn't he?
That's right. That was for England. Then he transferred to Northern Ireland. He chose Northern Ireland men's. He talked himself into that, didn't he?
He really did, and he had some really good opportunities to try and develop it. So if it was that tight, you've got to question why.
He didn't move it when he had the chance.
Will he live to regret it? Ricky looking to see whether he can play a loss of turn shot and get the cue ball at the table, but
With the red so far into the pocket, I think he has to go for this and play the combo at a later stage.
again,
He's got away with that.
yeah, I think again he probably played that as a bit of a shot to nothing.
I think Callan can swerve into the corner here, whether he pots it or not. Needs a bit of luck, but he actually can't. He can swerve it right into the pocket. Yeah, he needed that bit of luck.
Yeah, that was always a danger. But one cushion escape, a full ball contact would send it towards that right centre pocket. You'd expect them to get close. But a bit of pressure on this one now because I don't know about you, Dave. I was surprised he didn't go the other way because it's.
He could have put it in off the black or anything the other way. He'd more of a chance.
Yeah, and also it's harder to pick the line when you're that close to the cushion, isn't it?
This will give Ricky a lot of confidence now. Going 2-1 up. Screw step back. Two, 1, Ricky. I think Callum will feel that he let that frame slip away. He had his chance.
Yes, indeed. Joe Prince is 5-2 up against Stevie Dempsey. Greg Batten is on the hill, 7-6 against Tom Jones. That's been a real battle out there between those two. Shane Thompson and Craig Waddingham over on the main arena is 2 each. The notorious PIG, Ricky Jones. Breaks off in frame number 4. Good solid front ball contact. A couple of balls trouble the pocket, trouble the jaws, but it's a dry break. Love to have made a ball there and cement in that last frame, take a 2-frame lead. Always disappointing when you get one against the break and then go dry in the next and let your opponent straight back in. And this one fairly wide open. One problem yellow. Just behind those 2 reds to the right hand side of the table. Second one in from the right cushion. It's not got a pocket, so it doesn't take too much to develop that ball though. Just trying to work out the pattern. Looks like he's eyeing up reds.
Yeah, that's unclear as the other 2.
Yeah. I think he was just still weighing his options. And, this will be the developing shot that I mentioned. Give an angle on this yellow. Just come up. Doesn't want a full ball contact on the yellow he's going into, and this is the dangerous shot here because he's not guaranteed to be on anything after this shot. He's kind of half ball kiss and get the cue ball out.
Oh, that's some result.
Yeah.
Oh my. You'll take that.
That could have gone wrong. That could have so easily.
It couldn't have. It could, and it couldn't have landed that.
No.
The 2 together here, then go up and take the top 2 and go back down for the middle one. Or take the middle one after this and come over and take the top 2. No, I'll use the middle one to strike the black.
Yeah, tricky one, isn't it? Because
But he can go up now and take the top 2. Well, I see the angle in that yellow to run this side of the yellow on top cushion. He's going to be very close to it.
yeah, the yellow on the right isn't the unless does the 8 ball pass the red to bottom left. If it does, that's the ideal ball. But if it doesn't, then it's not a great ball to.
And the black's not going to the middle. I thought it was. It's not. It's going to the middle. Yeah, that's. I think that's a better pattern. when he comes down for this yellow in the middle of the table, he has options.
Yeah, he's probably going to.
He can run through if he's straightened it into the middle, or he can stun across to the bottom right if he's not.
Yeah, the final yellow, you'd expect him to try and land on it to bottom right.
Ooh. Yeah, he didn't feel he had the angle, did he? Now he's coming back up the table. This is strange for a column.
It is, and suddenly this is a bit tricky because if he doesn't land with any angle on the yellow at the top of the table, doesn't want to be straight.
He's now he's got it well.
Good, yeah. So he's going to be playing this with
A little bit of run inside.
left hand side just to pull the cue ball and that left hand side of the table. Anywhere adjacent to the middle pocket would be perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Two.
Nice clearance. Yeah, level. 4 frames played. Joe Prince still 5-2 up on Stevie Dempsey. That frame seems to be taking a little while. Greg Batten completed the win over Tom Jones. So that's Greg Batten into the quarterfinals. Good to see the West Countryman making a run. So the lineup in the second half is going to be Christy Koffield will play the winner of the Joe Prince Stevie Dempsey game. Greg Batten will play Phil Harrison. This is obviously the top half of quarter-final draw. This game and Shane Thompson, Craig Wadding, and Craig 3-2 up at the moment. Always good to get interaction from in the YouTube chat. If anyone's got any questions for myself or for Dave, anything about the event or anything in particular. Anything you fancy. And again, I would just urge you to hit the like button for us. It just takes you a second, but it really does help us. There's a good number of people watching, but not too many of you have liked the stream yet, but it helps us to promote. Let us know if you're enjoying the stream. Let us know where you're from. How are you enjoying your Sunday? Hopefully plans for a nice Sunday roast dinner and a bit of pool.
Sounds good. Oh.
Just finished too high, so I'm going to elect to play the one to the left.
Still a bit high.
It is high, yeah. And the red doesn't go to middle. I think he was trying to finish straight so he could plant these. The plant now fraught with danger, and again, this is more difficult than it should have been.
But I think you can flick off the yellow here with a touch of left-hand side to bring it back towards that side, you know, up the bottom cushion. Not to be hitting it full ball. You're actually screwing into it.
This is dangerous, but played it really well. Judge it Karen very nicely. Just seem to glance it a little bit thinner than he wanted to.
This is an off-road all over it. Really needs a delicate screw shot on this one.
And he wanted to be another foot up the table. Shows how thin he hit that one. He doesn't like it at all.
No.
I understand why. As you say, it's straighting off.
It's an upper cue and everything.
Janet
Still
Jones-
fancying to get it, just a wee delicate screw shot.
Janet Jones watching with interest with the sun.
Oh,
Takes
got away with that
8 ball,
one.
yeah. Janet shared the stream. It's very kind of you indeed. Really do appreciate any kind of promotion. Watch this.
he judged that well because he thought he didn't need to stun it. He thought he could catch the side of the table, and he did.
Janet will like what she sees so far. Ricky leading 3 frames to 2. And again, that important break of Clem's break on against.
Straight in.
Well, last time he got that break a serve, he had a dry break, and this time it's in off, so break just not working at the moment for Ricky. Didn't get kicked either. It would have been a dry break regardless, so probably not that much advantage having ball in hand in this situation. All the yellows.
Or clustered together, so
Yeah.
he really has to go yellows here, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Was moving this outside yellow, clears the black. He's going straight for that first yellow. He changed his mind to reds here. He's cut between the two. That was
He's changed his mind about 3 times here.
yeah. Chance again. Now he's come back to the bottom, the opposite yellow, to the pocket.
You can understand why he's undecided, because they are all on top of each other. He's moved that cue ball about half a dozen times now. Surprised if he moves it again, yeah.
And once more.
Just for good measure. The workings of a pool mine. Hello to Wayne Binge, he's watching from Australia, enjoying the action. Nice to have you watching. Do us a favour, Wayne, share the stream on your social media platforms, because I'd love to get lots more from across the other side of the world watching. kind of still having to work out the pattern here, and it is awkward when they're all on top of each other like this. It is really awkward because that was the problem. The ball that he's come up for now, when to come up for it, doesn't want to play the two yellows to the right hand side as a plant, so he wants to try and get down low, down to there, to take out the one closest to the pocket now. That's a good shot. Just needs to kill this. Yeah, that's okay.
That's good, yeah. Just drop it in, and then he has options on the last.
Yep.
He can track for the middle or come out backside of it for the same pocket.
Sean Ash, glad you enjoyed your weekend, and great to have you in the pro ranks. Great to watch you play, and I echo that. Looking forward to the next event.
He has to go top here. He's not happy with that. Top left, top right. I'd say top left.
Yeah, top left, I think, and
Because the reds are there, it
yeah.
just makes it.
Give you a bit of a safety net if you do miss it, but don't expect him to. But it is a tricky one.
Straight in. 3-3.
Another close game on this table. We've seen a lot. Trading blows. 6 played. In a race to 8. Again, we get the overview. Craig Waddingham strutting around the table. He's trading Shane Thompson. Shane was 3-2 behind, now Shane's 5-3 ahead.
I'll say he was going to be unlucky, but he still got a ball.
Yeah, there was a red back into the middle. It just got kicked away, and then the ball at the top of the table, ironically, got kicked in. It wasn't going in, it just got a flick and got kicked in. You watch this one at the top there, little nudge, helps it in. Not straightforward on either. Yellows you'd think would be the option. Looking now, the yellow to bottom right. Then, do you think maybe force into that fiddly little plant to middle, Dave, or is there something else you can do there to try and develop?
Yeah, I think we're just saying the plant. Not now, though.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to be playing the plant from here. Very difficult to judge.
I think he still has to play it. He's nothing else.
Isn't the ball in the middle of the table will pass the top right, but that's not easy either. So yeah, you want to be right behind these. They're much easier if you are. This is missable.
Played that well. Just working out the easiest pattern. 2 middle ones. If that yellow that he's pointing at goes, he'll have an angle to run down for the black. If it goes by the red. If that yellow passes the red, he can take the top yellow now, the one he's looking up the rail at.
Yeah, you can drop it in. You talk about the
There,
yellow just below the bulk line, and if it passes to right centre, and I think he's
going to leave that as last yellow. I thought he would have played it now. One over the pocket now.
Yeah.
Give himself that angle.
On the face of it,
He's taking himself out of this.
yeah, there's 4 balls in the open,
Yeah.
and it seems simple enough. I mean, he's on 3 of those 4 simple shots, and as you say, they're maybe just overthinking it slightly, but it's because I think he'd have been through these if the 8 went down to bottom right. Because it's covered, he has to think about how he's going to get below the 8 ball from middle. So it's just working out exactly which way he wants to go, and also the best way to transition from this ball back down to the middle of the table. And that's a minute ago why you saw him lining up the top yellow of the 2 to see if it passed. He realised it didn't, so he's come a bit further, and this is just about perfect. Run through a few inches, just finish high on the other yellow, and stand down for the 8 ball.
Perfect.
Yeah, he took some time to work it out, but when he got it worked out, he executed it to perfection. Very good from Callum Singleton. That's 2 on the bounce for him. His break is just not working for him at the moment. Making a good contact, getting the movement, but can't make a ball. Not the worst leave though when you go dry is to leave a table like this. It's not by any means a gimme clearance. Callum's going to have to work for it.
Is the red going, do you think, Nick?
No, I don't think it does. I think he'd already be on reds if it did, and
No.
no, it doesn't. And the problem is the obvious yellow to the obvious red to develop that problem is the one that's over the pocket that he's going to have to take now. And now he doesn't have any obvious ball to use to.
He's actually going to develop it now himself. Just push it over the pocket.
Yeah, he's just going to draw stumps here, isn't he? He's just push the red across. Maybe come a little bit too far with the yellow. I mean, he's taken a bit of a chance there, but he knew that he was pushing the red across the cushion, covering the yellow on the left-hand side. So, albeit he's left Ricky an opener along the top cushion if he wants it, Ricky can't go for them. Or can he? What an opening shot that is. I mean, he's just got down and stroked that in like it was over the pocket. He's barely even looked at it.
That's class, Ricky.
That's a great shot.
And is the yellow at the bottom of the table here to develop the yellow beside the red? Callum has to some way get the white down the table here to play the loss of torn red to yellow and sneak him behind the red. That's what he's thinking. How does he get down here? If he gets the white down to the bottom area here, he can play the loss of torn, game frame over. Does he take this one top right first?
You may have to.
Okay, that's torn this way. White slid of him
Yeah,
big time.
yeah, a long way. I mean, he was trying to get across table to leave himself on the red to top left. So that's how much that slid. So a spot of bother now here.
Yeah. Let's try and cover the yellow to the middle. Did that well. He's covered in everything.
Just a quarter ball swerve.
Jeez, he played that well. Thought he'd got it. I think Callum has to be aggressive here. Take the top left, come down and use the bottom left to go over into them. He's too straight on it now. If he takes the top one, come down with a bit of an angle. lost a turn shot there. I thought he would have attacked it.
Yeah, surprised he didn't in some ways. Again, it comes back to percentages, but he does seem to be trying to take the sting out of Ricky. Ricky is a naturally quick player. And he likes to play with momentum. He's very aggressive as well. And, it might be a tactic from Callum that he's just trying to take the sting out of him a little bit, because many other times Callum probably goes for them, pots the ball into that bottom left-hand pocket, tries to clatter and do everything. If it doesn't come out on a ball, he's got the recovery ball at the top of the table.
Yeah, I agree.
He's still very much in charge of this frame, but if for some reason he goes on to lose it, he'll look back at that moment and think, maybe I should have.
Yeah, sometimes you have to be the aggressor.
And being 4-3 up as well, you can't take liberties, but sometimes that is the chance to take it by the scruff of the neck and say, all right, if I get this one and take that 2-frame lead, then it's a good advantage me. Why take it into a war of attrition if we don't need to? Another opportunity now. Take the one. I'm assuming the middle of the three reds doesn't pass into the pocket, but you can definitely take the bottom of the two and then leave an angle to come up and punch into the yellow and dislodge that red. Dave, it begs the question sooner or later, when are you going to get a better chance?
Yeah, absolutely, that's what it's, yeah. You can play around, but the cat always grabs you. Now, this is Ricky's opportunity to punish Callum for that. If he catches this right, he opens his whole pocket. And just like that, he needs a bit of luck, and
he's got a bit of luck as well.
This is an opportunity Ricky should never have had.
Absolutely.
It's not easy, but it's nearly impossible getting on this yellow. It's so difficult. Yeah, that's probably the only shot he has is a double. But then Callum has played him into this situation. He wanted him to do this, so Callum has played the percentage. But if he gets this yellow, double.
Yeah, Callum's playing a game of chess at the moment.
Yeah.
Just moving the pieces around and.
As you said earlier, there, at some stage he was going to have to attack it.
Yeah.
At what stage is that?
If Ricky doesn't get the double, then fair play, Callum. You did the right thing. You did the business, and you won yourself the frame. But
But it could have so went wrong for him.
He's not got an easy opener here.
I think he can put the red in off his own red. There's a big pocket
yeah, there is a pocket there, isn't there?
Probably shot the nothing because the yellow's fairly safe.
Yeah, I realised the red was quite so far away, but. Now he's going to have to go long.
Well, the way Callum has played this frame, I don't think is he going to play safety again? Double kiss this red back into the position he's in. Yeah,
well, that would make more sense, because why would you turn down a better chance earlier to now? This is a tough clearance suddenly. So, if he sticks by his game plan and plays the percentages, then the safety shot is definitely in order.
Yeah, you just double kiss this back into that position. This is one of these. Close your eyes. Hand under your hats time. Yeah. And almost got a result.
I guess you've got to take your hat off to Callum. I mean, he's definitely got a game plan here. And it's working at the moment.
Absolutely.
Just overran that one slightly, it won't matter.
But then sometimes if you feel you're not potting them, you have to resort to this. Try and get yourself back, get your confidence back up again.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Sometimes you just need to duke it out.
Yeah. Maybe he felt that he didn't feel confident enough to take out the finishes, so he's building his confidence back up this way. I think he's got the frame and took the sting out of Ricky.
Shane Thompson's beaten Craig Waddingham. And next up in the main arena table, Greg Batten versus Phil Harrison. I'll tell you the game following this one. Christy Koffield still awaiting the winner of Stevie Dempsey, Joe Prince. Joe Prince has been in charge of that game the whole way through, but he isn't anymore. Stevie Dempsey has mounted a big old comeback and he's 7-6 up. I remember he was 6-3 down, so he's won 4 on the bounce. You can just see Stevie in the background. That red t-shirt just right in the middle of your screen, just behind the metalwork that's up in the air there. That's Stevie Dempsey on table 14. You can see the red shirt. He's getting down on a ball. So he's at the table in the decider, like he was on a finish. Callum Singleton breaks in frame 9 and pots the ball. Pots 2. And more problems, eh?
There's always one ball. Reds are perfect, but one sits up the top.
But the way the table's laid out.
Now it's reds all day long.
Yeah, he has to go for these. Just needs to find a way. And there's an unwanted flick on the yellow. He needs to find a way to develop that problem. The ball to top right isn't the ideal ball to use because it's set to the left side of the pocket. If it was towards the right hand side of the pocket, it would be far easier to get across.
Can he get into this red now, play the plant and disturb them?
Yeah, I was thinking that when it landed. I think there's just too much angle to get up there.
He's breaking them up and trying to leave a safe white.
Did he think that was that the yellow would go, or not quite sure? Maybe he was hoping the yellow would come away. But either way, he's left
to finish.
He left to finish here. And actually, where the yellows were a real problem earlier, they're
The favourite now.
yeah.
Does that? No, it doesn't. This is still tricky.
It is, yeah. It's the yellow on the left hand side, isn't it? It doesn't go to bottom right or bottom left. So if he lands on,
He's a nutter.
he's a bit unlucky. If
He tried to get that gap.
yeah, if the cue ball tracks down and sits on top of the red, it would have been perfect. 'Cause he would have been on the yellow on the left hand side to middle. I think that's what he was going for. Just got a flick.
You know, after red, he's going to try. He miscued there.
He certainly did.
I had a couple against him, so I know exactly how that feels.
He'll be gutted because that was a great chance to get back into the game.
Yeah. Callum take the top one first here. Come down, he has choice of. He's loads of choice to come down towards the yellow. He's taking the bottom corner one first.
Important shot coming up here. Needs to land on the red. To the right.
He'd probably play three with a run side of with a right hand side to use 2 cushions. He didn't, he used last, he used one.
Yeah, all the hard work now done.
Yeah.
Should be another frame on the board. Callum easing his way.
Very methodical here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. Easing his way towards the finish line. Just double checking to make sure that red does pass to right centre. He's having another look at it. Must be tight to right centre. It looks from here that it flies in, but he's now looking at it to top corner. Maybe just keeping things simple. I'm pretty sure it does go, but he didn't. He would have had to force the angle to get it up to take it to middle, and this is a more natural path to get to the 8 ball. So, I mean, it definitely goes to middle. It's just all about the angle he had.
(6-3).
Yeah, last quarter-final about to get underway on the main arena table shortly. Greg Batten versus Phil Harrison. In fact, it's just started over there. Just a quick reminder, you can access that via Ultimate Pool webpage or app. And $4.99 gets you a month viewing. Just use the promotion code YouTube Wigan. There we see it. It's the start of the game. Greg Batten at the table in frame 1. Oh, Ricky.
It's all gone wrong.
Yeah. Last couple of breaks, I mean, dry. The last 3 actually dry, in, off, in, off.
Yes, all there, Nick.
Yes, indeed.
Just to put Callum on the hill.
So confirmation that Stevie Dempsey did go through, mounted that comeback against Joe Prince, and he will play Christy Koffield, and that will be the next action on this table.
All Irish affair, Christie against Stevie.
Indeed. Good game that as well.
Absolutely.
Both very free-flowing style. Christie fast and attacking. Ooh. Hampered here. Is he trying to stun back into the gap and take this one to top left? This isn't ideal.
No. This has now become a difficult finish from what was an easy finish.
I mean, the hand procured means that he can't do very much with the cue ball.
He got lucky there because I think that yellow cuts into the middle.
If it doesn't, I think he's still on the one to top left. Just. Yeah, that could have easily gone wrong.
I think he has to take the one to the middle now because even if the top left does go, the black is hampering getting the white down the table after the other yellow. Didn't go. Took the double.
Wide open for Ricky. Massive frame for him to get back to 6-4, keeping Callum off the hill. Surely gets these. Ricky Jones plies his trade out of Murphy's club in Doncaster. He's very active as well in organising events. There's something going on at that club, and Ricky's quite often behind it. Still got to play a shot here.
He's come down the gap between the yellows. Stun back into that area. Perfect.
Nice.
Round the back on.
Yeah, a little flick on the yellow there would have probably been disaster, but just cruise past it. Rounded ideally. Pulls back within 2. 6 frames to 4. 10 played.
Toilet break.
Both players running out of the arena. We will do the same. We'll be back with you as soon as the players are.
Rick Evans, Callum to break. He got a ball. No clear finish. Callum said, Ricky, you have a go. Ricky's not falling for this one. Yeah, this could be going for a wee while.
I see you just keeping an eye on the score in the Liverpool match. Are you a Liverpool fan yourself?
I am.
Just
3-1 down.
I've always had this question. There seems to be a huge fan base of Liverpool supporters over in Ireland. What's the affinity between Ireland and that particular club? I know there's a lot of Man U fans over there as well, but there seems to be a mass of Liverpool fans.
My understanding of how so many people got to be Liverpool fans back in the day was when people emigrated to England from Ireland back in famine times. First stop of port was Liverpool.
Oh, of course it would be, yeah.
And a lot of the families, a lot of Irish ancestry built up in Liverpool.
Yeah, wow.
Now, if that's right or wrong, I don't know.
No, it sounds feasible. I mean, it's also quite accessible for you guys as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's
It was the
just
first.
a short hop.
Yeah, it was the short. It was the first. It was the first port of call. Was Liverpool.
Yeah.
A lot of people went into Liverpool.
So Callum played a nice opening shot there, just opening the pocket. It's finished a bit close to the cushion, so he's got hampered cueing. He's got the angle to come down and try and get into these balls, but he just can't do it from inside the cushion. So he's tried to cut it back, and
It's still okay.
Yeah.
He can actually flick the yellow out this time. In this shot, he can flick the yellow. This is Callum being more aggressive, and I feel he has to be. So if he plays this right, he flicks the yellow out and brings the white up for the two reds.
nice.
Just need to play a bit more pace here to get the
Yeah.
white up.
Yeah, he's still got a shot to play.
He thinks this red's going to the top left. It obviously is.
Let's have a close look at it. It must go.
He's moving a wee bit quicker around the table as well, Callum. He realised that he needs to put a stamp on this, put it to bed.
So he needs to time this well.
Yeah. Bring it towards the middle of the table. He's actually going to take this red first, which is probably right.
Actually, that doesn't
Yeah,
surprise
yeah,
me.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that is definitely the right shot. I did notice he was on it, but yeah, it's makes this one a tiny bit more tricky, but definitely the right shot. Much easier transition from that ball to top left to this one rather than the other way around.
Liverpool have they're just straight up at football. They have that gap at the top, but you know they're lucky to have that gap because they're going through a very nervy spell at the moment.
Oh, use the whole pocket there
Didn't
again.
he just?
And he's hamper cueing. He's right over the top. That cue ball, he wanted another 6 inches across the table and probably would have got it, but he just didn't quite hit the red clean. And that's why it rattled the jewels. Never easy. And Again, you fancy him to get it, but jacking the cue up just adds that little element. Wow!
Not much howling that black. Look, we're right above it. Looking down, it's half over the line.
I thought it was there. I thought it was there all the way. Look at this. Just catches near knuckle and hangs painfully for him.
This is massive for Ricky if he can pull this back in.
Oh,
Ricky.
Oh, no. Oh, just for the game as a neutral. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely nothing against either one of them. I would love to have seen Ricky take those out. Just
That was just a, six. You would have asked the question of Callum.
yeah, just for the sake of the match. And
Absolutely.
oh, Ricky's fuming. You can understand why. What a massive frame that was. At 6-5, and it's his break in the next. I mean, he would have been right back on serve, right back in this game, and the pressure would have been firmly on Callum. As it is, Ricky's got everything to do now. Oh, what a... I mean, and that was the ball, wasn't it? If he gets that, I mean, there was a little cluster of yellows there, but I think they all went.
They all went, yeah. Or even disturbance would have moved them around.
Yeah. It was a tricky one to middle, but he definitely fancied him to get it. I don't know if he maybe just rushed it a bit, and that might have just been a touch of nerves. I mean, this is a big game for Ricky. You know, it's he's not.
He's gone dry. But he's got a good
Nearly
weight.
and off again. It's yeah. I mean, in terms of Ricky's career, you know, this is a massive opportunity for him, and yeah, just needs to take every chance.
Yellow to the middle.
He's just tried to tried to hit the red full in the face and just push that yellow an inch further down the table. He's going to have other opportunities to develop that though. All these yellows are on apart from that one ball.
The yellow above at the right hand side's not going up.
Does it not pass?
I
into
don't think it passes the
okay,
that's why
right.
he's played it safety here. He's going to let Ricky have a go.
Yeah, well,
It's very calculated by Callum, isn't it?
yeah, for sure. He knows that getting that ball down over the pocket
Yeah.
gives him advantage in the frame, and Ricky really nothing to go at. I mean, he's got a plant to middle, but in playing that you know, if he doesn't then make the clearance, that's opened up the yellow. It's a very clever shot from Callum.
Yes.
There's nowhere safe on the table, so he's forcing Ricky's hand.
And that's the white gone.
Tried to come off the top cushion and develop the red on the right hand side, but just misjudged the line. And with ball in hand, Callum's going to develop.
It is a cruel game.
Oh, isn't it ever?
If you're not at it, you have to be at it.
You know, Ricky's really not done that much wrong.
Just had a few bits of bad runs here and
It's the
there.
break, isn't it? And the break's let him down horrifically as well.
Yeah.
Oh, be careful here. Oh no, because ball in hand anyway. What am I talking about? Rubbish. Sorry, ignore my nonsense. Yeah, in off a couple of times and a couple of dry breaks. The break has really not been his friend, and I think had he had success on the break, then this scoreline could have easily had more parity. But even with that break, he's had a couple of chances that he would have normally hoped to take. But you know, if Callum does go on to clear these, Ricky, another really good learning experience, a nice deep run, just proving to himself that he can do these. Just needs to string together that weekend. You look at Aaron Davis yesterday; he's been on the fringe for so long and desperately trying to get a title, and he's been doing it for 4 or 5 years now on Ultimate Pool. Finally lifted a trophy last night, and Ricky just in his second season as pro, is it?
I thought it was his first.
Actually, it is his first. Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. So, you know, what an effort in your first event at pro. Yeah, of course it's his first event at pro. First weekend. Yeah, to run this deep and get to a quarter-final in your first weekend as an Ultimate Pool Pro, I think hats off to you, sir. It's an amazing effort. And already proven himself he can
Mix
keep up with the best of them.
Yeah.
Greg Batt and Phil Harrison on the main arena, tied up at 1 each. 20 minutes of the game gone. That one, slowish game. Struggle to see them get to 8. Yeah, that's pretty good. Can just screw straight back across the right hand side of the table. Probably won't be able to get straight on this 8 ball, but he'll give himself a shot. Ooh. Just okay there.
Just okay at it. Just for the match.
Oh, another half a roll.
He was stuck on it.
Oh, we kept us guessing to the last. Well done, Callum Singleton. Really good run from him this weekend, and that was another nice performance. Really did. He went into that game with a game plan, Dave, didn't he? And he executed it really well.
Yeah.
He
just took the stem out of Ricky completely.
Yeah. Very nice from Callum. We're going to reset the action, and we will be right back in just a few minutes' time with Christy Koffield against Stevie Dempsey. What a game that promises to be. See you very soon. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Apologies, late for action again. I had to grab a coffee and they started without me. Stevie Dempsey against Christy Koffield, quarter-final. Event 1, Pro Series 2. The second event of the weekend. Stevie made a great comeback against Joe Prince in the previous match. Koffield beat Luke McAvoy in his last 16 game. It's pretty good. Just needs to work out the pattern now. Like to have been just high on this ball below the 8 to come down for the one at the bottom of the table. The one at the bottom causing him a bit of a problem. He's looking long now to see if he can come back for that ball, but I don't think he's quite got the angle there either. So he's even looking about possibly thin cutting it in now, but he's running into the red in a not guaranteed position. Problem is, whatever he takes here, even his next ball, he's not guaranteed to get that angle to come back across for this yellow that's closest to the cushion. Give it some thought. Looks like it's going to be yellow to middle. Come across, cannon the red. And he's now got the angle, but he needs to thread the needle. Not sure he's got the angle to find the gap to get to the one at the bottom of the table, so still some work to do here for Dempsey. Play it just with sire, you're going to run into the bottom of the two. If you play it with screw, you're going to run into the top of the two yellows. So he just come through the gap between yellow and 8, which he does. Still think he's a little low though. A little flick on the 8 ball, yeah. Still a problem here. Just have to take his medicine and screw back to where he is now. And leave a thin yellow. He's taking it now. Not guaranteed to be on the yellow here. Needs to play a shot. Oh, how was he worked that out? What a clever shot. Judge the cannon. The kiss onto the red. Played it with a touch aside as well, just to make sure the cue ball came out. That was lovely. You see just over on the table to the right hand side, disability section drawing to a conclusion. I think they're playing a semi-final stage, if I'm not mistaken. Double check that. Yeah, semi-final, so it's Roy Kimberley against Matthew Coates. Roy 4-3 up. And Mohammed Abu Baker 3-2 up against David Beaumont. Both of those games being played in this room. One of them next to the table we were watching, and one just the other side of the main arena. The main arena being directly behind where the players are seated. We're down to the quarter-final stages of the Challenger 1. The final of that will be featured on this table later today. Some familiar names in that quarter-final lineup. Ryan Davey currently 3-1 up against a young man, Charlie Earnshaw. Brian Lambeth, West Countryman, 5-4 up against Tommy Jones. I think that's Tommy Jones. Could be mistaken, but I've got a feeling it might be Tom Jones. Dad, Tom being the in the professional section. To say maybe mistaken, but I know he's a decent stick as well. Gareth Manning, again from the West Country, good showing from the West Country there. 7-4 up against Dane Jones, and another West Countryman, Scott Pope, is in action in that quarter-final, 2-0 down to Simon Fitzmaurice. So really good showing from the Southwest. We're talking about the Southwest, another man from there, Greg Batten, is in action on the main arena table against Phil Harrison. Talking about Greg Batten, 4-2 up against Phil Harrison. Decent chances for Christie to drop the ball into top right. Just to hold the cue ball for one of the two reds to middle. Just looking now at which one he preferred to take. Dead weight. It's the top one of the two. I think he'd like to leave an angle here to be able to top through into the gap of the two yellows. There may be a gap to get through to the red, but if not, he can. No, I don't think the gap's quite there, but if he can top through and just. Yeah, that shot was probably a bit too dangerous because he was in danger of pushing the yellow into the other red, so it's just gone a bit further. And this is nice. Still needs to play a delicate one though. Stun back into the yellow to leave himself on that red that's next to it. Just looking at where the yellow will go because he doesn't want to block the path of the other red on the right. Lovely. So well judged. Have to use the side cushion here. I think he's just going to get a little bit further away from his work. If he'd been straighter, it would have been simpler. He could have stood back and stayed close, but this won't be a problem. Oh. He was just tracking towards the middle pocket for a minute, but he knew what he was doing. Nice clearance. One frame each. Dry. You get the feeling that Christie's suffering with his break a bit today. He's a little bit of frustration there, hand in the air as he went dry there, but quite unlucky to really. Good connection and got everything moving. 8 balls above the bulk line. Shows how well he hit them. I think reds would be the option. I mean, there was an option with yellows because he could play a loss of turn at the top of the table, but sure it must be reds. Could even play some kind of combo to move that red that's over the pocket, and that's what he likes. So it's reds. The 4 in a little cluster. Very close to each other, so not dissimilar to the first frame, where it's going to be an intricate little finish of the last 4 balls that were all quite close to each other. Yeah. So looking at playing the yellow, it's over the pocket, into the yellow to move it out of the way. So this red. And he's left the plant. It's offset as well, so it's not a simple plant. And the problem with the plant is the ball you're hitting first is going to leak up towards the other 2 reds. And very difficult to be guaranteed to be on anything. But we're going to hit it with a little bit of pace and just trust to luck a little. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. So misjudged the line. And worse for him, he's opened up the table for yellows. There's really only one problem on yellows. Only issue. Well, my first instinct actually was that Christie could get through to the one that's closest to the pocket, but he can't. You can get the edge of it, but can't find the potting angle, so it's going to be an attempted safety. It was a bit of a shot to nothing, wasn't it? It's, if he makes it, great. If he doesn't, he's covering. He judged the pace really well, taking away any attacking options from Stevie. You can see the left-hand side of the red to the extreme left, but doesn't really offer any kind of safety chance, any kind of safety, especially this yellow over the pocket. There's nowhere safe on the table, so he's going to go one cushion and try and pot this red. Doesn't have too many options, to be honest. Played at a controlled pace. The bonus is he's one of the yellows safe. Christie will try and free it up now. He's looking at playing the plant, the long yellow onto the one over the pocket, and release the other yellow, run into the red. But again, the problem there is not guaranteed to be on anything. So I think it's going to be a glance off of this red. Play the cannon onto the one at the bottom of the table. That was one for cover again. I think that's what he was playing, actually, the cannon, but this has left Stevie a chance here. I don't think he would have. So he was playing a safety and trying to get it further across. It was a thin snick to the top left, but no real value in going for it, so he tried to play the red up and down the table. He lost a turn shot, gets a double kiss. Trying to come further up the table. He's trying to leave an angle on the left of those two yellows at the top of the table to get into the one on the right. You can do it from the one in the middle now. Just a little bit too much angle. He might have to use the top cushion. But there's not a lot of room to get on and off the top cushion. The red in the middle of the top cushion plays big. So he decided to go in behind it, and what a result. And Christie Kofield's away in frame 3. Greg Batten was 4-2 up against Phil Harrison. Phil Harrison's tied things up at 4 each. That's the main arena. Don't forget you can view that game and all the rest of the action from the Pro Series. Also, they're going to be showing the next gen final on that table. I know there'll be a lot of interest in that game. That's coming up at 5 p.m. You'll need to subscribe. It'll cost you £4.99, but that is some value for money. You get a month subscription. It's grazed the near lip. Koffield wins 2 in a row, takes the lead. Dempsey breaking in frame 4. Steps up off the ball, chunks his cue. Something just caught his attention. Doing the right thing. Showing his experience. Should always get up if you don't feel quite settled. It's a common mistake that people make. They don't feel quite comfortable in their stance, or something catches their attention. They think, "Oh, that's okay. I'm down here anyway. I'm not going to move." Always important to get up. Cardinal sin to stay down on them. Reds look good here. Yellows also aren't bad. One problem for both, really. It's the ball at the top of the table. Dempsey feeling that the yellow is easier to develop than the red. Will Harrison now is 1-3 on the trot, and he's just edged ahead of Greg Batten 5-4. I think Dempsey was hoping to he just flicked the yellow on the way past, which just moved it fractionally, which means that he doesn't have the angle that he wanted. He was hoping to leave an angle on that plant to then go up and dislodge the yellow at the top of the table, but that's no longer available to him. He could still make that plant off the fire knuckle, just drop it in, but wouldn't then have a ball to be able to go up and develop that ball. So he's going to probably take the bottom one of the 2 yellows and just leave an angle to go up table. Yeah, he's got the angle. Purposefully left this yellow at the bottom of the table just in case he doesn't come out on the yellow that he's going to go and move now. He's got a good chance of landing on that one as a recovery. Didn't want a double kiss and not landed on anything. That's always the danger. If he hits that half ball, he's almost guaranteed to be on it, or hit it half ball, then we're pretty much guaranteed to be on the one at the bottom of the table, but he doesn't do either. Gets a double kiss, and that could be the end of this attack. Unless he can pull out a double. Big frame this too. Close. It's there. Oh my goodness. How does that even happen? He's done the hard bit. You felt he's almost just guaranteed just got into the cue ball a little too much and focusing so much on the double that you just felt take the cue ball for granted. Couldn't fail to be on the yellow, but somehow has managed to snooker himself. Great double. He's going to have to do it again though. We've got the yellow moving in the vicinity, but not the right connection. And red's wide open again for Christy Koffield. Yeah, a bit closer than he would have wanted, but it's fine. He'll just work his way down the table now. The last red will be the one just below the 8 ball. Screw back to the other one in the middle. Just finished a bit low, so got options here. He can take his medicine, just screw back and take a longer ball. He could power it round and use the top cushion. I don't think he will. Oh, he did. Nice. Good performance so far from Christy Koffield. He's gobbled up every chance he's had. Now 3 frames to 1. Stevie Dempsey was behind in his previous game. And he's now behind in this one. Christy about to get us underway in frame 5, a 2-frame cushion. Cue ball was running there, just lost it slightly, didn't time it particularly well, and as a result it's another dry break. Missed the opening break of the match, but I've got a feeling that may have been dry as well. I think that's 3 dry breaks to Christy Koffield, so the fact he's 3-1 ahead is some feat. Some drama is unfolding on the main arena table. Phil Harrison had a chance for a clearance and he lost track of the match clock, and the match has finished 5 frames each, and it is going to go to a 6-red shootout to decide who makes the semi-final. Phil Harrison involved in another 6-red shootout, this time against Greg Batten. If you want to catch that action, it's the Ultimate Pool app. Dempsey jumps on the dry break of Christy Koffield. I mean, if Christy's break was working, he could be away here. Dempsey getting chances in each one of the frames. Been able to take them so far. These reds are there again. They've all got a pocket. The one that's tied up the furthest to the left between the 2 yellows will go to left centre. Again, it's just one of those intricate patterns that he needs to work out. He could also move it. So he's looking now just to roll this through a couple of inches, take the red down the right hand side, bring the cue ball back across. He can move it if he wants to. Don't think he needs to though. Just needs the cue ball on a string. Seems to have been the same every time Stevie comes to the table, that he's got a clearance, but it's just fiddly. Because after this shot, he's going to have a delicate little shot to play. Yeah, so from this line, can he hold for this ball that he's looking at now? Does he have to take it now? I think he can. Shot there. This needs to be precise. It is under pressure. This has been a super clearance from Stevie Dempsey. Top draw. That's more like it. That's a really top draw clearance from Stevie Dempsey. I've got some company in the comms box, joined by Mark Shepherd. Hey Mark.
Good afternoon. Drama over this side, but a bit more drama over in the main arena. 6-road shootout underway between Greg Batten and Phil Harrison. Seen a lot of very close matches this weekend. Only the second 6-road shootout, because only the ones on the main table have been played to that format.
Do we know who went first?
No, not yet. It was just about to start as I came in here.
Well, this has been a game of dry breaks. Stevie Dempsey's turn. Christy Koffield had 3.
Look at this layout on yellows as well. Should be a pretty quick frame for Christy, you would imagine.
Yeah, Phil Harrison went first in the 6-red and posted 21.56, a very, very competitive time. But you would say it's beatable. Aaron Davis beat that time yesterday by 3 seconds. Or was that Friday? I think it was Friday. The days just pale into one.
I think it might have been yesterday actually, because it was the quarterfinal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems a while back in the context of the tournament. Not to be for Greg Batten. Phil Harrison went first in that 6-road shootout and has posted the winning time. Greg Batten made a valiant effort but couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, Greg keeps on knocking on the door. He's made some seriously deep runs lately. He's finding some consistency in his game, but he just can't seem to just get that final thrust.
Christie would love to be able to get through to this ball. He's just eyeing up now, because if he was in position for that, he's going to just play back to a similar spot. short again, so they may have to have a second attempt at it. So it will be Phil Harrison, the winner of that match at the main table. It lies in wait for the winner of Christie and Stevie when this match is complete. They'll have a bit of a break after this. We've got some coverage of some other events coming up. We've got the junior final, finals of all three challenger events, the Disability Series final, and the Women's Pro final, all to come tonight.
Yeah, just to give you an update on that Disability Series, we've got one finalist. Matthew Coates has beaten Roy Kimberley 5 frames to 4. The other game, Mohammed Abu Baker and David Beaumont, Hill 4 each. Well, Mr. Koffield has pretty much taken every chance that's come his way, and as I mentioned earlier, 3 dry breaks he's had so far, so the fact that he's just about to go 4-2 ahead says something about the way this game has been played so far. Game number 7 is Stevie Dempsey amongst the balls again. Trying to work out, plot the course. Got a wide angle on this yellow to middle. And 2 reds in the natural path to be able to get up the top of the table. Wants to attack these balls at the top. Oh, that was nearly a great shot. He just sits full ball on that yellow, then he's on the one to the right now. It's suddenly become very difficult because he's got, well, you can see it in front of you, a horrible long pot hampered queuing. He needs this frame just to keep the pressure on.
Suggesting he'd have taken Christie lightly, because I don't know how good he is, but Stevie would have obviously started as favourite for this match, given he's right at the top of the rankings and has been winning multiple tournaments. So would have fancied getting through this. 4-2 down, not a major problem yet, but wants to start getting a bit more of a foothold. Back at the table, but the same problem. Close to this yellow to do anything with that one. Can't get through to the other one over the top right. Can see the one the right hand of the lower 2, but it's not going to help very much. So can carry on. Maybe force him to just going for something a bit adventurous here, because what else does he do?
Yeah, it's going to be a double.
You pretty much have to go double, double, and then up the top, I think.
That's one of them. Hampered again. You can't catch a break.
No, that was a terrible outcome, because it worked well playing for the one at the top, but only if he could get an angle to come back down. And how does he do anything hampered like this?
Yeah, if he can get to the back of the cue ball, then he could even try and land short position on the yellow for middle or corner. But
look at whether he could just run this in and play the remaining yellow off the cushion and off the red to the bottom left.
There's enough space to squeeze behind him. It doesn't matter.
Not from there. We're not going to find the answer just yet. Yeah, low percentage anyway, but now I'm sure he can see the angle he wanted to get to. I think he's going to find it very easy to get to that position. Horrible spot to be in, because he knows that as soon as he turns the table over, the reds are quite well spread. Not perfect still, but how's this luck? Not great. Get the yellow in play, but giving Christie a couple of starting reds to go at.
Yeah, this red Christie's looking at is a problem. He's looking to see whether he takes it long now, but it's a tough opener. Takes a brave man.
suppose the advantage of taking it long is he could potentially have left it in a way that didn't leave the yellow. Sleepy's such a good shot maker, he doesn't want to risk any chance of that.
That's a lovely shot.
Oh, that's a good shot as
As
well.
is that, yeah. Back to back.
That was his other problem ball.
Two beautiful developing shots there.
The shot he's played so far, didn't matter too much, but given the absolutely perfect touch of the first two, just slightly underdone that.
Yeah, it just seemed a little bit tentative on it. Left this a little bit thin. Yeah, can't hold the position he wants either. So I did wonder if he would just chop it through and then take the red that's just below the bulk line in the middle of the table to middle. I was surprised when I saw him digging down. Doesn't like the angle because cue ball's tracking away. May even be tracking towards the middle pocket from that line. Can't quite see what the line is. He doesn't like it that much that he's looking at the thin clip back to left corner.
I'm sure this is the shot, isn't it?
He's in the same situation he was earlier. Now going to have to take the red below the bulk line to middle. If he gets it, the cue ball kind of naturally comes off the top cushion. He should be on one of these two remaining reds, but it's a tricky shot. And this is what makes me think earlier he should have just followed through and left the ball up by that top left corner pocket. Had this red to middle. It was almost guaranteed position on his next ball. This all came from a bit of a tentative shot up the rail, just falling short of the position that he wanted. Doesn't like this. Again, it may be an off. Maybe an off the top right. Natural angle. As soon as you jack the cue up, it makes the pot much more difficult. He's playing a natural ball. He elected to play a safety, but it hasn't got there. There's a yellow past the 8-ball. I think it does.
Yeah, it's a tough shot, but it looks like it does go to the corner.
It's a chance that Stevie should have never had.
It was so frustrating for Christie because he played the first two shots of the break beautifully. It was the innocuous one that went missing, and then got himself into trouble from there.
Yeah, you thought after he developed the two tough balls, this was game over. As he put cover in, eagerly looks at it to see if the 8 still goes. Christie now takes his turn to have a look. If it goes, it should still be fairly simple. It doesn't. And he's got a great ball to move it in the one over the middle pocket. It suggests to me that let's go. Otherwise he'd have left an angle to come down and give it a nudge. He feels that it passes.
Yeah, he didn't take a very big look at it. He seemed quite happy when he first came to the table, because he felt that it was comfortable enough.
Nice.
Just took a bit of the cushion, but that was not a problem. So, 3-frame lead now, 5-2 ahead. Both players just heading for the exits for a moment. Well, be back when they are. So both players back in the arena. Stevie Dempsey to break off in frame 8. 3 frames behind now, so something to think about. Definitely wants to get a ball off this break. Does not want to be slipping a 4th frame behind. Parks the key ball in the middle of the table. You can see how much spin it's got on it. It's still moving. That was just sheer power that dealt with that. Could not have hit that much harder. This is the last of the 4 quarterfinals in play. We do know the rest of the semi-final lineup. Callum Singleton through against Ricky Jones. He will play Shane Thompson in the first semi. He came through 8-5 against Craig Waddingham. Phil Harrison just came through that 6-red shootout. Lies in wait for the winner of this match. This will be the second semi tonight. The first semi on at 6:15 on the main table, then second around about 7:30. Do you want to see that action? UltimatePool.tv, discount code YouTube Wigan, $4.99 for your first month's access. Two balls in the middle of the table obviously do have clear pockets. It'd be easy to be able to play them to the middle. It's not possible given where the red is. Just drop behind them and play them along. Quite a lot of traffic, so just going to find a route through. No problem obviously if the ball's over the 2 bottom pockets. Just try to swing the cue ball round. Ball over the bottom left next if he wants, or go top right. Must win the frame this really for Stevie. 6-2 is going to be a tough way back. Not unheard of, as we've seen time and time again this weekend, largely from Ian Alley, who's been staging comebacks from all over the place, despite being multiple frames down. To have been pretty much dead straight on the ball to the top left. He's got a bit of angle. Ideally wants to just keep the cue ball in the middle of the table and then just pick off 3 balls to 3 corner pockets. That's nicely done. Got a good hold of the cue ball out. It'd be very easy for that to have drifted off. But a good stroke on that, held it firmly. Just wants to leave an angle on the last yellow. We'll take the next one top right, then put one at this end of the table, just leave an angle to find one of the gaps for the 8 ball, either the one between the 2 reds or screw over to the right hand cushion. If in doubt, and if it's not an easy find of the gap between them, getting right over to the right hand side, it's more straightforward. You may just be able to hold it without doing that. That was really well judged from the previous shot to leave it as straight as that. Made the position even easier.
Mark, I just walked through the program, and the whole weekend it's just been obviously full of ladies pros, men pros. There's a rack of mix out there now. It's fabulous. There's games from Next Gen. There's games from the Disability Plate. There's games out there from the Ladies Series. I mean, it's just great. It really, the room now epitomises what this is all about. Just having all those different sections. I mean, you just need to look at the to have a look at the app to see how many different competitions there are going on this weekend. Talking about the Next Gen, we are down to a final. We're going to see that final on the main arena table at 5 p.m. The finalists are Aaron Newton and Eli Jackson. How excited do you think they're going to be at this moment in time, knowing at 5 o'clock they're going to be on the main arena table?
Yeah, it's just phenomenal, isn't it? And that excitement is just kind of infectious. It's so much better to watch when you can see what it means to the players. I mean, it's never any lack of meaning for the pros, but they tend to hide their emotions a bit more. Those young guys, what a chance this is. I mean, it's been such a massive tournament, hasn't it? That next gen, it's sold out early on. They've had to expand the field a couple of times.
Ooh, that's a big miss.
Yeah, loose one from Christie, unexpected. You'd think as the player that's ahead in the match, he would be the more relaxed of the two. Just watch Stevie nick that last frame though. He's not had a bad chance here.
Also, we mentioned the Disability Series. The final of that is next up on this table. And the finalists are Matthew Coates and Mohammed Abu Baker. Everything drawing to a conclusion.
It's nice as well the fact there's a bit more going on in previous events, because the Pro Series was down to the latter stages and the Challenger likewise. Often Sundays could get quite quiet, but the venue is still very busy. I think that's the nature of this format. It makes you want to kind of treat it a bit more as like a full weekend. There's a lot of people milling around watching. There's a lot of people outside. Beautiful sunny day here in Wigan, standing outside the front of the venue chatting. No doubt be back inside to watch a bit more pool later on. That miss from Christie, with the table still open, has proved very costly so far. Stevie now only 2 frames away, 2 shots away from pulling another frame back.
And he's got options here as well. He can just run into the red and leave the 8 to right centre. He likes just to feed through the gap and leave it to left centre. A couple of ways of playing it. And Stevie Dempsey is starting to fire. It's 5 frames to 4. He's going to be breaking in the next frame. So he's back on break. Christie, well, he's sat in there throwing a couple of missed chances. He had a good lead here. He had a really good chance to bed in that lead, maybe stick another one on the board. Stevie Dempsey's on the march. Oh, that is so unlucky. That cue ball just parked in the middle of the table, and one of the balls just came around and kicked it straight in. I mean, I think it kicked it into another ball and then in off on the top cushion, in off onto the top right. Very unfortunate.
Just look at the layout he's left. It's so frustrating when you have this position where you know these balls should be yours. Sit down and watch Christie. See, oh, he's got stuck behind that red, but that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, he took a chance there, I think. Just needs to be careful, just needs to compose himself and get back in control, because he could have so easily stuck him behind that red and he's left absolutely nothing. You feel this is a must-make clearance for Christie, just to take the momentum away from Stevie.
Especially as it's so straightforward, he'd be very annoyed with himself if he wasn't to clear up.
Yeah.
He's managed to link these up well. It's actually quite useful taking that one long. Well, I say that, he's to be able to take the one to the middle next.
He's okay.
He's going to have to leave himself a bit more distance, but that's fine.
Yeah.
And naturally the one bottom right links up to the one bottom left, just leave himself a slight angle to come out for the 8 ball. This was as good a leave as you could possibly imagine after the break. Should all have been Stevie's had the cue ball not been cannoned in.
He's going to be tight to the cushion here. It's pretty straight. He's just looking at the angle he wants to leave. Yeah, just nick a bit of angle. That's a nice shot, really nice.
Yeah, borrowed quite a lot of the pocket there.
Didn't he ever? It looked way straighter than that.
Taking it very nicely. And that was a good frame for him to win. Just get some of the momentum back his way.
Yeah, that's really
6-4
nice.
now.
Very nice indeed.
Just a reminder of our schedule for the rest of the day. So over on this YouTube feature table, starting at 5 o'clock, we've got the Disability Series final. And we're going to be running the 3 Challenger finals, one after another. Challenger 3, Challenger 2, Challenger 1.
Yeah, back-to-back finals, 4 back-to-back finals coming up on this table. So great viewing.
And over on the main table on Ultimate Pool TV, got the Next Gen final up first. 2 pro semi-finals, ladies final and men's pro final. So 5 matches end on end, starting around about 5 o'clock. We'll be playing through till 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Got a lot of pool to cover still.
That's another dry break. Absolutely riddled with them.
Yeah, that's costly against the player of Stevie's quality, isn't it? Best layout, mind. The reds are better than the yellows, but still the one tied up. Dig into this shot enough to the left centre to hit that cluster just above the right middle.
You can, but he missed the pot.
Yeah, how often do we see that? He's focused so much on the cue ball.
What's he left though? Can Christie get through past the 8 ball for the one to bottom right? If he can, all the reds are there. If he can't, he's going for it, so he must be able to get through. Indeed he could. He just come far enough for the one to bottom left. He's got the recovery ball to bottom right if he needs it. You don't want to take that yet. Don't have to though. The one to bottom left is a bit thin, and actually that ball links up fairly well to the one to left centre. It's going to take the one to bottom left now, and the left centre is going to be his next ball, and then needs to play a shot then just to. Almost certainly going to can into the yellow. Decide to come back across for them on the right hand side, you can understand that. So it's going to be top right, top left, and then that ball he's looking at now, land on that fairly straight to bottom left and leave the one to middle as his last ball. Sounds easy in theory. From the comfort of my chair, I'd have already got them. Not quite so easy when you're out there under pressure. Saw him queuing from up there because he knew that he wasn't going to be able to do too much with the cue ball. He's just going to carry into the yellow to hold the cue ball. Doesn't want to leak behind it. Oh goodness me! He didn't feel that was possible.
No, I think he thought he could just push into the yellow and it would be bound to go out of the way.
He just kept on moving.
Yeah, the spin just carried on after the yellow had stopped and just pushed behind. Oh, that's a terrible outcome.
And this is a massive frame. To get on the hill, Stevie Dempsey to get back on within 1. Oh, what a recovery. Is he on the red? I think he is. Oh, he's looking. If he's not on it, then he has a real problem hitting it. Digging down, trying to bend around the 8 ball. He's done it once. Oh, that's a foul. I'd say after the previous shot, a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it was. He'd got himself into one mess, got out of it, and then got straight back into another one. No ball in hand for Stevie, which is obviously very welcome. Does he go straight after the one that's touching the red, or does he leave that there for a bit of insurance and sort out the other side of the table first?
While Stevie's having a think, let's just have a look at how the challengers are facing up. We've got the finals, as we mentioned later today. Challenger 1 is down to the semi-final. Ryan David will take on Ryan Lambeth. And the other one, Gareth Manning, will take on Simon Fitzmaurice.
Very experienced names in there. Ryan Lambeth, a former pro. Gareth Manning, a name from a long time ago, has been at the top of the game for a while.
Yeah, and those two probably live within about 10 miles of each other. Gareth is, I believe, around the Taunton area, I think. Ryan Lambeth, closer to Exeter.
Chance here for Stevie. Played the positive shot, got the ball out the way that was tied up with that red. Now just going to negotiate the open balls.
And then challenge 2, semi-final. Wayne Wootton will play Sean Hackett, and Stephen Small will play Jordan Graham. I think Jordan Graham is the nephew of Jez and Jamie Graham.
Such a great chance for the tier 2 and tier 3 players. The tier 1 ones, most of them will have got some big match experience. The tiers 2 and 3, what a chance to be out on this kind of stage.
And look at this, in the semi-final of tier 3, Carl Summon and Gavin Simpson-Allen. Gavin Simpson-Allen made certainly the semi-finalist. Did he make the final? Tier 3? I'll have a look in a second. Certainly the semi-final, because I commentated on it. All gone to a blur now. The other one is Adi Bugard and Reece McLaughlin. Those matches are in play.
That's a good shot from Stevie, just slightly awkward that one. He sort of settled himself for a moment.
Yeah, of course, Gavin Simpson-Allen lost the Hill game to Adam Jenkins, who went on to win that first event. So 2 semi-finals so far this weekend. That's some achievement in that field.
There's a prize for that, I assume, is to be promoted out of that field.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you're making 2 semi-finals, I reckon you're going up a tier. Don't forget, guys, that these are live rankings, so there can be promotions throughout the season. That's likely one of them. Stevie Dempsey back within 1 frame.
Yeah, there's something to think about for Christie. He has had chances to go further ahead in this match. Take the positives though, still frame up. How's it going dry here? He's threatening multiple pockets, but nothing's gone in.
With the action finishing for a quick break over on the main arena table, lots of people joining us to watch on YouTube. So please do give us a like. That's all we ask in return for a free stream. Only about 10% of the people that are watching have actually hit the like button. It literally just takes a second. There's a little thumbs up. It really does help promote the stream. It just takes a second. That's good. So that one problem yellow on the right hand side to deal with now. I think he'll try to play the plant and then maybe leave the cue ball low if he can. It looks to be straight, so we can just play it. Yeah, he's looking now. Ideally, just stay low to kind of kick that yellow out. Oh no! You can see his shoulders dropped. Just overhit it slightly. And he's looking at taking it off the red to create that angle.
Yeah, no issue at all with the pot, but he's got to find a way into the ball on the right-hand side.
Well, it was a good idea. I like the idea. It's problem is he's covered the yellow in the middle of the table and not landed on anything.
Yeah, it was nearly perfect. He was just taking the ball top right and then the one down the rail, but none of those now available. He's going to have to bail out of this clearance. Well, what would I know? Of course he's not going to bail out of the clearance. He's going to power in a double, and now he's going to have to find a way through that yellow pot, so he's going to have to find a way of getting over to the left-hand side, either to bump into it or to get round it.
Yeah, good luck with that. 8 balls right in the line. Let's take some shot. Hampered as well. Queuing over the red. Just adds another level of difficulty. And he has to screw across the face of the 8 ball, knock the yellow out and land on it.
Is he considering just parking it there and playing the double to the bottom right?
Nope. He was on it as well if he made the pot. Really good effort, but what it does is bring Stevie Dempsey back to the table. I don't know if Stevie's got an opener, but he can certainly control the table from here. I mean, he could have come to the table with a really simple opener. I don't think the one next to the yellow. Can he get to the potting angle? If he can, he's fine, but if he can't, then really on anything. He's going to have to find a safe place. If you are joining us from the action on the main arena, welcome to our YouTube channel. This is the last quarter-final, Christian Koffield and Stevie Dempsey. It's been a good game so far. Christie's been in control. He's been ahead the whole match, but Stevie Dempsey is fighting back and he's now gone favourite to draw level. Probably favourite for the game as well because he's going to have the momentum. He's definitely got the win behind him.
Pretty much the same thing in his previous match. 5-1 down against Joe Prince. He fought back to come through 8-6. Such a prolific winner, Stevie Dempsey. Generally a very good front runner, but also knows how to dig in when he needs to. One of those players that never really knows when he's beat. Just carries on fighting.
It tells you a lot about the game so far, the fact that Christie's had 4 dry breaks, so it's, he's done well to even be ahead. Maybe as many as 5 dry break actually. I can only recall him potting off of 1.
Very costly at this level, isn't it? Just give away too many first visit chances. Can't be relying on your opponents giving you going amongst the balls if you try and make it happen.
Still in decent shape, but just caught between a few options in his own mind, so just straightening out which way is the best way to go.
Yeah, wants to leave one of the balls above the 8-ball as his last ball to get on it, so eager to take this one off the table. I mean, you could easily leave this as your last ball, but one of the other ones would be more comfortable. Just didn't like the angle he had.
Yeah, I think that must be the right choice. It's very hard to persuade yourself to play that missable pot at the bottom when you've got a fairly straightforward one to the middle.
Yeah. Taking his time over this one. Knows how important it is.
Yeah, to get to 6-all, given the fact Chris has been ahead and has had chances to be further ahead. Definitely happy with 2 players with that scoreline. Not a similar place from where he last considered this shot, but this is fine. Drop this in and have the ball to the left centre. This is his last ball.
Yeah, I think the reason he turned it down last time is because the angle is taking you towards the 8. And, you can avoid it though. So much so that he didn't want to have to swing around the 8 or get anywhere near it, so he's just taken his medicine and left a slightly longer shot. You have a slightly longer 8-ball as well, but it won't matter. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect.
Very good match play, Paul, this from Dempsey. Again, just settling himself.
Yeah, just steps up.
So, the scores are tied. 12 frames played, 6 apiece. It started out as a best of 15s, down to a best of 3. 8 the winning point players are targeting. Christie will have 2 of those 3 breaks if all 3 frames are played. I wouldn't say that's necessarily an advantage, given how little luck he's been having potting off the break so far.
Yeah, it's a strange one too because he's been timing it well. Just not being able to find a pocket. He does this time.
Yeah, this is made up for all the previous ones. What balls has he made there?
Ooh, that red dropping in. You just saw the red at the top left. It hung over that top left pocket and then finally dropped in. That was, you could see the look on his face. I mean, that was the ideal ball to transition up onto that red at the top of the table. Now, it's a lot more difficult. Might even elect to take yellows because of that. Yeah, it is going to be reds. So I'll try and go up there now. I think the angle is not quite there. It's not on anything, I don't think. Might just be able to get through to the one over the pocket, but how much easier would this have been with the ball hanging over the top left pocket? Literally sat there for a couple of seconds and then dropped in.
He's going to a phase of play where everything's seeming a bit difficult for him. Again, a very good battler there. He's going to carry on fighting. That's a positive shot.
Yeah, that's okay. He's now got the red to bottom left and an angle to get to the top of the table. Needs a great shot, but he's got a chance. That's a super shot. Would have the 8-ball. Would have liked to have got another couple of inches at the table, but the angle's not too bad. It's a natural one to come down to land on the red at the bottom of the table, but that yellow going across the 8-ball, that is just cool. It really is.
Yeah, so hard to legislate for that as well. To focus on making the pot, which was already hard enough, and getting position, which he's done well.
Oh, he's having to work for this. Maybe just a stretch too far there. I mean, I get why he did it, because yeah, it was so difficult to develop, but there's so many components to that shot. Potting the red, which was difficult enough in itself, and tried to make the cannon to develop the 8-ball and land on the red to middle. I mean, it's just too much of an ask.
Yeah, it's such a tricky line to pick out, isn't it? He was wide, even if he clips them, he's going the wrong side. He had to clip the sort of centre or left of the yellow. Bad result though, obviously, to give away ball in hand.
Yeah, could have been a worse leave though. Okay, Stevie's got ball in hand and he can, you know, develop these two on the bottom of the table straight away, but he's still got those two at the top. The right hand one obviously would need to go left because it doesn't go into the pocket, obviously covering the red, sorry, covering the pocket at the top. Is he looking at the potential of a loss of turn? That might be an option, you know. Plant the yellow onto the red and move the cue ball in behind the 8-ball and the yellow. Or, I mean, yeah, you can do it a more simple way and just do this, but obviously probably leave sight of the red on the left-hand side. Be a long shot for Christie, but I don't think you want to give him. You don't want to give him sight of that ball. I think he's just going to play it. It's a bit of a shot to nothing. Play the combination which you would fully expect him to get. If he doesn't, Christie needs to pull a worldie out. Yeah, he makes it. So. Yellow on top of the 8-ball that will go to left centre. Still got the problem with the two at the bottom of the table, but he's in control. Oh, maybe it doesn't go. He's tried to develop it there. If it goes, he's on it, but I'd suggest it may not, because definitely tried to develop it. Yes, just nudges the partner with a snooker.
Awkward for Christie. Ever the optimist is looking at where he'd need to be. If he did make the red, what would the 8-ball look like?
Well, I mean, not an impossible shot. It's a treble. It's just about picking the line. Actually expecting to go fairly close to this. If you can just catch the cushion before the red, decent chance of flicking it in.
So up and down the table and on its way back up, trying to hit the red.
It's close. It's close.
It's made contact, but
That's
not
a
in.
great effort.
Not too bad of an outcome though, because it does put a bit more pressure on the next shot.
Yeah, flicking it out means it's now easier to left centre. There's no obvious place to hide. Well, there's obvious places to hide, but no obvious way to get there. Shane Bonetti, what a fascinating match it really is. I'd agree with that. I've seen some great matches on this table over the weekend, but this one, if you watched it from the start, all sorts happening. And who'd bet against us going all the way? Oh, did not want that to drop. He was trying to cover the pocket, and imagine if he's got the pocket covered there, Christie's in all kinds of trouble. trouble is back on Stevie's shoulders now.
Yeah, he's got a cue ball in the safest spot on the table, but it's got like a snooker safety shot this. He's going to have to try and get back up to that safety zone.
The thing is, to get back up there, it's almost the line of the pot, isn't it, on that yellow. Just get through to the edge of the furthest one. No. And then, was there a double to the corner? Or was the ball too close to the knuckle? And that's a lovely leave because you can't go for the ball down the rail because it's straighting off. I think it is, but. Oh, what a lovely shot. So delicate.
It's a beautiful touch, isn't it?
It really is. That's delightful. Yeah. See what Stevie thinks of that. Tap on the leg. Some serious pressure on Stevie because don't forget, you can't just run in behind this yellow, he has to hit a cushion. How do you find a safe spot here? Make sure you hit a cushion. That really was a top shot from Christy Koffield, and it wrestled back the initiative in this frame. Probably about as good as he could have done, but it offers up a chance. A tough chance, but a chance all the same.
Yeah, it's a decent reply from where he was. Christie's proved pretty adept with this kind of shot. Just got to focus on the pot, nothing really to do with position. Stand white over towards the centre of the table.
Just taking another look, composing himself. Some serious pressure on this. And if he gets it, it goes to the hill. If he doesn't, it's almost certainly framed to Stevie Dempsey. What a big shot this is. Nails it, nails it. And you can see what he thinks of it from his reaction. Just holds the pose for a fraction of a second. That showed some serious bottle. Brilliant.
Very good. And that's what Christie's got so much of, isn't it? That kind of bottle, just to pull out those single pots like that when you really need them.
Well, let's be honest, he was down and out in that frame. I mean, he was buried. Stevie just, you know, he always had a tough finish, and he was probably always going to have to pull out of it at some time. You know, tried to have a bit of a free go at it, pulled back, but somehow Christie just got himself back into it. That brilliant little delicate shot to play the snooker when the red was just on the knuckle of the middle pocket was fantastic, and put the ball right back in his court and allowed him to win the frame. Super stuff. Mr. Colfield's on the hill. Stevie Dempsey breaks in the next though. Breaking clearance, and we go all the way.
Staged a great comeback in his last match. Yeah, did look like those balls were just slightly off centre. Steven's just noticed that, so I'm just going to reset them. Such an important break this for Stevie.
Dempsey, his biggest break in this Pro Series 2 so far. Balls close to 4 pockets, but it's dry. And Christy Koffield gets first chance. What a horrible table though. It's got to be yellows, and he needs to develop the one on the left hand side. And does. That's a lovely opening shot. He's got one more problem ball on the table. He could double it. Not on this shot, but is there for doubling.
He's going to feel pretty good about things as well after that last frame that he stole from a position that you could never have imagined him winning at one stage. Slightly lost momentum in the middle part of this match, but Christy Caulfield's now back ahead.
Oh, it was the double off that shot. It was the double. He felt he could take the liberty there and take that double. I don't think it was a perfect angle to take it. Maybe could have got better, but he felt he could take the liberty because of that red up at the top of the table. There's a couple of reds that are a bit awkward for Stevie. There's one just below the middle pocket he's having a close look at now to see whether it drops in. So Christy playing the percentages there, knowing if it doesn't go, Stevie's got a lot of work to do. If it does go, it's frame over. Almost there, caught both knuckles.
Yeah, I think he had to try and straighten it up, which is why he played it with a pace. It's not far off at all, was he?
Reds aren't a disaster. The red that's kind of up towards the bulk line closest to the cushion will go off the yellow, which opens up the pocket. I think that's where he's tried to get to. He's tried to go up there now. He's still got the 1-2 bottom right, but we need to deal with that problem at the top of the table quickly. The only problem is with that shot when he takes the red off the yellow. There's a chance that that other yellow could push the red across towards the left-hand side. That pocket's blocked up there, so just another complication. It's a tough finish, but it's one of the kind of finishes that he gets on a regular basis.
Well, no better time to do it than when you're 7-6 down.
I think he must have decided that he can dribble that red into the middle. So he could have a chance just to screw towards it and give it a nudge. His priority at the moment, though, is this ball to the top right.
This is a nice place to play it from if he wants to play it from here, because it's kind of in his eye line rather than having to cut it back.
Yeah.
Depends on how he's landed. He may want to take the one at the bottom of the table if he's landed nicely on it, and dribble the one in the middle next, or go up the top first.
Yeah, he'd love to. He really would. Because having to come back down for these would be awkward, so take him off the table now. It's okay. It's okay. He would have liked that to have hung over the pocket though, because it would have been a great recovery ball. If things do go wrong, you do want a ball to get back into position. Still okay though, but it's all about this shot. Can't hit it too hard because he's going to, as I say, push that red across the left-hand side. So he's got to hit it at the right pace. And the thing is that just got to miss the first yellow and catch the second yellow. This needs to be perfect.
Yeah, that first yellow is not helping this at all. It's just a distraction and it is slightly in the way.
Doesn't like it. If you're right behind it, it's much easier, but because he's got to play it back, it just makes it that spot tougher. Great shot. Is he on it? He's not. But he's got the one to middle. It's a thin cut. There's the angle there to cut that to middle and come through the gap for the one at the top of the table. He thinks it is. Oh, that's lovely. I think we're going all the way, Mark.
Be fitting the way the match has gone. Taking these well. Obviously under big pressure. Any mistake could well have been the last.
He's done this a few times. Just standing up and composing himself. I like it. Gets a flick. Where's the 8 ball going? If that drops, it's match over. Oh my goodness me, that is unbelievable. Christy Koffield was out of his seat. He's got his head in his hands. He cannot believe what he's just seen. Stevie Dempsey's heart would have been in his mouth. That is unbelievable. They're both laughing about it.
That is absolutely crazy, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. What did we just witness there? The difference between losing the match and having a chance. How does Christy Koffield compose himself after watching that 8 ball hang over to now break and clear this table? Wowee. I think everyone in the room held their breath there, Mark.
I mean, it was going with quite some momentum at one point. It looked like it was in 100%. How does Christy Koffield recompose himself now? Well, keyboard staying on the table for a moment. That looked like it was tracking towards the same pocket.
Look at this.
Well, this is a good layout.
Take your pick, reds or yellows. This is unbelievable. Look at it. Oh, it's hanging. Half the ball's in the pocket. Christy let that out of his chair. That's not a good shot, Christy. That is not a good shot at all.
God, that's a bad mistake from where he was. He
Do you know what,
I was supposed to work.
I was thinking reds. He had the red to middle, and the reds just seem they seem to link way better. But I mean, yellows, you shouldn't be. I think he's going to have to play a cannon here. He's going to have to play the yellow in the middle of those 3. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Cannon that and try and put the yellow into the corner. But that was a poor misjudgment. It's a great effort. Stevie Dempsey comes to the table. Christy Koffield feels like swiping the lot, but he refrains from doing it.
Christy is going to be so angry if he loses this match. So close. I mean, not that he wouldn't have wanted to win by Stevie potting the ball but like that, but for a moment it looked like he had, and now to have had first chance in the decider as well. One more, could he? Balls are all there for him.
Let's see, open it. Just a little low. This one to centre. Probably can't get close to his next shot. He's telling me now he's going to have to play it from a bit of distance. This means the cue ball's going to be moving. If you're not feeling a bit of pressure here, you're not human. Yeah, slightly thinner cut than he would have wanted to middle. He needs to weave the cue ball through the gap down onto the bottom cushion and back. He gets this shot right. should be the match. Brave pot.
Yeah, if he misses that pot, see where he would have left Christie. This has been a crazy match, hasn't it?
It's had everything.
The thing that Christie's going to be annoyed about is having had the chance in the decider. What happened in the previous frame was ultimately just luck, or not, as the case was with the 8-ball, but he's been in first and had a chance at these yellows.
Yeah, Christie can only hope for some mistake from Stevie on a positional shot and getting on the 8-ball, but it's a forlorn hope now. He wanted a bigger angle than that. He's having a look now, even if he can get through to it. I mean, the way he was cueing, he was another 4 inches past this with a natural angle to come across for the 8-ball. He's a lot straighter on this than he wanted. I mean, if he uses the bottom cushion, he's going to have to load it upward side. Can he just screw into this intricate shot, but screw across the face of the yellow? He's going to be a bit closer to the 8-ball. Whoa. Just misses the yellow. He's landed plumb. Your heart goes out to Christie Koffield, who's thrown everything at this. But take nothing away from that man, Stevie Dempsey. That's 2 incredible comebacks. One against Joe Prince in the previous match, and now again against Christie Koffield to book a place in the semi-final. What a game, Mark.
What an insane end to what turned into a pretty epic match in the end. That previous frame where Stevie so nearly potted the 8-ball, stayed on the table, let him get into that decider, and ultimately they did both have a chance in the decider. Christie played his part in that match and then some, but he's going to be very disappointed as he makes his way home. That's the end of this one, but it's very much not the end of our coverage for today. We'll be back in a few minutes' time as we begin our run of finals. Disability Series final up first, followed by Challenger 3, 2 and then 1. You can join us then.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're right in the thick of things. We start our run of finals, run of 4 finals. This one from the disability section. And watch some of these guys this weekend. They're exceptionally good. This match between Matthew Coates and Mohammed Abu Bakar. They've had a right old slog to get through this point. They've come through a field of 48 players. They started out in group format, 8 groups of 6. And played last 32, last 16, quarterfinal, semi-final, down to here. And I'm joined on comms by Tony Holgate. Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening.
Oh yeah.
No, it's promises to be an interesting encounter. Mohammed, of course, from Club 147 in Leicester. A mainstay up there. And a very tidy player indeed, as he very quickly gets hold of the yellows. I think he's got a gap there. He can get through the 2 reds and probably get to the yellow at the bottom of the table. Yeah, would have liked to come up a bit further there. It's one of those when the ball's over the pocket and you want to hit it thin and just catch it a little bit on the thick side, it will slow the white down.
Yeah, both the players from a similar neck of the woods, actually, because Matthew's from the Nottingham area.
A local rivalry then. Oh, nice shot there. A bit of a miscue there. Mohammed and Matthew Coates now comes to the table. Reds all very open.
Let's think about the order he takes them. It's over the table. He needs to keep the cue ball obviously under control as well. This was the right next ball to go for because it opens up the line right just below it.
He wasted no time with that shot, Matthew.
Yep.
And he's in very, very good position here.
Yeah. But he's got a choice. He could take one of 3 balls. I mean, iron up this one to top left, but I quite like the one to top right, but I like the one to bottom left and just runs through for one to middle next. He agrees. This angle here.
Yeah, he's perfect. He can just play this plain ball, just push the cue ball through. Next ball will be available in the middle, and he can take his pick then with the last one. Black's obviously in the open. And just by where he's landed now, you just want to plot this in the middle and then just roll the cue ball forward and play the red up into the top right-hand corner.
We'd like to just run past the line of straight. Just, either way, to be honest, it's fine. Leave it short.
I'll settle for that. Plain ball, cue ball off the side rail, back out in the open. Black down into the bottom corner. And a very assured start from Matthew Coates.
Just a little adjustment. Hand was on the rail, but felt the too much length on the cue, so gets his hand on the table, and as you say, a very tidy opening clearance. And if he had any nerves in this final, he didn't show them at all. I tell you, there's a fabulous match currently being played on the main arena table, and it's from the next gen. An opportunity to see these young men in action. It's a final between Aaron Newton and Eli Jackson.
That's a monster shot there.
Great to see these youngsters showcased. The future of the game. Matthew Coates leading by 1 frame. Breaks off in frame 2. The cut break. Oh, he timed that lovely. What's the reward? A little bit messy. Really nicely open for a second, but that yellow goes to the side and then 2 reds converge around it. He's got an opening yellow. He's got the yellow just above that he could use to try and dislodge that problem ball. Ran a fraction too far. He's got a big angle now. Now he's going to have to navigate a gap. Difficult to find a gap there. So we're looking at taking this one in the middle of the table, sending the cue ball across into the problem.
Yeah, just a bit of an overcut there by Matthew. So Mohammed back at the table with reds in play, and he'll be keen to make up for that earlier miscue when he had a half a chance to pinch the first frame. Played that nicely. You can see now just from the overhead there, he's left himself a nice angle with this red into the corner, and he can send a cue ball into that little cluster on the left hand rail with the 2 reds and yellow. This is try and open up his balls. But he's opened them up. He's just maybe landed a little awkward. If he can get to it, he needs to play that red at the bottom of the table. Now you've got 2 together, and try and cut the one into the bottom right-hand corner. It's awkward to go the length of the table up there to pot that, and he seems to want to take on the tougher shot. It's a great pot, but he's going to have to come all the way back down again. Red along the left-hand cushion.
Some convincing performances over the weekend from Mohammed. He won his group with 5 wins. 5 out of 5. Just dropping 9 frames.
Yeah, he's a solid performer, Mohammed. Left himself a tough shot there, though. So now Matthew Coates. No gimmies. The yellows are open. It's the starting ball that's the problem.
Matthew Coates has dominated as well. He won his group with 5 wins, only dropping 5 frames. Good performances from both. We'll have a look at how they navigated the last 16 through to here in a while.
Clever shot there from Mohammed. Tap of the table there from Matthew Coates, acknowledging that. Another decent shot, leaving Mohammed no option now but to take on a long red, length of the table. Not just a hard pot, but very hard to get on the next ball. That is an absolute screamer that Mohammed's knocked in there. Immense cue power to get the cue ball that far down the table from that shot. That was monstrous. Well, it deserves to run out this frame now with that shot for me anyway. Oh, he's just overrun the cue ball. There you see, he's left himself snookered. Needs to hit a rail. I don't think he has. It'll be ball in hand.
Ball in hand, Matthew Coates. Pretty simple clearance here. Everything in the open. Really impressive start from Matthew Coates. He takes the first 2 frames in this race to 5. So Matthew Coates, in his last 16 match, he beat Gary Walker 5 frames to 0. Conversely, Mohammed had a tough game against a very experienced player in Tony Southern, beat him 5 frames to 3. We got to the quarter-final, Matthew Coates beating Thomas Anslow 5-1. Mohammed beating Alex Hall 5-0. They both had really close games in their semi-finals. Matthew came out on the right side of a hill-hill game against Roy Kimberley. Mohammed was facing off against David Beaumont, and again it went hill-hill. Mohammed winning the winning frame. It's their journey through to this point. They really have played well this weekend, some dominating performances. Mohammed breaking frame 3. Didn't quite get the timing, but he makes a ball. Because he didn't get the timing, there's a big old cluster in the middle of the table. Kind of came apart and went back together again. A lot of traffic. Comes the rest. Probably needs a spider. Change his choice and try and clip this one in the middle. Much more accessible. Probably even goes to top corner. That looks like what he's going for. And he did. Fires it in.
Great shot there. Again, showing loads of cue power.
Yeah, that was a super shot because it's opened up all of his problems as well. That one shot has unlocked the frame. He's got the red long if he chose to, but he's going to come above the pack for that one. He needs it to travel. Just wondered, was it worth taking long? Will he have the choice, do you think?
I'd say so, yeah. He's obviously backing himself to get all the way down here. But yeah, this is a really tough positional shot now. Well, he's on it, and we've seen his length of the table potting. He's played a couple of extraordinary shots. But this is going to top them all if you can pot this and get on the black. Just once again, it's sort of at the end of the finish there for Mohammed. He's just fell short. Coates with no easy finish, or he'll look for safety. Develops that yellow.
If the one cushion escape, can Mohammed get lucky and maybe flick off one of these yellows? Get it into the middle.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's got to hit it too thick for that. Mind you, reasonably close.
Yeah, it's not a bad lead either. Matthew with a lot of work to do.
Thing is, that red doesn't go into the top right hand corner, so I think Matthew could afford to just slide off this yellow that he's next to and push the black onto the bottom rail and just leave him length of the table, because it really doesn't go anywhere. Not even a double, because the yellow's in the way the other side, so it would have to be a big slice of fortune for him to pot the red. I wouldn't go over this side, because it does go in the other corner. Well, not sure he intended it that way, but it's worked out pretty well for Matthew Coates.
It's effective. Has he left the thin edge? I think he has. If he's left the thin edge, is it cuttable? Oh,
that is so unlucky.
That's ridiculously unlucky.
Ball in hand, he's got to come down the table for these two yellows that are stuck together. Has to. Everything else is pretty open. Matthew Coates now advising to pick off the other yellow that was next door to that one he's just dispatched. The one in the middle now just float up for the yellow at the top of the table and park the other two in the centre pockets. The yellow next to the black last. And once again, it's been a very similar tales in each frame, Nick. It's been, you know, Mohammed's gone game, played some incredible pots, and just fallen over at the end, and he seemed to just leave Matthew with not much in the way and just have to mop up what's left.
Yeah, that's been the tale so far. Mohammed needs to break the trend. Matthew is almost mistake-free so far. I mean, he's had a fairly open table to go at each time, but he's had the cue ball on a string. I don't think he's ever been out of position. So okay getting given the chances, but you still got to take them. Take them. He has 3 out of 3 incoming. Fabulous. Over the halfway mark. 2 more needed. Look at this, how unlucky is this? Catching that yellow. Just clipping it. Finding the pocket. The 8 ball was just waiting over this bottom right pocket almost. Fell to be on it. Dreadfully unlucky. Don't forget the action on the main arena table from the next gen. It's the final. Aaron Newton versus Eli Jackson. There they are. Eli Jackson comes to the table trailing by 2-1. Decent chance to level things up. How excited must those guys be having the opportunity to play on the biggest stage. Lovely timed again, but a dry break. Great split. And a chance for Mohammed to get his first frame on the board, get himself into this match. Beautiful. He certainly doesn't lack firepower. He popped him off the chandeliers at the moment.
But this is it. It's been Mohammed making the front running in each frame. He's been having the first opportunity. He's been the aggressive player. And he's just fallen over like a couple of balls, 1 ball before the end of the dish. Just a tad short.
Yeah, he's left a fiddly one into the middle if he wants to stick with it. He's got the yellow long if he doesn't.
Well, I think he's got to play the cut because the cue ball just will come down the table. He's not. He's going to play the long yellow. I'd rather play the cut into the middle.
He'll be resigning himself to having to play that one long now. Needs to get on the yellow. Next up table, the middle one of the 3. And that's doesn't go to the obvious pocket, the left centre. So he's going to have to make this cue ball work. Comes up short side. Is he on it? Yes, he is.
Very good shot there. Great position from Mohammed. Now then, he's got a little bit too much angle to be able to screw behind, obviously, the yellow and take it into the top left. My advice here would be to try and play and leave a double back in the other middle. Well, he's going to go for the thin cut up at the top of the, up into the top left, up the rail.
He's going to have to cue this well because he needs to get back for the 8 ball as well.
Yeah, so it's lots of bottom and left hand side on this.
And avoid the red in the middle of the table. Beautiful.
That's an absolutely fantastic shot, and what a good finish this is as well. He's deserved this because he has made some incredible pots. And a great finish there from Mohammed. Pulls a frame back, gets himself off the mark as well. He trails Matthew Coates by 3 frames to 1.
Yeah, fabulous clearance from him. That will give him all kinds of confidence, and this is a great shot. I feel he's part of the match now. So 4 frames done. Of them 9 possible. Matthew Coates over the halfway mark. Needs 2 more. Mohammed needs 4. If he keeps playing like he did in that last frame, back against him. Oh, much better connection. Just didn't quite time it right. You just saw the cue ball squirt off. Almost goes into the middle pocket. Just catches the knuckle. It's away again. He's going to try and pop this to middle and develop 2. Very nice.
And once again, it's Mohammed at the table, the aggressor.
Oh, didn't nearly went in off the middle.
And did go off and off in the corner.
Yeah.
Slightly unlucky there to catch that jaw and to go in that direction. But I'm sure Matthew Coates will be relieved, because when you see Mohammed at the table and the balls are open, you know what his potting prowess is like.
Yeah. He's quite an intimidating player, that's for sure. Doesn't fear anything.
I remember being up in Leicester last year for the Diversity Challenge pool tournament. The Ultimate Pool ran up there, and he was incredible in that, I have to say. And some of the pots he's pulling out, just shout this world. I know he's on his in his home club. So that was in Club 147. But yeah, this is nothing new for Mohammed to be pulling out these sort of shots. But with that sort of approach to the game does come the jeopardy that you will start making some fouls, you know, finding in offside. I found that because I played with like, you know, on the edge of your seat sort of thing, and
Yeah.
throwing caution to the wind. But he's entertaining to watch, that's for sure.
Absolutely, he is. Wanted to get further down the table. Phil wanted to get across, but he's okay. Take the one to bottom left. He's got a fairly natural angle to come bottom cushion and back across. There's red on the right hand side. That looks perfect.
It is, he's got a bit of angle here. Can just screw the cue ball out into the middle of the table. It's a sort of punch shot. Matthew just coming around to see where he wants to be. Where am I going to be? Around here, that'll do for me. Clear path for the black in the bottom right. Wants to make doubly short because this puts him on the hill, so you get these. You see him digging with left hand side there. Played it to perfection.
Been pretty flawless, hasn't he?
Well, that'll be funny. This has been a good final. You know, Mohammed's been a bit unlucky with, you know, a couple of the shots he's played. He's played some incredible shots as well, you know, on the highlight reel. But Matthew Coates done nothing wrong at all.
It's been steady Eddie. Oh.
I think he thought he missed that one. Just the pace. He helped that in.
He saw the hill. He saw the hill.
He did.
He knew the importance of that 8 ball. So it gets him one away.
We'll have a look at Mohammed's shot here. That wasn't the one he went off, that was just before it. Before he cut the one into the middle and then hit the jaw of the middle bag and shot down the table and in off. So Matthew Coates 1 away from lifting the Ultimate Pool Disability title.
Inaugural title as well.
Inaugural title, thank you for that, Nick. I'm glad you're here. That's the inaugural next gen on the arena table.
It is, yeah. A bit of prestige there as well, isn't there? I mean, no one can ever win the first one again.
Look at that arena there. Look, there you see the next gen final taking place. And that is Aaron Newton there at the table, and he's trying to get himself into a 4-1 lead against Eli Jackson. Some incredible talent through the youngsters.
Frame 6, and Matthew Coates breaks, trying to win the deciding frame.
Made a red, but what's he got? Not a lot, actually, to go out. He'll probably want to take reds because of the ball over the bag. And if he wants to take them, he's going to have to take on a very long red into the top.
There might be one to the middle, Tony. I think he's got one. I think he can get through, yeah, to that one that's in the middle of the table there.
He can. Well, he's a chance here. He's got an angle. If he could play this red into the centre, just strike the cue ball just below centre, pull it in towards those two yellows and those two reds. Lands on either of those, he's got a chance to go. Oh, just see the topspin just take. It's set off to go in the right direction, but then the topspin gripped the cloth and it went forwards.
Has he had a result here? Does this one go to middle? That's a proper result if it does.
He's had a squeak if he can get through. I think he might be able to. He'll have to get the cue up, high up into the air, though. I don't think he's going to play it.
No. Shake of the head. I think the potting angle was.
I'll tell you what he's just looked at there. He's looked playing the other red off the yellow into the middle. Yeah. And there he is, having a butcher's at it.
The other option would be the outside one long.
Well, he did go to play that off the yellow and he didn't contact the yellow at all. He's also put his red in trouble there. So another bite of the cherry for Mohammed.
Yeah, bit of a role reversal here. Every frame it's been Mohammed first to the table.
Yeah, it's the first time, isn't it, that Matthew's been the first to go game in the frame.
Decent chance now. Get that cue ball across to the left-hand side from this shot.
Well, he's opened up everything. I mean, should he miss now, it probably will be curtains for Mohammed. But he's playing as he started, which is attack. Playing with no fear.
Long one. It's top left first. Fires it in.
We can pot. This man can pot. I mean, that shot, I think in the second frame when he played that red leg to table in a position, is as good a shot as I've seen all weekend in any tournament.
Tricky one here. Nails it again.
Perfect as well. Absolutely spot on position there. Oh, he's not got it to the pocket.
Oh no.
And as well, because he just nudged the black ball perfectly. Just wanted a bit more pace on the ball there. And it would have been 4-2. And now the golden opportunity has arisen for Matthew Coates to land the title. The inaugural title, as Nick would like to call it, which it is, of course. It looks like he's lining to play this up off the yellow. I don't know why, because imagine if he hit this too hard and not the yellow in front of the red up there. But
Yeah.
I guess he's playing it just so to put the yellow safe. But has he not been watching Mohammed play those balls up and down the rails? He hasn't missed any, has he?
No.
Well, 2 balls from home for Matthew Coates. I have to say it's been a great tournament. I'll tell you what, the standard's been very, very high. The finishing, the potting. Coates has come and he's done his job thus far anyway. And again, perfect position, Nick.
Yeah, looks to be a done deal here. He has been a very, very steady player. Matthew Coates, well done, sir. That is a great performance. Mohammed played his part. He entertained us. He showed us some great shots along the way. But it's Matthew Coates who will lift the trophy in this very first Disability Series. Brilliant for him, and I'm sure we're going to see much more of these two as the season goes on, because they had some dominating performances over the weekend, and they are a couple of special players. Very, very nice. So we move onwards. We have more finals coming your way. We go to Challenger 3, Challenger 2 and Challenger 1. Challenger 3 coming up after a short break. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome back out into the arena as we continue our finals. Let's turn our attention now over to the Challenger Series, where we've got 3 finals in a row coming up tonight. This is the first of those 3. Challenger Tier 3. Gavin Simpson-Allen takes on Rhys McLaughlin. What a moment for both of these players. Tier 3 players who, by definition, are going to have had less big match experience, but what a performance they've both put in. Massive field to find their way through to this final. Race to 7 will decide which man takes the silverware and takes their first Ultimate Pool title. Mark Shepherd with you for this one as we get the action underway. It's Rhys McLaughlin that has won the lag and will break off in frame 1. First thing he wanted to, which is to pot a ball, so gets first go out in this arena. Table itself, of course, exactly the same as he's used to. He's been playing on the outside tables for the rest of this tournament, all Rasson Apollos. 87 match tables in play, 3 practice tables. Incredible scene, 90 tables in action around the Robin Park Arena in Wigan. What isn't the same though is the situation out in the big match arena for the first time. This is the secondary feature table, live on YouTube all weekend. Just behind the curtain, the main arena where the next gen final is currently reaching a conclusion. This has been a good start from Rhys. Looking very confident. A roll too far from ideal position there. If he'd have been a little bit straighter on this ball to the right centre, would have been a natural positional shot. Could have kept the cue ball in the middle of the table. He's got a shot to play here. He's either going to have to just try and trickle this down, just try to find a gentle path down the middle of the table, or else put a bit more power in. Wow, he's almost landed on the lower gap. I can't think he was playing for that ball. Maybe he was. I mean, the way he's gone about it, I guess that would have been the best position. Has he found this gap? Oh, what a clearance this has been. That's a favourable nudge as well. That could have gone wrong, but he's in great shape here to clear from the break in the first frame of the final, and what a statement of intent that would be. Oh, this has been excellent. Not a bad split after the break, but in the middle of this clearance, drifted quite a long way from ideal position. Just looked so confident the whole way through that. So, 1 frame played. Quick 8-ball clearance. Rhys McLaughlin gets the first frame on the board. Signals to the referee that he just needs to pop out of the arena to get something. Let's have a look again at this shot. It found a very narrow gap, wasn't on it to the middle, but great cut to the corner, and then that second cannon on the red. When he hits the first red, he's nowhere, and then just touches into the second one. Suddenly everything opens up. Long way to go in a race to 7, but what a start that is. Confidence builder for Rhys. Statement of intent to Gavin. While Rhys is out of the arena, let's just take ourselves over the curtain into the main feature arena, where this is the next gen final. Aaron Newton 5-3 up on Eli Jackson. He was a bit further ahead. I think it might even have been 5-1 at one stage, but that's cut short the comeback for Eli. Still waiting on Rhys to get back into the arena here. Don't know if he'd forgotten something, a bit early to be Takes you to comfort break after one frame, particularly given how quick the frame was. We see from above, this is the main Arena 1. So centre of shot, the main feature table where that next gen final is taking place. So Eli Jackson at the table, only 1 minute 10 on the match clock, so looks like too little too late, although he's pulled out a great shot there. He needs a very quick clearance. He's going to have to go for something. He can't afford to take time. He's got to get this frame won with at least 30 or 40 seconds left, which I don't think he's going to do now. Couldn't quite find enough there, so Aaron Newton comes to the table effectively for the victory lap. 42 minutes, 42 seconds remaining on the match clock. That's not enough. He's quite happy to run the clock down. So that ball potted. He just needs to play one more shot and then this match will be over. So we know the winner of the next gen event. We don't yet know the winner of Challenger 3. Gavin Simpson-Allen steps up to break in frame 2. Good break, good split, but nothing down. And Reece McLaughlin quickly to the table for the second time. Decent strike, a little bit too much spin on the ball, Koffield going forward slightly afterwards, splitting hairs. So Reece McLaughlin did nothing wrong in the first frame, had a couple of nudges to get ideal position, but looked very confident. He looks like a player that's used to being out in this kind of situation. That's a good shot. That's a really good shot because he's dropped through in an area where he's now got a choice. He's landed on the difficult one between the two yellows to the left of our screen, and he's also landed this ball he's taken to the right centre, then opens up everything to the left centre. Just kind of one roll too far. Ideally wants to be able to play the ball to the left centre and then right centre. May decide if he's got too much angle, he'll play the ball bottom right, swing around the back behind the yellow. Ooh. Just okay, I think. Just wanted to miss. Oh, I don't know if it is actually okay. You see it from that angle. Can he get through to the crossing angle here? Oh, what a tempt it. Oh, what a shot that is. That's just rested on the jaw. That would have been the frame if you look at where he'd landed. How close was that? It's been a very purposeful start from Reece McLaughlin. Gavin Simpson-Allen is going to have read that very clearly. Needs to make something happen here. Just that little nudge as Reece tried to go around the back of that yellow. That was the only thing that cost him. Good opening pot. I was hoping for a slightly fuller cannon on the yellow at the bottom of the table to promote that into a possible position. So we've got the problem with these two yellows on the right hand side. Plenty of options still. Got the pot to the left centre to continue. May have to just carry on being positive here. Could have bailed out of a clearance, but there's no real merit. Didn't have any balls that needed developing as such. He's just got this problem with the bottom right hand corner where he's got a red that he could do without over that pocket.
First of all, if those inside the arena and you are able to do so, I want to give a big round of applause, not just these two young players, but for everyone competing in our very first Arsenal Ball Next Gen series.
That's a good shot. He landed on the ball to the right centre. It's an acute angle, as you can see from that overhead. It's very easy just to drift into the jaw when you're playing this shot, but he's giving himself a chance. It's also Just about dropping behind the other yellow. It's not going to be an attractive shot, but if he just plays this pocket weight. Oh, that's a good shot. Never going to be absolutely ideal on this ball, but he's landed about as well as he could. And what a start from both players. Neither of them household names by definition. He's trying to feature some new talent, and these are people appearing in their first Ultimate Pool finals, but both look very accomplished players based on the passage of play we've seen so far. And what a good shot that was as well. You're thinking that the Tier 3 final might have been a lesser standard, just because in theory it contains a less experienced strata of players. Right so far. He's going to play one more good shot here. Ideally wants to play this one rather than the one over the centre, which would be an easier pot. Oh, what a good shot that is as well. Well, when Rees missed that red to the corner, you were thinking it was a shame that he didn't get 2 clearances in a row, but I wasn't really imagining it was going to be much of a problem. I'd imagine he probably suspected he'd get back to the table, but this has been one right out of the top draw. Played in a positive way, just caught the jaw. Didn't catch the jaw and just caught the flat section of the cushion. He would have been a bit further away from the left-hand side rail and it would have been a bit easier, but this is absolutely fine.
It was a great performance, and you look like you got a crew with you as well. It's nice to have a bit of support in the event, isn't it?
Wow.
That's all you're getting, lads. That's all you're getting.
First visit clearance from Rees in the first frame. Gavin's first visit at the table clears up in the second frame. Excellent start to this Challenger 3 final. Look at Rees's last shot. You can see it's extremely tight. Just misses the yellow. Trying to play with a bit of side just to turn the red over. And later on, this was a great shot. Did well to miss the red. It would have been terrible if he'd have just clipped into that red, because it would have knocked the cue ball back up the table, but did well to miss it. Got a referee and a timekeeper out in the arena for this final, so again, different conditions from what the players are used to. Played with a 45-second shot clock, a countdown in the last 5 seconds. Slightly different format from when we play out in the main arena. Play with a match clock, we often play the shorter 30-second shot clock, but you need a slightly different setup from that. You really need the players to have visibility of the clock and a proper countdown, otherwise that's a bit of a tough ask. So reverting to the standard 45 seconds, as is customary for international rules. So Rees McLaughlin breaks off in the third. And not as good a break as his first one. So not that. Very different frame from the first one. Very quick clearance in the first one. This one looks like it could be a slower, more tactical encounter. I think it's a positive thing that both players have got an early frame. It's a kind of match that when you're not necessarily used to the situation and perhaps feeling a bit of extra pressure because it's a final, one player runs away at the beginning, can end up a bit one-sided. Usually it's the case that when players both get an early frame, they're both settled down. Not to say that it won't be one-sided, but hopefully just for reasons of somebody playing well, if that is the case, not because of either player not having settled. So the problem with the red that's directly below the line currently goes cue ball, black, yellow, red. It's a little bit hemmed in. I think he may have found a path through to the one over the left centre, which is a bonus. Oh, a good shot there. 'Cause the bottom red may hot cleanly to the right centre. So in the last frame, very good cue ball from Gavin, picked out a finish that wasn't ideally set when he came to the table. Couple of inches further than ideal, but still in pretty good shape. The one major obstacle still remaining, as you can see, is the black ball, which is currently very well guarded by a collection of yellows. Not only just, but finds its way into the middle pocket. So, what's the route into the 8 ball? Can't do anything off. It's going to have to put the ball long to the top left next. Can't do anything off that shot. Just going to have to try to leave some kind of angle of the remaining red to the bottom right. And that's a good shot. He did well to force his way over there. That wasn't a foregone conclusion that he was going to be able to get far enough over. His luck here. Oh, I think he can get through. That's a great shot if he can. It's obviously very tight. He's bending down, having a look at this. Looks like he can just sneak past the yellow. Not helped by the fact that he's so close to the black, because it makes it hard to judge the angle. He's going to have to just miss the yellow and just trickle this onto the far jaw. Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Excellent clearances we've seen these first 3 frames. When Rhys McLaughlin broke and cleared in the first frame, you felt like he'd settled down quickly into the match and was going to be a threat. Great counter clearance from Gavin in the last frame, and then this has been out of the top drawer. How intricate this whole finish has been. Play round the back there for access to the difficult ball, and then this was the shot that really set everything up. Swinging the cue ball round 2 cushions. Couldn't have turned out much better. Slightly different contact on that yellow, and it goes in front of the black. Just kept a path. Will be Gavin's break as well in the 4th frame, so a chance to carry on. If you're wondering why there seem to be 3 people sat at the back of the arena, the one back left is the timekeeper. We haven't got the full screen set up here, so just doing it on a phone and then displaying the time to the players. Well, for a moment that looked like a good nudge. It looked like one of the balls had played goalkeeper to the left centre where the cue ball was about to go, and then in the end ended up bouncing it over to a different pocket. The break was dry anyway though, so Reese was always having first chance. That's the benefit though of cue ball in hand. He may have been just trying to play a gentle cannon on that red that he drifted past, the one just above the right centre. It's got a path through to the other balls. It's just that one above the right centre that's a little bit awkward. Good shot there. Can just play for the double on the red above the right middle. Landed pretty perfectly on that. You can just play this as a straight double. Doesn't need to move the cue ball too far. Just on and off the cushion. Can afford natural position then back for the 8 ball. So far, if you said that this match was being played at any level of the game, really pretty much all the way up to pro level, you wouldn't have said it was out of place. It's been clearance from the break, first visit clearance from Gavin in the second frame, good clearance in the third frame, and then a reverse dish from Reese in the fourth frame. Excellent start from both players. Match proceeding at a commendable pace as well. I've seen a few matches go quite slowly on this table, but none of it here. So we see again the double. Never in doubt. Heart of the pocket and just a nice control of the cue ball. Left a perfect angle to then play position off the last red onto the 8 ball. So 4 frames in the books, 2 frames apiece. Just readying us for the 5th frame. As we take a look out in the rest of the arena. Much quieter than it was last night, but still a good number of matches in play and a good number of people still around the venue even as we near the end of the day. So put a bit of extra pace into that, but didn't quite get any rewards for it. Slightly messy layout as well. We've seen already Gavin make clearances from some awkward layouts. The one here, he's only got one real problem ball, which is the one that's clustered in amongst the yellows. Good angle here to get straight into it. Yet again, lovely disturbing shot. May just have tied up one of the other balls, but his cue ball so far has been really good in this match. He's also looked like somebody that's expecting to make a clearance pretty much every time he comes to the table. In the second frame, didn't even forgive him for coming to the table thinking of pulling back, but went for it, got it. That's been very much the pattern of the match so far. So landed nicely on the ball towards the bottom of the table. Just got that one potentially to sort out in the middle. Ball may go to the left centre. If not, may just have to find a flick into it. Bit to be done positionally here because he doesn't want to get tangled up in the yellow that he's going to run into. Well, if he's landed on that to the corner, that's perfect. Playing like a guy that's been out in this arena multiple times. Very confident striker of the ball. Taking these really well. These were not here by any means perfectly at the beginning. He had one that was tied up, which he's had to first untie and then find a way of dropping in behind. So far, a really strong standard of play. Both of these two players have got the taste for it. Both had decent runs in the first Challenger 3 event. This is the second and final event of the weekend. Also the final event, I suspect that they'll be playing in Tier 3 because they're using a kind of dynamic ranking system, so they may find themselves ranking a little bit higher up after this has happened. Just having another look at some of the key shots in this frame. This was the first good shot, just breaking out the ball that was hanging in amongst the yellows near the middle pocket. And another great shot here. Wouldn't quite have known where this was going, but knew he was getting a foolish cannon on the yellow, so deliberately played with the backspin on the ball to draw back up the table. Just rounding out the frame. It's not just been the shot making from the two of them so far, but the level of composure that they've both shown, reminiscent of players that have been out in this arena a whole lot more than these two will have been. Not sure if he's gone to get something, quite what the issue is. This is the second time that Reese has left the arena already so far. Simon Webb steps the commentary box along.
Yeah, hi Mark, thanks for keeping this one going while I was delayed on the next gen final. Looking forward to watching some of the Challenger action now over the course of the next couple of hours here on YouTube as we see Danielle Randall fighting back. And herself 5-0 down. I think that was to make it 5-3. So she's clinging in there in the semi-finals. Harriet Haynes is waiting in the final. This is what's going on in the pro arena right now, in the main arena. Callum Singleton and Shane Thompson are all square through the first 8 minutes or so. I think there's a bit of a delay on our table actually, Mark. Both players have just popped out the arena. I haven't seen much of it, but you're saying it's a great standard so far.
Sorry about that, just a momentary issue with the audio, which hopefully we've resolved now. Meanwhile, the standard of good play continues on the table. Gavin back at it, and couldn't very well ask for the balls to be spread out much better than this. You might have queried whether a first to 7 final at this level would have taken a while, but it's been one of the quickest matches we've seen on the table so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's the third tier of the Challenger Series, but still some very good players in it.
So it shows the difficulty for the organisers of having to seed this event.
Yeah, I have no idea how they've done that, to be honest with you.
I think the takeaway may well be that these two are both quite good pool players. Need to compete in a higher tier at the next event.
I reckon there'll be a few people that they've beaten along the way that will be saying they're in the wrong tier already.
It's just kind of impossible though, isn't it? Because you can't, it's not like golf, there's no recognised handicap system. I mean, I think, I like what they're doing. It's, you know, what you want is everybody to be playing in the right level for them and feeling like they're part of the weekend. Obviously these guys are extremely good, but that's hardly a complaint. They should be proud of themselves. Different players have different views on that as well. Like, some like to be in a lower tier because they think they're more likely to win. Others are just trying to better themselves. They would always want to play in the highest standard available to them.
Yeah, worth pointing out there's more money to be won the higher up the tiers you go as well. If this is tight, it's awkward. I think he's got the centre of the pocket, so I wouldn't expect a mistake here.
Another good clearance from Gavin Simpson-Allen. 4-2 now. I have to say, the start that Reese got off to, he won the first frame of the clearance off the break. Just rattled the ball, trying to bend a ball in that didn't quite go, and could easily have gone 2-0 up. At that point you were thinking it might be one-way traffic. Since then, Gavin's really got at it. So Reese has had one more reverse clearance as well since then. So take a look through some of the key shots that opened up this frame. It's a nice positional shot there, just dropping on the difficult red. And this was the shot to get positioned on the 8 ball. Just slightly underdid this, but came across the table far enough to get a good shot at the black.
Tracking quite a narrow line, isn't it? So to be on it at all is nice. Didn't have the full pocket. You can see there he had to get close to that yellow on the replay. So that went in the kind of left centre as we were looking, right centre as he would have been looking. So that was 8 balls, an excellent shot. Won't be any panic stations here from Reece McLaughlin, but you won't want to lose when this frame in full 3 behind and start to fear the worst.
After his first break, which was really excellent, his next couple haven't yielded quite such good results. Not too much wrong with how he hit that. It slipped slightly off to the side, but still got a fair strike on the pack. Did pot a ball though, so at least from his perspective he continues up the table. Awkward situation though with a couple of clusters. As attacking as he's been so far, you can see he's not going to be continuing here. Just confirming with the referee that the lower of the 2 reds is off the cushion. Gives you a pretty clear indication of the shot he's playing.
Would have been nice for him if he'd sort of double kissed it into a makeable plant potentially. Or maybe it's to his benefit that he hasn't. So it takes away a bit of a loss of turn potentially later in the frame. There's going to be some interesting tactical play, you feel.
Yeah, normally when you're playing that kind of shot, you either want to get a tight snooker or at least develop your ball. He's not quite done either of those. It wasn't, to be fair, the easiest position to do very much. See, it's not like Gavin's got an easy clearance to go after himself, because he's still got the problem with the balls tied up bottom right. I don't know what best to do here, because if he moves the yellow that he's playing now, just going to allow Reese to play a better shot off the two reds together than he played last time. Kind of wants an attacking option, doesn't he? He's looked at whether he could plant the ball, he's looked at whether he can play it long to the corner. Hasn't really done either of those. We'll find out how far from being a plant this is. If it's makeable, Reese may be tempted here. If not, he can play a much tighter safety this time, just flick off. Well, he's couldn't quite got that right. He was just trying to flick off and back in behind the two balls. Again, not an absolute plant yet. This time Gavin might be more tempted by something attacking. He's still got two problem areas on the table, but he can go after these if he wants to. That's a good shot, because he covers the top left, and he covers it in such a way that it's not just a loss of turn or a combo available. Haven't really seen any tactical play from these players so far. It hasn't been necessary yet in this final, but the position of the balls here necessitates it.
That could be a disaster. Has he left him on this yellow to right centre? In which case these yellows are all on?
Yeah,
with no real risk, with the reds being awkward at the top.
He's already played one tight yellow into this middle pocket and a clearance earlier on. Made a very good job of. Looks like he's been left the shot again. Yeah, that's careless. I mean, I don't think he was even thinking that that was a possibility. He was just thinking about trying to get in behind the red. Came narrow of the line he wanted, and that's the worst possible outcome. It's also coming at a bad moment, because having been a fairly level start to the match, they were tied at 2 apiece. Now Gavin's gone a couple of frames ahead. He's got a chance to start putting some distance in. Played that pretty well. It's got a choice of pots now. What you will say about both of these players, there's none of the edginess that you sometimes get with players who look like they're in uncharted territory in terms of being in a final they weren't expecting to be in, or something like that. These two just look like this is just a regular game that they play all the time.
Oh, big mistake from Gavin, though. I thought he was going to get out there. I thought the way he's played, as you were saying, playing earlier in the match, and from what I've seen so far, I was fully expecting him just to run through those pretty comfortably once he made that one to right centre.
Yeah, and the one he's missed doesn't seem like it was going to be the problem one either. So now, chance for a counter-attack, and a good one, because Reese is on the difficult ball, well, not difficult ball, but the ball that could have been difficult to get on at the top of the table. Nothing whatsoever to be done with the balls at the bottom of the table. Well, you're done without that, but can still see the ball over the pocket at least. Good idea, he just swung around the back and had the cue ball in the middle of the table for choice of shots, but as long as he avoids the cannon on the second red, this is fine.
Strange way of playing that one for me. I really tried to rip it.
It's a kind of shot where the harder you hit it as well, the wider it's going, so you end up needing more spin. That's compounded, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just looked to be in perfect position, just stun across the top of the red, leave yourself slightly high on the red, and you're away.
Well, up until now we haven't seen much by way of mistakes from either of the players, but it could be an error from both of them. And it looks like it's the one from Reese that could ultimately prove to be the issue. So he can get back into position, play the long plant. Leave him a choice of balls then, should have one over each of the top corner pockets. That's turned out quite well, because even though the ball's drifted away from the pocket, he's pushed the white over that way, so he can retrieve that easily enough. Good chance to open up a 3-frame lead. And a race to 7, 5-2 lead is pretty valuable. They both look like players that can add frames pretty quickly, so it's by no means determinative, but could have broken the back of the match at least at this scoreline. Wants to make sure here, he's let slip one chance already in this frame. Doesn't want to be doing it a second time. So, just this 8 ball stands between him and the 5-2 lead. One mistake in this frame, but otherwise good stuff from Gavin Simpson-Allen. Gets the job done.
He needed 2 chances, but he got them. That was a big error from Rhys McLaughlin. He's got to take those out and get back within 1. I can tell you the women's Pro Series semi-final that are currently battling away on TikTok is, as you can see there, Lucy Smith at the table, just on the right-hand side in the blue shirt. Danielle Randall is in her seat. It's currently 5-4. It was 5-0 to Lucy Smith. Race to 7 there. Some turnaround going on right now. Harriet Haynes already waiting in the final. She came through against Mary Talbot 7-5. The momentum is all with Danielle right now, but it is Lucy Smith at the table. If you want to keep an eye on that one, it is over on our TikTok channel. Over on our main channel, it is the Pro Series though, and there it is, Callum Singleton and Shane Thompson. Shane Thompson has taken a 2-1 advantage. It's been a fairly leisurely start there. 28:40 left, or 45 left. And I know that you've commentated on a couple of Callum's matches today. He'll be using the clock here. He played very slowly and measured in the matches this afternoon that we saw here on this channel.
Yeah, his first match against Ryan Pisani got very bogged down. I wouldn't say he was doing it deliberately. There was no element of gamesmanship, but it just seemed like it's the way the balls went, and he was taking a long time, it has to be said, making decisions, but he did grind it out. He was the better player, and he came through. By all accounts, the second match on this table was also quite slow. He is more than capable, though, of playing under those time conditions. I've seen that at the British Open recently, where he got to the final. I've seen that plenty of Pro Series events beforehand.
Not the best of breaks here. Quite timid. Not much power. Not a great strike. And, well, it's not as congested a layout as it could have been, but nothing good on here. So the dry break working out in Gavin's favour. Reds have just tied themselves up a little bit. I was thinking Reds were pretty good. That's why Rhys took on the red, but the two have gone together and gone a little awkward. Could immediately open them up. Choices and decisions here. So you've got the one bottom right, got the plant bottom left, got an angle on the one bottom right if he wants to play into the red and the 8 ball. Don't think he has to. You can keep it clean, but I think there's some advantage in going into it, potentially. Going into it in a controlled way. He's trying to get full ball on the 8 ball. He wasn't trying to play into the red, because if he gets full ball on the 8 ball, he's on the red. And he still develops the 8 ball a touch.
Pros and cons of going into it. He's now got himself into a bit more congestion. Would have been a temptation to take that plant bottom left. You can understand why he's left that. He can come back to that at some point. He's come back for it pretty perfectly now. We hear a big shout in the back of the arena from one of the other tables. A lot of other matches still going on. Understandable enthusiasm in some of those.
semi-finals happening. I suspect that was from a semi-final of one of the other Challenger series. We've got Challenger 2 and Challenger 1 semi-finals currently in action. Although, looking at it, in the Challenger 2 semi-finals, it's currently 4-3 Ryan Davey over former pro Ryan Lambeth, and Gareth Manning is 2-1 down to Simon Fitzmaurice. So I don't think it's either of those two that would have seen a cheer like that. Let's check in with Tier 1. In fact, that might have been Tier 1 I just read out. Yes, of course it was with Ryan in there. So let's check Tier 2. Yeah, we've just seen a couple of results. So Sean Hackett has beaten Wayne Wotton 6-0. Stephen Small has beaten Jordan Graham 6-1. Although I think that finished some time ago. So answers on a postcard. I don't know what the cheer was for, is what I'm getting at.
Well, played a good shot to get onto the red, but to block the first red, I should say, but hasn't turned out well. He was so focused on the pot, it was quite hard to control the cue ball. Well, that's a bad outcome. Never really knew where that was going, but to end up in the middle pocket's a bit unfortunate. So, ball in hand for issue. Right, hopefully we're back with you. Sorry about that, which is a bit of an issue with the audio from the commentary. Hopefully you're still getting the pictures though, and you will have seen Gavin Simpson-Allen on the hill now, 6-2 up. Played very well. I mean, one or two mistakes have crept in the latter part of the match, but for the most part it's been a very solid standard of play. Not out of it yet, Rhys McLaughlin, but a long way back now. 5 frames in a row he's going to need to win. Obviously going to have been a good weekend just by virtue of getting to this final. Once you do get to a final, it's always a disappointment if you don't quite manage to convert.
Hardest frame to win's always the last one though, so Rhys shouldn't give up any hope here, just keep fighting till the end.
Yeah, especially in this situation where obviously it's going to mean a lot to both players, so maybe there will be a difficulty clinching it. He hasn't really shown any signs of that. He's been pretty composed. There's been 1 or 2 errors, of course, as you'd expect, but been sort of measured performance the whole way through.
It's a very good shot.
There, Rhys's nickname on the back of his shirt, the Iceman. He's going to need to keep that ice cool demeanour, graft his way back into this match.
Oh, that last shot was ice cool. Misses that. Fear the worst. Brilliant.
Whatever the result, you'd say both players are giving a very good account of themselves. We've seen a lot of people over the years making their debut in Ultimate Pool finals, and sometimes with mixed results. Not to suggest that either of these players are inexperienced. They may well have played in a lot of other big tournaments, but to the Ultimate Pool format, this is a first final for both of them. So the young man keeps himself in it. 3 frames behind, but he's still batting. Gavin Simpson-Allen 6, Rhys McLaughlin 3.
Yeah, I just felt like Gavin was going to earn a really good opportunity to have the match and title wrapped up there, and Rhys has kind of just stolen it away. Magnificent. It really was. This is what's happening in the pro arena right now on the main feature table. The safe cracker has been pulled back to all square inside the final 20 minutes. This is a cross on Ultimate Pool TV. Of course, I'm sure you all know by now, but if you want to watch that, there is a promo code to get a discount on your first order. Why not use YouTube Wigan? There are others.
He won't be taking it lightly, but Shane Thompson has got to fancy this. He's been in scintillating form all weekend. Very unlucky to get dumped out of the Pro Series 1 event. It took a massive comeback from Ian Alley. And even having watched the match, I'm not entirely sure how Shane lost it, because he was the dominant player through so much of it. Good chance to go again. And speaking of going again, Gavin Simpson-Allen, another chance to close out the match as he breaks off in frame 10. Not the most powerful break, is it?
No, he's got to get that strike right, because he really doesn't hit it with much power at all. If he doesn't get the initial ball going in, he's going to struggle to make one.
That pro semi-final we dipped into there is the first of two semi-finals. Stevie Dempsey and Phil Harrison, our second semi-final, coming up at the conclusion of that first match. And over on Ultimate Pool TV, we'll have the ladies' final followed by the men's pro final. Over on this YouTube channel, it's Challenger action all the way. This is the Challenger 3 final. And following that, we'll be going Challenger 2 and then Challenger 1. And so with some confidence, it's going to be hard, based on what we've seen so far, to see a better standard of play, really, in the 2 and the 1 than we've had here. It has dipped a bit. The first 4 frames were exceptional. I didn't quite maintain that level, but for some players that are in a first Ultimate Pool final, they've both given a very good account of themselves. It looks like Reese isn't done with this yet. He won't let his head drop, even though he's slipped a few behind.
Good angle to get the red out, but not guaranteed to be on the next ball. That's what's happened here. He does have a shot, but it's not easy. If this goes in, though, I think he naturally floats into a good position. It was a tricky ball. He may have just thrown a trace of right-hand side on there just to make sure that he gets the 2 cushions and doesn't track behind the 8 ball to get onto the red. And that pushed into the red, and he misses it thick.
You naturally do favour a bit of right-hand side, don't you? Even if you're not needing it for position, you somehow you look at that shot and you just fancy flicking a little on.
It's subconscious sometimes. You kind of almost don't even think about it, but you're like, okay, I'm going to come around 2 cushions, trace a right. Trace of outside, depending on where you are watching in the world.
You're spending a lot of time in the US at the moment. You picked up all the jargon?
Some off. Yeah. My favourite's the kitchen. I've never heard that term before until I started working in America.
Been a fair bit of crossover in terms of UK players heading over to the US. Maybe you have to bring a few of them back. We've seen a bit less in return.
All in good time, Mark.
Although we haven't really had much capacity for any more players. We've had a full 700-person field this weekend. Bit unfortunate, looking to play the loss of turn there. His ball's still on the table. Haven't had so much of this kind of play in the match, but bound to have a bit of tactical play at some stage.
I think he was taking that on. It's not the end of the world. He was never going to leave anything good on. I think he was planning to be aggressive there. The downside with not making it is that he's just left the easy loss of turn back. Whereas if he'd made that and he could have seen the 3-ball plant potentially, I think he could have popped the yellow into play, the one he'd have been hitting. An opportunity to get out potentially. So I have to go back to work. Remember that the red isn't a good ball for Reese either. Yellow's blocking it, so patience probably the key here for Gavin.
Decent effort from distance, but stays there. It's okay though. The Reds are sat reasonably well.
I think he's going to go here. If he can play this one to the bottom left, play with pace, into the red and yellow together. He's got a yellow over the left centre pocket, and he just wants that yellow to really come into play. I think this may be one to play with pace rather than control. In an ideal world, bottom cushion into the yellow, but you want to hit it with enough pace that he's going to get up somewhere near the right centre pocket. But if you play it with that sort of pace, it might throw too wide. He'll know better, but this is definitely a chance to go. I'm not entirely sure on that one. I can only assume he was playing the shot I was suggesting. There's no benefit to making the one over the pocket there. But he definitely, I mean, it was a topspin shot really to go into the red and yellow, rather than the stun shot, and he sort of stunned it wider, so slightly surprised. Maybe he was trying to get the top side of the yellow rather than underneath the yellow. He just got it slightly wrong. And if he continues to pot here, he's just putting himself into trouble. Maybe yellow off red is a potential shot he's played for.
Yeah, seems to have resolved to go attacking. Can bail out at the top of the table, but it doesn't look like that's in his mind at the moment. It's no good just potting this. He's going to have to open up the remaining ball whilst doing so. Oh, that was close.
Played it off the yellow in the end rather than the red. And that's the reason it didn't go in. Well, really good chance then for Reese to get another frame on the board here.
Yeah, that's perfect now. Chance to get back into this final. Stranger things have happened. Gavin had a big lead, but it's a horrible feeling when your opponent comes back towards you, especially in a final. Wasn't far away. If that yellow drops on that last shot, they were all there for him. Reece McLaughlin, though, gets one back. 6-4 now.
Hanging around and hanging around. Both players going to walk away from the arena. That is the arena. They've just left this table, bottom right-hand corner. You can see the queue stood up. You can see that Danielle Randall must be at the table as Lucy Smith is sat there waiting in their semi-final. Currently 6-5 to Lucy Smith. She was 5-0 up. Shane Thompson's got himself a couple clear once again, but doesn't develop the 8-ball. So he's in a world of trouble here in this frame. Under 13 minutes to play. Like the match clock is going to play a big factor in that match.
Yeah, a frame here would be big, wouldn't it? 6-3 lead when you enter that last 10 minutes or so of the match. Not enough to guarantee the win, but it definitely helps. Ooh, just trying to borrow a bit of angle there.
I think he flicked the cushion on the way through.
So, chance for the counter-attack for Callum. Wonder if the shot clock will help Callum here. He was taking considerably longer than the 30 seconds he'll be allocated here in his early matches. Perhaps in a way you almost knock yourself out of a rhythm. When he's forced to play like this, maybe we will see the best of him.
I think It's a fair point. We do see some players that are struggling at 30 seconds go to 15 and free up because they haven't got time to outthink themselves.
So getting the 5-second countdown, quickly called for the extension. Didn't need to play a shot with the pips going behind him.
It's a poor one though. It's very jabby. Shane's got an angle here to develop the 8-ball on the left hand side if he wants to. Got to be careful if the red and 8-ball are a plant. So decided against it.
So he's going to play round 3 cushions and drop in behind, or come in behind to cannon the line.
I think he'll play on it. That's his game. He'll find the line here. I'll be surprised. Is it all on the pace? No, he doesn't find the line. I'll take it all back.
Yeah, to miss that red and find the 3rd cushion to guarantee position. He's got a problem now. He can get a firm hit on the black, but because it's so close to that red, it's going to be very hard to get the black travelling. Wants to try and get it half ball so he gets out of that area. Not far off. Not far off at all. Shane Thompson finds the fluke. 6-3 now. 2 away from booking a place in tonight's final. What a moment that could be in that pro semi-final.
Can you believe that? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Some form there for the safecracker. Whilst that was happening, the Women's Pro Series semi-final was wrapped up. Lucy Smith has won 7 frames to 5. That was over on the TikTok channel. And she moves on. So it'll be a Lucy Smith, Harriet Haynes final. And we've had previous between those 2 players. Does mean on TikTok we will move on. It will be the women's plate final. We will then have the women's challenger final as well. That's all over on the TikTok channel. Stay with us here on YouTube. You can see the challenger finals. Sean Hackett and Stephen Smaller are waiting in the wings to follow this match. And we're still waiting for the winners of the semi-finals in Challenger Tier 1, who will be coming up after that.
This match could have been over a while ago, but Reece McLaughlin has hung on in there. And as he starts to add frames to his side of the scoreboard, surely some element of concern must be entering Gavin's mind.
Yeah, just the longer you can hang around, as we said earlier on, the hardest frame to win is the last one. Gavin's had strong half chances, shall we say, rather than a real gilt-edged chance to win it.
So purposefully played that very slow, didn't want to lose the 2nd red. Play one good shot here to get position on the red that's just below the 8-ball.
Doesn't really hamper, but depends on the angle he's got. Well, yeah, punches it forward. Tricky 8-ball then. He has to keep himself in the final. You feel if he misses this, he'd be done. He doesn't miss it though. Reece McLaughlin fighting back.
This has been impressive stuff from the young man. He's hung around in there, and now only a single frame behind. So another look at a couple of the key shots in this frame. This double to get things going. And a good positional shot off the ball. It's on the break line. That's really the key to it. Because once it comes over, useful nudge as well. Just lands nicely on his remaining ball. So what looked like it could be quite a one-sided final isn't looking quite so one-sided anymore. Safecracker Shane Thompson at the table over in the main arena. 6-3 to the good, courtesy of that fluked 8 ball in the last frame. And one away from booking a place in tonight's final. So it's the first of 2 semi-finals. Stevie Dempsey and Phil Harrison to follow. So 4 players with enormous experience. Callum Singleton, marginally perhaps the least of the 4 in terms of ultimate pool silverware, but 4 very decorated players. So hard to pick a winner from them, and hard to pick a winner from these 2 because Gavin's lead has been eroded.
Yeah, pressure will be ramping up on Gavin. He's really struggled with the break. It's continued here, okay. He's not left the best of openings for Reese, but he's not striking that break well at all.
Yeah, the break is not really helping him because he's not getting enough clean first visit chances, which means he's getting involved in some scrappier frames that he would ideally have avoided. Right now, he'd just have loved a really straightforward layout. Instead of that, he's turned the table over to his opponent. But if you're going to go dry, better to have a messy layout at least. You're going to be tempted to go for the reds here.
Just think the red nearest the bottom right hand corner pocket's really tough. I think if I was going, I'd prefer yellows. And I don't like yellows. So he obviously hasn't got a good starter.
Starter on yellow, so he's taking the reds. It's all about that ball you mentioned, bottom right.
And the 8 ball as well, which is probably why I was also kind of thinking yellows. The yellows around that area are tricky as well. I just felt like you could solve them. We'll see though how he goes about it.
Just sense that he really wants to get this closed out. He does not want to allow his opponent back, and definitely does not want to find himself in a deciding frame. No problem with the balls at the top of the table, but he's going to have to find a way into unlocking the pattern bottom right. So you can screw over to the left-hand side of the table. May have to just try and leave an angle, plot the penultimate red bottom left, and then swing over to the right-hand side. This match has got a bit bogged down after the quality of the start, but Gavin Simpson-Allen still batting here, still got a chance to close out. And it's all on this shot. This isn't an easy angle. I think the natural angle is going slightly wide of where he needs to be. Oh, what an effort that was. That was such a difficult angle to judge from where he was. It wasn't even going to be that straightforward, but if he just gets a little touch on the red, just punts the yellow away from it, could have left the red on. It's going to be hard though. If he makes contact, there's no guarantee. So now he's going to have to pull out a big shot. He's going to have to come off the right-hand side cushion and make this ball bottom left corner. He's also going to have to do it with some pace because he's got to get the... Oh, well, he's made it in the middle. He's made it in the middle and he's landed on the 8-ball. That's incredible. Don't know if you can see the potting angle for the cut, but he can definitely play the double if not. What an end that would be to this Challenger 3 final. So, this ball for the title. It's hitting the cushion. So, one last chance. Reece McLaughlin comes to the table. 7 yellows in the middle of the table. 8-ball over the bottom right corner. Can he hold himself together for a counter clearance to force a decider? So far from these kind of positions he's been very reliable and he's looked like he fancies the job. This is different though. The pressure of that 8-ball hanging over the pocket just makes it that bit harder. Where's the cue ball? Tricking towards the middle pocket, but it stays on the table. He's going to have to play the ball bottom left now. He's landed as well on this as he's going to. Just stun into it. He's landed on the middle of the 3 at the bottom of the table. The difficult one's going to be the ball on the right-hand side. Can he play on that here? He's have to dig into it a bit. This would be incredible if we ended up in a deciding frame after Gavin came so close with that 8-ball.
I watched that from the arena. I just popped out there. Something caught my attention and caught an eye on it, and it was. I thought it was going to reach all the way. I thought it's going to reach. It's going to dying breath. It's going to fall in. This has been some effort to turn this around. He looked down and out. Was it 6-2, wasn't it?
This is tricky though. I don't think he's got quite the right angle here. Can he just draw back, miss the 8-ball? Miss the yellow ball, I should say.
Does it go? Does it now go? I think it does. Can you believe that? My word. It's absolutely miraculous. It really is. All sorts could have happened there. That was not what he was playing. He could have knocked the 8-ball in. He could have left himself absolutely no shot. If he leaves the yellow on top of the 8-ball, he's got no shot whatsoever. It came up good for Reece, though, and we are going the full distance here. Quite incredible.
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, talk about small margins. Millimetres away from Gavin clearing up the first time, and then millimetres away from that going wrong for Reece. When he hits that yellow ball, there's no way you're thinking that he's going to be left a good shot. What's going to be going through Gavin's head at this point? 6-2 up. Now finds himself in a deciding frame. This is the shot that set it up. Was he playing this? I think he was. Well, maybe he was. I think he was probably playing it to the corner.
I can answer that for you, Mark, if you want. He absolutely wasn't playing that. This shot here, though, he wasn't playing this either. There's just no way. There's no way in the world. You hit that shot like that 100 times. I'd still be surprised if you come out good once. And he has.
He was so close to potting the 8-ball with it, to land on it as well. So we get over to the main arena table where Shane Thompson is on a clearance for the match. 3 minutes remaining on the match clock, so not long to go even if he doesn't make the clearance. But a chance to win in normal time. He's played very well throughout this tournament. We haven't seen this whole match, but from the glimpses we've seen, it looks like he's playing some good stuff in this semi-final. We cut over to see a fluke at one stage, which obviously hasn't hurt, but that's only one of the 7 frames that he's won. Just 2 balls away now from booking a place in yet another Ultimate Pool Pro Series final for the safecracker Shane Thompson. So I think we can assume that 8 ball went down as we cut back to the start of the deciding frame. Gavin Simpson-Allen 6, Reece McLaughlin 6 in this race to 7 Challenger 3 final.
It's not a clean chance though. But he would have snapped your hand off for this about 40 minutes ago.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? It just didn't look like that was remotely on. God, he's caught the 8 ball on the way through. No wonder that's missed.
Problem is, he's opened up the table. How is Gavin feeling right now? He's had chances to win this match and this title. He has another.
Yeah, that's the key question, isn't it? How is he feeling? Because this is not a bad layout by any means, but it's an easier layout a few frames ago. He's watched 4 chances come and go. Delicate shot there. Had to be careful not to get caught up in that yellow.
Yeah, just got to find the right ball to get down to the bottom right hand corner and then work himself back for the 8 ball. But this is all now in his hands.
And if he does go on to lose this match, he will know that he's had chances. Sometimes that's all you can ask for. Reece will probably feel like he hasn't yet had enough chances to win. Gavin has let slip a couple, but he has played very well to open up the lead and to get to 6 frames in the first place. He's really got his money's worth out of this tournament. He's played a lot of pool. Started out with a round of 1 to 8. He's played 6 matches to get here. This is his 7th match in this tournament. This is the one that really matters. It's all on this one clearance.
I think he's got too much angle here. He's got himself in a bad spot. Red doesn't go to left centre, the high centre as you look there. You don't really want to leave that one in the middle of the table. He can come down for the 2, but that isn't ideal. That's what he has to do here though. I suppose you can play the gap. As long as the bottom red goes here, you can deal with these 2, and then you can, it looks guarded, but you can play the gap pretty comfortably and take the red top right, and that would connect to the 8 ball bottom left. So he's still in his own hands. Might just have to play with a trace here, or well, he's looking to go all the way up the table. I would have looked to try and keep it as simple as possible and maybe played the gap. I suppose maybe that could get him off angle, but then if you travel all the way to the top, every chance you get off angle. I think that's what he's going to do.
Big moment this. One good positional shot and this match is his. That's pretty good.
It's very good. It is very, very good.
So one more pressure pot. Steadies himself. And it's there. So this 8 ball for the match for Gavin Simpson-Allen. He's done it the hard way. He was 6-2 up. And it's down. Gavin Simpson-Allen has played 69 frames of pool to get to this point. At the 5th time of asking, he finally wins the frame that he needs to get over the line. Won 43 of those 69 frames of pool, but that last one was surely the hardest for him. He let slip a couple of chances, but he played very well in that final. It's a high quality final for the most part. Got a bit bogged down towards the end, but both players really played their part. Reece McLaughlin clearance from the break in the first, reverse dish in the fourth, and then added some really good clearances towards the end to stay in it. He comes up one frame short, but he can hold his head very high. What a performance that was. Your champion, though, of Challenger Tier 3 is Gavin Simpson-Allen.
And we are back underway. We have our Challenger 3 winner. Now it is time to find out our Challenger 2 winner. We've got a matchup between Sean Hackett and Stephen Small. And it's Sean Hackett with the first opportunity, and it's a good one to get your Q-arm going. Not too much damage done there. That red below the by the 8 ball just gone a little awkward.
Extension called.
Yellow top left is a problem, but there's an angle here to solve it. Right. Looks like he doesn't want to. Maybe thinking loss of turn, but I think loss of turn then gets traded back and probably doesn't play. I like the power into it, top cushion, go into it. Just through too wide. Tried to find the tricky double. I think that's the right choice of shot from where he was. Just didn't quite get it right. The breakout shot didn't work, so Sean's going to get away with it and come back for another try. Makes both, doesn't cause any issues whatsoever. From where he was, I almost would have played to make both. Nicely done at the second time of asking for Sean Hackett. He's up and running here in this final. You see there Stevie Dempsey at the table in our main feature table. This is the semi-finals of the Pro Series. Two former champions battling it out. And Phil Harrison and Stevie have both won Pro Silverware. They've also had some good battles here on the Ultimate Pool Pro Circuit as well. Back to our game. If you want to keep up to date with that one, over on Ultimate Pool TV, in the hands of Stephen Jameson and Mark Shepherd. And I'm sure you know by now, use the promo code YouTube Wigan on your first order. This is a horrible layout. Stephen looks like he wants to be aggressive. Trying to make it happen, but that's as big a disaster as he can get. Opens it up, but goes in off. Although it's still a couple of balls that need some work here for Sean Hackett. Stephen Small trying to take the ball by the horns and make it happen, and it absolutely did not. key shot coming up. The yellow goes past the red, but that's the next yellow that follows. Do you drop it in, take the yellow top left, or do you try and... Oh, you can't screw into it, it's got the wrong angle, he's off angle the wrong way. I think you just have to drop this in. Yeah. Oh, he's a little fortunate there. Delighted to say that the one and only Tony Holgate has joined me on commentary. So, former World Championship runner-up and European champion Tony Holgate can talk us through with some words of wisdom.
I'm not sure they'd be that wise, but...
Well, that's a foul. I thought that looked like he went to the corner, Tony. I was too busy kind of giving you the build-up of being the European champion that I didn't fully look at it, but it looked like that went, and he decided to play it in the middle.
Don't forget it's European Skittles champion.
But it's still a title. Still a title.
Yes, bad error then. Just to not get to the pocket. Bit of nerves.
Yeah, and it could be a big moment in this match. I know it's very early, but he's sort of allowed Stephen to come in, and Sean's kind of been in control of this frame pretty much for the majority and giving it away. And Stephen does get on the board. So what could have been 2-0 is 1-1. Race to 7, long way to go. But it could have been an opportunity just for an early bit of separation. You see the main TV table there. Stevie Dempsey and Phil Harrison. There is Phil. I believe the score is 1-1 in that match. Phil won the opener. Stevie won the second. Winner of this match will play Shane Thompson in the final. Good to see Shane Thompson back into another Pro Series final. It's been a little while for him. Return to form for the safe cracker. Wasn't fancied at the bookies this morning, wasn't Shane? Coming in.
No, it was about 8-1, I think, this morning.
8-1 this morning. Good luck to anyone that got him on him at 8s. We're about to get underway here on YouTube. Challenger 2 final. Sean Hackett with the break. Oh, complete and utter miss hit. And that is going to work very nicely indeed.
Sometimes the best breaks, the ones that are not hit correctly. Massive explosion, but yeah, he caught the side with the front ball there. Hit it with loads of... Hit the cue ball on the side.
That's not where he wanted to be. Playing on the red left centre. Yellow's got in the way. I think that's worked out okay. It was an excellent shot. The red does pass the yellow to the centre pocket, and I think the natural line takes him into the yellow and red. Oh, maybe not. He can't get to the potting angle the way he's looking there. It looks like he can. Yeah, no, he's okay. He was just lining up. I think it's just only a tiny amount of the pocket showing. Yeah, very good.
Played that nicely. Very nicely indeed.
One more shot to get right, and then it should be Rollins land on the next ball.
I'll play the one over the bag now. If you play it sort of half ball, get the cue ball. If you come through past the black, either side of the black even, you would be perfect. You'll be on the one in the middle or that corner. You just want to get to the one at the top, and then that should be the frame. So you've got a fairly big area to land in.
Little flick will play.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah. That'll do.
That will do.
Just want to put this red into the middle bag now. Leave yourself a slight angle where you can pot the red, screw the cue ball into that yellow that's just to the right of the red at the top, and that leaves you perfect. And it's going to come down the bottom. And okay, you can go this way, but I think there's more room for maybe an error to creep in if he doesn't get this shot right. And I don't like that at all. Don't know really why he went that way. He could, like I say, he could, but the ball into the middle was the shot. Just drop it in. You leave your little angle, pot the red in there, screw into the yellow. You've got a dead straight ball down there, and the black went in the middle. Boom, 2-1. Half a bag here. Played it well. Recovered the situation. Anyway, Sean Hackett about to ram my words right down my throat as well with this black ball. And good luck to him, fair play. Nice finish. I'll stand by where I said he should have gone. But anyway, Sean knows better than I do. And he now leads Stephen Small 2 frames to 1 in this final. Another look, glance across this arena. Can't get tired of looking at that, to be fair. Here they are, Stevie Dempsey, Phil Harrison, Pro semi-final 2. As you can see, the man from Ireland leading 2-1 against the farmer from Cambridgeshire. Battle-hardened Harrison. You can go over and watch that as well on the app.
Only a few more matches left to be played today. We are down to the finals. Finals everywhere you look. It's a nice break, a nice layout. Eight ball's right at the top of the table, which is, if yellows is your play, is the only one that's slightly awkward. But reds are good here. There is one just to the left of the triangle area that you need to play a good positional shot onto. But the natural connection to the 8 ball. I like the thinking of going down for this one on the bottom cushion. Don't like finishing there though, that's unlucky. That's really unlucky. Okay, I don't think he should have hugged the cushion, but he wanted to make sure he didn't go too close to the red. It's that there, really frustrating for him. Because he drops that in, then you can play the plant, which deals with your hardest ball. And once that's gone, because it's a pretty unmissable plant, really, it's frame over.
Sean Hackett just carving out another opening. Does the yellow pass the red into the bottom left-hand corner? If it does, it's looking like 3-1. Yeah, this is great stuff here from Sean Hackett. It's got a nice perfect angle, just drops this in plain ball. Cue ball will just pull up just before that red ball, and he'll have a black in the other corner. And this has been solid from Sean Hackett.
Yeah, I know the scoreline says it. I will say it when this 8 ball goes in. Sean Hackett does have a nice 3-1 lead, but it does feel like he's been the stronger of the two players. He could have actually won all 4 here. Stephen's had table time, but unable to do too much with it so far. Still a long way to go, though.
Well, Stephen Small still going after Sean Hackett's dry break. Oh my word, he's just missed the red completely and fouled, hit the black ball. Well, that was incredible. I know it had to be fairly thin on that red, but this is a disaster for Stephen Small.
It's sort of how the match has been going for him, really. Kind of getting these chances, and he's working it, but he just coming up with problems at the wrong point and kind of opens it up for Sean Hackett, really. So even with the dry break, he's going to get the better chance.
Yeah, well, not only with that, because he missed the break completely, he's knocked the 8-ball out there, which was blocking the yellow over there as well. So it's like a double whammy. Commit the foul and leave Sean. Oh,
he's not happy because he wanted to get straighter.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to just work his way down the table, left centre, right centre, then the one that's just below the red bottom right corner. But it's really not a problem to even remotely worry about.
Just means he has to change his route slightly.
Yeah. Can still clear the 2 at the top if he wants to.
I think he'll take the yellow back here. He's going to come up the top here. Then we go down the bottom. Or is he?
I think, yeah, he is. He's just eyeing up what angle he wants. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Straight works, off angle, either way works. It's really not
but
a
the yellow's
problem.
plenty of distance away from that bottom rail anyway. Stop the white dead me. Just make sure I've got the red in the way of queuing. Well, you want to get the white off the bottom rail as well. Just leave yourself a slight angle on the last one. That'll do. I just run this in now with left hand side and come behind the red into the side cushion. Perfect.
Yeah, very nicely done. Always felt like it was going to happen after the pretty bad mistake from Stephen Small. Just opened everything up for Sean, and ball 1 now. And it's been table time both ways, but Sean is making the most of his and Stephen is not. That puts Sean a step closer to the title. Stephen Dempsey at the table, 4-1 up in his semi-final, trying to get himself a match up with Shane Thompson in the final match of the series weekend. If you want to keep watching that, you know what to do. Ultimate Pool TV. Stephen needs a good chance. He needs to take one of these first visits he's getting and run them out, get that positivity. And he's got a ball. Tricky layout. The red, yellow and yellow at the bottom of the table causing him some issues. He's attacking here, but it's tricky still. The yellows at the bottom aren't too bad to solve. Entirely sure what he's played on here. I suppose that the right hand one of the two together. I don't know if he can get to the potting angle. But he's played for the one on the right hand side. This is super high tariff. You see there on the overhead, the yellow in the middle of the table does go to the top centre as we look, so that can be solved. Did look tight to me. The yellow doesn't come across and block the reds either. I'm sure he's left a starter for Sean though. Great shot from Sean. The other problem with making errors out there for Stephen Small is that it allows Sean to build in confidence. As the match goes on, he'll get stronger and stronger. Love to get up just past the straight here. Well, misses the ball, but that would have been perfect on the red, just to screw down the line, kind of work the angle he wants on that final red to make sure the one at the bottom was a problem. But missing the ball means that Stephen has a really good chance now. Should be fine.
Yeah, he's still got plenty of room to just get in there with a tad of right hand side. Also should just shunt the red up a little bit.
Yeah, I've tried it hard to avoid it. That works as well. We can drop this in. It will be waiting. Stephen Small gets one on the board. 4-2. Missed opportunity for Sean Hackett to really separate there at 5-1 and 2 away. Just a tricky ball up the cushion that cost him. See the match top right there. As we were looking previously, that is the women's plate final over on TikTok. Teresa Evans and Louise Mayer are currently battling it out in the women's plate final. The way the women's series is set up, you have a women's pro series, there's a challenger series as well. And the challenger series, it plays out slightly differently to the women's challenger series plays out differently to the challenger series, just in terms of group stages into a knockout. Which means that if you finish in the bottom half of your group, you end up in a plate. So kind of a really good format for the women challengers, the amateur women, because they get plenty of pull for the weekend. They did not open at all. Cue ball bounced off the pack. The red directly below the 8 ball. That's the big issue here. play the plant here. Are you bumping the 8 ball just a touch? Just almost brush off it, caught a ball. I wonder if that would work. It wouldn't leave much room, but got to move it. Can't leave it where it is. Oh, perhaps he felt he could pot it, but he's missed the plant. He must have been playing to graze the 8 ball and hasn't got it. So a great chance for Stephen Small to get another one back.
Extension called.
This has been good, but got to get this next one right. 8 ball plays, well, 8 ball's hidden, and there's not much angle here, so you can't sort of slide across. You're going to have to pull this back. Oh, played beautifully. Didn't overhit it.
No, very good shot there from Stephen. It's a 4-3.
Similar feel to the last match where, you know, we had a runaway winner at the start, a leader at the start, and then sort of pegged back. You know, Sean Hackett, he could have gone 5-1. Okay, that was only a half chance there in that frame, but certainly had more opportunity to separate and hasn't done it, and it's kept Stephen Small in the match, and he's perhaps feeling his best as he's felt in the whole match here, and riding just a touch of momentum.
Extension called. Red balls in play.
of turn.
I feel like this is a really key frame. Obviously, mistake from Stephen, but not easy at all for Sean. Obviously, having just lost a couple on the bounce, looking good at 4-1. It's all of a sudden it's a much tighter match, and if it was to go back to 4-4, it'd be fully momentum with Stephen. Whereas if Sean can win this one, you know, get himself back at 2 in front, you know, and have the next break, you still feel like he's controlling things out there. So quite a key moment in this match here.
See, Small powers that red into the corner. And the momentum is truly now with Stephen Small. The balls are there to go level this match. Oh, and that could be big. Just tried to get the red to just glide past the other one into the centre, and Sean Hackett has been handed a lifeline in this frame just when he thought it was going to be 4-all. Massive chance, but he seems to have got hold of the cue ball too much. Just okay. Surprised he came down that angle. I thought he would have gone over to the left-hand side of the table to play the yellow nearest that rail. The other two were fairly easy, but still okay. Now then, can he play this softly enough and pot the yellow and hold on the other one on the rail? I think he can. These tables are very, very quick and responsive as well off the cushions. Be very careful if he hits it thin, the white doesn't come off the cushion and go behind the black. I mean, he could stun into the black, but that's risky if you dig this one too deep, because you could nudge it into the middle. It's gone for the dead weight and it's not going to get there. Well, did hit it fairly thick. But again, he didn't have very much room to play with. Oh, and Stephen Small's hung the plant as well. Well, this frame is toing and throwing backwards and forwards. Surely this time Sean Hackett can win the frame and get himself to 5. 2 frames in front once again. Just relaxes him, gives him a cushion. Down goes the black ball, and Sean Hackett now restores the cushion. He now leads Stephen Small 5 frames to 3. Both players having chances there. Sean Hackett has just disappeared for a toilet break. As you can see him walking behind the main arena. As we look on, there's Stevie Dempsey, should I say. 7-2 up against Phil Harrison. 1 frame away from a place in tonight's showpiece final against Shane Thompson. Only 13 minutes left on the match clock. So you really feel Harrison is in the cart, especially when you look at the yellows, and this is going to be done and dusted right here. The hammer is giving Harrison a bit of a hammering. And that is just about perfect. 2 drop-in yellows and a very easy black. And Stevie Dempsey will be in the pro final. Well, even if it is straight and he can't get the cue ball off the rail, he can just leave himself a cut with the black. Just drop it in. I think he can punch out a little bit. That'll do him. So this black for the final of Pro Series 2 for Stevie Dempsey. The hammer from Ireland. Oops, just wants to double check. Down he goes again. And Stevie Dempsey is in the final. He's beaten Phil Harrison 8 frames to 2. A very, very good weekend for Stevie Dempsey. Big match now will come later tonight when he faces England's Shane Thompson, playing for the title. As we go above and look down on the big arena, it's been an incredible weekend. Superb playing arena that we've had from Ultimate Pool, and there's a spectacle raising the game to another level. Has been absolutely fantastic. It's only going to get better. We are just awaiting the return of Sean Hackett. To continue on with this Challenger Tier 2 final. In fact, I think Hackett has returned, and Stephen Small's now decided he wants to go to the toilet. The match is the one that's, you look down just to the right of the main arena. That is Sean Hackett in the blue shirt. That's the referee, obviously, with the gloves on. Big clue there is he's got referee stamped on his back. Stephen Small is playing in a red shirt, so he has disappeared. And that is him returning there behind the main arena. It's great hacking into all this CCTV. Anyway, we're back. So, Sean Hackett leading Stephen Small 5-3, race to 7. Both players completely refreshed. They've been back to the hotel and had a shower each. And Sean Hackett breaks dry. Well, the yellows are very, very open here.
Yellow balls in play.
I'm not sure Stephen Small can get past that red to the top, but he can play the one in the middle. So where he's going to have to go, he needs to leave that yellow that's just below the right hand centre till last. That gets him onto the what will be a tap in black. I don't know if it'd be a bad idea just to roll this in and leave an angle. Wouldn't have been that one. Where you can screw straight through the gap of the two reds and leave the straight yellow. I thought about maybe rolling through and leaving the other angle and screwing down and playing the yellow into the middle. But this is just as good. He's got this pretty... Ooh, that slowed down more than I thought it would. All of a sudden he's left himself a sticky shot. Yeah, that's not going to go in. Sean Hackett is going to have to play the snooker. And you see Stephen Small rattling the ball in the corner. Now, if you just roll up behind the red that's just on the bottom rail, there's no straight up and down for Stephen Small. Loss of turns no good because there's no way you can get the cue ball safe for the black. The only other option is to try and play up into those three reds and leave a snooker up there. Not sure about this shot. Well, he tried to take the other ball out. This is okay now. He can play the red that's nearest the corner bag. Just roll into that. It will leave a full ball snooker. Sean Hackett's going to attack it. And now he's going to play safe. Yeah, pretty good. Tight enough. Very tight to be able to make this double. I think he might slide the keyboard if you play straight off the top rail and go wide of the yellow into the side rail. You could also play the two jaws, so you play directly into the jaws of this corner pocket, and I think that's what he's going to attempt. Well, he didn't. He certainly wasn't meaning to go that way. It was off the two jaws and send the keyboard almost in a line down the rail. Try and get the yellow. So, ball in hand. He's going to be brave. He's going to put the ball down, keyboard down at the bottom of the table and play the cut along the bottom rail. Well, he wants to do something. He can't just keep doing the same thing, because in the end, Stephen Small's going to hit that yellow and win the frame. So we're playing the same shot, so he's basically done nothing. Yes, he's made that red slightly easier. He still has the problem down at the bottom of the table. That's the only thing stopping him winning the frame. Slightly different chance to escape here. 2 cushions, so top rail, left hand, side rail and down. And this looks good. And that was the danger of not having a go and overplaying your hand. And Sean Hackett is going to pay the price for that. In goes to black, and you've got to say that Stephen Small deserves that. Sean Hackett should have had a little go at them. He got the ball in hand. I don't know what he's going to achieve by just playing the same snooker again. It was always going to give Stephen Small a better chance, and he played a great shot there. Well, Stephen Small, chances to get 5 each. Sean Hackett will be ruining the fact he didn't go for it in the last frame when he had ball in hand.
Yeah, very strange decision that for me. And you have to say, even though he's 5-4 down, right now Stephen Small is kind of probably the happier of the two players. Maybe, well no, definitely riding a little bit more momentum here, and opportunity for 5-5 and take this down to a best of 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of not been to do with Paul's shots, but decision making rather than the actual potting of the ball. And this is pretty good, perfect position. It was one of these matches that looked quite one-sided, and not for Stephen Small in the early parts. And it's Stephen Small, like you say, Simon, certainly the happier of the two.
Yeah, just a very strange decision from Sean previously, and had opportunities around that as well. And just felt probably should have gone 5-1, didn't. Half a chance at 4-2 up, and obviously decision making in the previous one. And yeah, it's sort of very much Stephen Small's time, but Sean Hackett just has to remind himself he's still, you know, in with a chance here. Win 2 of the next 3 frames, and you will be the champion. Reminder, we do have one more match still to come here on YouTube. Ryan Davey will take on Simon Fitzmaurice in the Tier 1 final. A couple more matches left to go. In fact, the Women's Pro Series final has just got underway on the main feature table. And they will have the Pro Series final, Stevie Dempsey and Shane Thompson following that. Time to get back to work then for Sean. A very doable chance here. I think I like the one top right here. Got 2 cushions. The one he's playing now would end up in the right centre rather than taking it to the corner. Yeah, I mean, I still didn't expect him to miss it, and it was only my personal preference of the route, but maybe he felt he would have been flicking the red and didn't want to risk it. But that's a poor miss from Sean. Often does it happen that your best chance is your first chance? Let your opponent back to the table, bad things happen, and that's exactly the example we've got here for Sean. Will feel like he should have made these in his first visit. Now he's working a lot harder. He does have a way out. He's got to try and get up near the red on the bottom cushion as we look from the overhead. He got a little bit too close to the cushion, wanted to almost track up the cushion, right, and then it would hit the red full in the face at worst and been on that yellow to top left. Now he's searching for options. was ambitious. Opened the frame up completely for Stephen Small. He has an opportunity to get in front for the first time.
Well, a few mistakes are just creeping in here. Stephen Small had an opportunity, but he's let Sean Hackett back at the table.
At the moment. Yeah, both players, you can tell and feel the tension now. Really is. The hush has come over the arena over the course of the last few hours, with the people being eliminated and players starting to travel home. There's a few spectators that are here focusing on the main pro arena. We've got the Women's Challenger final going on the table next door. It's very, very much feels like it's tense out there for the first time. How good is that, though? Requires another really good ball, but make it. The frame is the reward.
Yeah, not sure he played that with entire conviction. So, Sean Hackett, one good pot. And he should wrap up this frame. He's just knocking that yellow above the black. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, just run it in. And he's played that well. Actually got a little bit of manoeuvrability with this yellow if he can just get that cue ball up. If he can't, he's going to have to pot that screw back and try and take the yellow into the right hand centre, or even maybe further up the table into the top corner.
No, that's what he's looking at. The way it's got tense out there, you just don't want anything half difficult. He was okay.
That's a great shot. Played it with a load of side. You can see that on their left hand side. Screw it back into the rail.
It's a frame winner. So Steamer's had two really good chances in this frame and not able to take them. Fought his way all the way back into this final, but it's going to be Sean Hackett that gets to the hill first.
Down goes the black, and Hackett now leads 6-5 against Stephen Small. One more to go for Hackett. He's on the hill.
Final break in the match for Stephen Small. He needs to win this one and the decider if he wants to get the title. And first glance, it's trickier than it looks. Is there a yellow available? I don't like the red in the mix there. That is really difficult. I suppose you could get on it to top right without moving it, but then you've got the red and yellow together. All very challenging. So yellow should be the choice. And he's got the plant to start with. How about the combination shot bottom right here?
Exactly what I was looking
Yeah.
at, actually, Simon.
Get that combination in and then you're away then. See, he doesn't have to. He can work it around another way. But that yellow along just edges towards the right-hand side of the table.
I think he's playing it.
Ooh. So just the loss of turn. Now, I think he's left... Well, Sean's definitely on a red to top right. There is obviously still a red and yellow together that is awkward. And that is what could be the issue that holds him back here. But he has options.
I like the fact that Stephen Small's looked to try and win it at that visit, or win the frame, rather than try and sit back. Was it a shot to nothing? Not really. You've left a chance for Sean to get over the line, but
It wasn't the best of efforts at it in the end.
no.
The reason I threw it out there was I felt like it was not a frame winner, but it was really going to make the finish easier. But also I thought it was very much well within his range. Oh my. Oh my. He played the first shot really poorly and went way too far up the table, making the second shot very thin. Very poor visit to the table in the end for Sean Hackett, and Stephen Small gets another opportunity. One he should take and get us to a deciding frame here.
Going hill by the looks of it. Probably like to come a little bit further, but should be okay.
This 8 ball, then 4, that's going the distance. Cue ball, cue ball. Cue ball is absolutely fine. Wow, heart and mouth stuff there for Stephen Small, but ultimately he makes the clearance and he wins the frame, and we are going the distance. this match has felt like it for the last, well, second half of the match. First half of the match, we felt like Sean Hackett was going to run away with it. Second half of the match, it is just edged towards this moment. Second straight Challenger final that is going to go all the way. What a treat for us here. Here we go then, Sean Hackett with a break in the 13th and final frame. Oh, that's the best break in the match as well. How good was that? Deserves a layout.
It's a monster break.
And he gets a chance, but it's tricky.
It's the yellow at the bottom of the tab. You
Yeah.
have to take the yellows, but let's have another look at that. That's an explosion of a break. Look at that.
Do you think there's enough room to get, thin on that yellow at the bottom of the table? Because if there isn't, then it's horrible.
How about play to get on it now?
Oh, I'm all for getting on it early, but the easiest ball to play on afterwards could be the 8 ball, but then you're very much all eggs in one basket.
If you're going to get on it thin, you need the cue ball next to that middle bag. Yeah, well, he's looking at it now. And then play the cut. I think you've got to.
If you can get on it from high, then absolutely, because you might need 2 or 3 chances to land on it.
This is what he's played. Not sure if he's gone a little bit too far, though. Well, he obviously didn't get on it, so now he's having to come back up the table. And that one's not gone either. So suddenly this frame's turned quite messy in 2 shots.
It's better than getting all the way through and leaving that last ball at the bottom and then running aground because you're a massive second favourite. Now we're deep in a tactical exchange with everything on the line. Quite like just playing the loss of turn here at the bottom. Just coming off the yellow at the bottom. Get rid of the red. Your yellow's in play then. Don't think there's a risk of a clearance up the table. I really don't. Can't believe you'd worry about that. Well, missed the loss of turn. Just gets the yellow half into play. It's sort of really needed loss of turn element there. With the numbers advantage here for Stephen, I would be very patient. I really would. Better chances ahead. That's it, just keep being patient. What's the turn you'd feel? Yeah. You should have tried to guard against that if you're Stephen. There's also another potential loss of turn at some point for Sean down the table. You just don't want this numbers to even up. This is his chance. This is what he has waited for. They are all there now, just about holding a nerve. One thing I will say, assuming he leaves red at the bottom of the table for last, if you leave that high angle, you're not guaranteed to get on the 8 ball. The 8 ball might squeeze past the yellow, but it might not. So you want to get down to the bottom of the cushion. You'd love to get right the way down to the bottom of the table, and then you've got control to do what you want. You can drop it in left centre. You can come up for it with control to bottom left corner. So is he on? If he's straight, we could have some drama here. If he's past the straight and he can top through to the bottom cushion, he's okay.
I think he's okay.
I think he's straight. I think he could end up awkward on the 8 ball here.
I think he just pops it in and just drop the red in. Just drop this in dead weight. I don't like trusting the table. Well,
you don't like dropping him in the best of
times.
times.
No, but I think you've got no choice, have you?
6-6 in a major final. This is so easy to go wrong. And it's gone wrong.
Oof.
Wow. You could see it coming. You really could see it coming. You had to get that angle to come down the table.
Does it chop in? I think it might be a bit too thin now.
No, definitely not.
Well, the only shot then was 2 shots. Double it into the left-hand centre, or of the 2 rails into the top right-hand corner.
I like the 1 rail kick shot. I think you'd be very close to it. Go into the right side cushion, bottom side cushion as we look now. How many times out of 10 will you make that? Probably 2 or 3?
Ooh.
1 or 2?
Yeah, maybe.
I prefer that to anything else.
I prefer the double in the middle.
Yeah. I mean, it's personal preference on the big shot, basically, isn't it? There's no hiding place here.
Well,
and that's nowhere near.
So, the yellows are all there now for Sean Hackett.
Even though he was straight there on that ball to left centre, I feel like he stopped it dead and then played the shot that you were talking about. Played it just plain ball, didn't play a drag shot or anything, which might have helped. But He could have topped through and then tried to play a similar shot. I think you could have, it was worth the risk of making sure you got past the 8 ball. You had more ball to aim at, but there might not be much room. Anyway, that's his chance. It's gone. Now Sean Hackett has it in his own hands. He is 3 balls away from the title.
This is it for Sean Hackett. Been a tough battle. 2 balls away from the title.
Get past it. Yeah, good shot. And straight in 8 ball for Sean Hackett for the title. What a hard fought match this has been. What a tournament it has been for Sean Hackett. He wins in a deciding frame the Challenger 2 Series title, beating Stephen Small in the final. And he gets his hands on silverware here with Ultimate Pool. Brilliant performance from Sean. And he will walk away as your champion. Sean will be crowned and will receive the trophy, and that leaves us one more match still to come here on the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel. And we have the Challenger 1 final. Ryan Davey is taking on Simon Fitzmaurice. Stay with us. Welcome back for the final time in Wigan for the first series weekend of 2025. Our final match will be Ryan Davey versus Simon Fitzmaurice in the final of the Tier 1 Challenger final. Both players have worked hard to make their way through this field, and we are ready to go. One more match. One more good performance for the title. A race to 8 frames here. That's a nice cut break. Lovely starter. Really good opener here. Chance to settle in for Ryan Davey. Brilliant start. And that is a very nice smooth way to ease into the match for Ryan Davey. And that should settle him down nicely here at the beginning of a big final. A reminder, we still have action going on our TikTok table. We've got the Women's Challenger final as well. Just see it in there in the background. That's Kirsty Punxton just sat down, waiting her turn. She is taking on Amy Price, and as you can see on the main table there, we have the Women's Pro Series final. Harriet Haynes and Lucy Smith. really good layouts here for Ryan to get going with. He looks very calm and poised out there. Been around the game for an awful long time as Ryan. Part of the very strong set of players coming out of Scotland. Just trying to make up his mind which way he wants to go here. Yeah, I quite like this. And connect to the middle of the table now. You get rid of the one at the top, use the one in the middle. Looks like he wants to go 2 cushions. That tracks the line. Could go 1. It's just all about the red, really. Make sure you don't get stuck behind it.
Nice shot there.
Yeah, I came a lot further down the table than I was expecting. Wanted to go on it into the middle pocket. Now he's thin on it. Cue ball's just drifting towards the 8 ball. He's going to make his mind up here whether he wants to just drop it in dead weight or whether it's going to carry too much pace. I actually thought he was going to try and get on the yellow into the bottom corner. That's a lovely touch shot. Didn't get too much bite where it was going to come off the bottom cushion and go towards the yellow. Just enough to avoid the 8 ball. This has been very smooth, this start from Ryan.
A nice little finish there. Nice solid start.
Yeah, even happy to help the referee out a little bit as well. Very tough first round match in this event for Ryan Davey. Got drawn against Andy Blurton, who's been a very good player for a long time. And close to winning pro titles, and yet still in the Challengers. Struggled to find a way to break through the Challenger series, but Andy's a fabulous player. And I managed to edge that one out, did Ryan, in a deciding frame. But since then, it's just been cruise control. 7-1, 7-3, 7-3, 7-1, 7-3, and 2-0. Very much cruise control from the Scotsman.
Extension called.
Beautiful pace control and very good visit to the table this, especially considering the start that Ryan Davey made in this match. Simon Fitzmaurice's first real good opportunity, and not first opportunity of any sort actually. This 8 ball for a great finish. Very nicely done for the Irishman. I said how smooth and cruise control it was for Ryan Davey coming through the field. Very different story for Simon Fitzmaurice. 7-4, 7-6, 7-6, 7-5, 7-2. That was against Scott Pope. And then 7-6 in the semi-finals. Just tough, hard match play all the way through. Fighting all the way. But he has made it through to the final. And he has managed to get himself on the board. Will come a bit tight here on the left-hand side. He can be aggressive. It's only one red to pop out. Obviously there's one on the cushion, but you can make that. So there is a way out here, but it is going to require a good shot. Feel like he's going to take it on.
Red balls in play.
This is a big shot. Could clip off and try and leave it safe, but I think it'd leave a chance, so he's going full-blooded. You do not make many of them. He's been a little bit fortunate with that yellow. If the yellow near the centre pocket pulls up a roll short, it's just a really good opportunity for Simon, but it's gone that little bit further. It's still a good opportunity. It's just he has to get topside now and play the yellow off the red the other way round. He'll still fancy this finish, though. Simon's going to be really disappointed in that visit. Just got himself in trouble and couldn't work it out, but it was really there for him. Tough 8-ball this. It's for that 2-frame advantage once again. No good. No good. Just got himself in trouble. Both players have had opportunities in this frame. Neither have been managed to take it. He may have had a touch of fortune if he's covered the yellow to left centre. He's not left a yellow on.
Little wipe of the feet there, but he's in good shape.
This is one that could have gone either way, but it does go Simon Fitzmaurice's way. So we are going to be all square after 4. And you may have heard there in the background the gongs going, and the gongs are banging because the match in the Women's Pro Series final has finished. And it is Harriet Haynes, the number 1 player, that adds another title to her mantelpiece. Early exit in event 1, but a great response in event 2 for the number 1 player. And that means we have one more match left to go out there in the main arena, and it will be the Pro Series final between Shane Thompson and Stevie Dempsey.
Red balls in play.
He's got the gap nicely here. He'll be disappointed not to have taken out the previous frame, so we'll be very keen to make sure that he stays in front here.
Welcome back everybody into the main arena where we're about to have quite the presentation ceremony. just a moment. But first, the Women's Pro Series. Event 2, there was plenty of thrills and spills. Both these players fantastic in the final. Full speed to our champion. Let's do it for the remote. She's Lucy Smith. Lucy, well done. Obviously, I know you're looking for tough starts to the match. I know that break with Isla wasn't quite falling for you at the start, but really gave the game in the end. You got close.
I was wondering if the commentators were complaining that I wasn't choosing the break up, and I think that moved to the right, and you can start going, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, you got there in the end, but a brilliant performance. Obviously, a great weekend for you, and then the run to the final. It's great results along the way as well. How much have you enjoyed your weekend at large?
I loved it. The losing thing was really fantastic. It's so much more than the game, and it's just a joy of being here in terms of the advert.
Always great to watch you play this. Just up for the rest of the season. Lucy Smith, everybody. And for your champion of the Women's Pro Series, some more room on the mantelpiece needed for Harriet Haynes. Okay, Derek. He's fighting for never easy to win, and look at them moving up at the end there, like it would possibly slip away, but we managed it so well. You must be just so pleased to get over the line.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to the one for the stars.
Cagey end to this frame. Still very early in this match. It's a race to 8. Sometimes the balls dictate. Got to be patient, got to wait.
It's getting harder and harder to win these events, isn't it? You've been at the top of the series since Ultimate Sport began, really. It's never been more difficult to win one, has it?
That's pretty good from Ryan. These yellows are horrible, even though it's a 5-3 advantage Simon's way. Simon's got to be very careful. He still has to have the advantage. Yeah, that's nice. He just has to be careful. Any hint of a red left on and Ryan could pounce. The beauty of the shot he just played, though, is that it pops a yellow close to the middle pocket. It gives him access to the two most awkward yellows.
Congratulations, Harriet. Now we're going to turn our attention to the Women's Challenger Series. This event over on
Good hit. Hasn't left anything easy on.
So welcome in the winners.
Tougher for Simon this time to play the snooker.
Congratulations. It looked like it's been a real slog this event, I know. It's so many matches to play in the Challenger Series. You're coming up, and imagine probably with designs are going well. How pleased, first event, stick the landing, win the tournament.
And he's left a chance. So a good escape. Has given Ryan an opportunity here. This red might even go in the centre pocket. But can take it to the corner at worst case. Yes, if it goes in the centre, the cue ball's going into the red and 8 ball. That could flick awkward. So the top corner might be the right way. Depends on how he feels. So if he feels the natural path is kind of hitting the gap, good things can happen there. So it's obviously an easier pot. Not perfect, but he'll take this from where he was. And if he's got just enough angle, it shouldn't be too much problem to force it down the table. If he can't force it down, he'll have to keep high and take it down the table.
This match was an absolute epic. It went all the way to the bitter end, and an insider, Sean Hackett, took the victory. Come on in, Sean, to claim the trophy. Well played, mate. I watched the end of that match. That looked actually how pleased to get
Not sure that's how he played it. I think he was going past it. He can make this red off angle, but it's fine. He can just use the cushion hold. Missed an 8 ball in the previous frame, but it was similar level of complexity, maybe a touch harder. Not this time though, right at the heart of the pocket. And this simple 8 ball for Ryan Davey. And he is back in front, 3 frames to 2, but a long way to go. Race to 8 here in the Pro Series Tier 1 final.
Congratulations, Sean, on the victory of the Media Trophy. It's really important once again to make the presentation. Your challenger, Tier 2, event 2 champion is Sean Atkins. Congratulations to all of our champions, to Sean, to Kirsty, and to Harriet, and of course all of the runners-up as well. Do stay with us, we've got one more trophy to hand out, and it's in the Pro Series. Shane Thompson versus Stevie Dempsey.
Players took a quick break out the arena. It's been quite a long match so far. It's been going a while, even though it's only 5 frames. First were a couple of clean kills from Ryan Davey, but the 2 that Simon won, a little bit more sluggish, and then obviously that last one. Neither player really in their best rhythm at the moment, and that often happens in the final. I feel like we'll edge closer and closer towards a conclusion. Another layout that feels tricky. A lot of balls left in the bottom half of the table. Also feels like it's one you feel like you should take on. Yellow below the 8 ball on the left of the 8 ball as we look, looks really awkward. It's the only one that's terrible. The reds on the left-hand side look poor. Maybe the red above the 8 ball goes, which is maybe the reason why. But if it's that tricky, maybe not going is the right way. It's the hardest thing to do, though, sometimes. Seeing the overhead, yeah, he's having another look here. Maybe this yellow does pass, and if it does, then I'm even more surprised at the decision from Simon to go reds or not take on these yellows. Right, obviously didn't, and he tried to move it, so that answers that little riddle of why Simon went reds, not yellows. It's because that yellow didn't go, and it still doesn't go. Not sure you can get to the potting angle. If that pulls up a roll or two less, then it's doable, but from there, difficult to say, but I'm not sure it is. Oh, that was tight. Referee on hand, though. Make sure that's okay. Excellent shot, then. Needs another, though. This is a tough ball to the top left, but the reward should be the frame, because the 8 ball goes bottom left.
Extension call.
Oh, I cued it in beautifully. I said the reward would be the frame, but he's left himself awkward. Needed to come a bit further down the table. I think this is still just about cuttable, but the cue ball's going to be running a little bit loose. You saw him point his finger, so he feels like he's going to go twice across and miss the red and 8 ball. I think he'd be coming more down towards the bottom right-hand corner of the table. He's the one that knows how thin this is. Difficult to tell from our camera angle. Oh, he was trying to use that and come 3 cushions. Super high tariff. Chance goes. Opportunity for 3-3 now then for Simon Fitzmaurice. Just see a few people on the comments asking where they can watch the Shane Thompson Stevie Dempsey match, the final Pro Series match of the weekend, the final match of the weekend. It is on Ultimate Pool TV. Get yourself across there, and if you're not subscribed, then use your promo code YouTube Wigan, and you can get a discount to get on board and watch it. Big final, 2 former champions, 2 multiple champions battling it out. And it is all square, 3-3. A long way to go, race to 8. Both players need 5. And there's been quite a bit of back and forth here since 2-0 and the smooth start from Ryan Davey. There is the Pro Series final. Shane Thompson and Stevie Dempsey. Stevie's taken the opening frame. Raced away over there. 45 minutes left on the match clock. That is set up beautifully to be a great final. If it's half as good as the final we saw in Pro Series 1, you are in for a treat if you want to keep your eyes on that match. You see our match is there in the bottom right hand corner. Just about ready to get back underway. Very solid break. Will we get a better layout this time for the players? Will they have something more inviting to go at? I think the answer there is yes. Good layout. What you're looking for, you always want a chance to clear up. You're always looking for no problems. Is there a layout I can work through, or do I need to develop? And this is definitely one you can go for. These reds all go. didn't really want to have to move around with balls, but because he left himself a lot of angle there, he felt it had to be the play. And it's come out okay. He won't be too disappointed with that. Key really kind of mopping up ones at the bottom, trying to get the one on the right-hand side out the way. Probably leave it as last ball. You could leave one down the table, but more than likely it will be last ball. He's a little off angle here, which means he's likely to leave himself high on the last red, or penultimate red, to bottom left, top left as we look here from the overhead, which means getting good on the red up the table is going to be tough. He's seeing if he can get himself to anywhere near the straight. If he can get straight, he can make that work. And he could. That was good. He really nipped into that. He can even pinch the pocket a fraction here and track towards the red. Won't want to leave it straight. You can see where he's pointing. You want angle because you want to be able to just not force it in and just float the cue ball back out to the middle of the table.
Extension called.
That's a bit more like it for Ryan Davey. He started off with a couple of those to start the match. And now he gets another one to get himself to the halfway point. 4-3 he leads. Bit of a miss hit from Simon. That's okay though, it's still made a ball. Trickier layout than Ryan had, but certainly one that he'll be interested in taking on.
balls in play.
Beautiful first shot. If that red's just pulled up to pass the other red, then it's perfect. I think it has. It might not be the full pocket. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not the full pocket. Maybe would have liked another quarter roll off it, but I think he can work with it. If he's going to play it from here, it probably isn't as tight as I feared it might be. No, maybe it was. Disappointment for Simon.
Extension call.
It's really difficult to counter here for Ryan, and it's also very difficult to pull back and slow down, so might be taking on a low percentage finish. There's certainly going to be some hope left here for Simon. Possibly eyeing up the double. He's kind of in a position on the double where he can pot it and come down and into the 8-ball, which could go in and block or make the red over the pocket. Oh, went wrong on both ends, but at least the 8-ball is doing some work for him, and that could slow this frame down.
Extend. 3, 2. Should call that. Give you 15 seconds.
Started out looking like a fairly decent chance, really, for Simon, and just missed it. I mean, what's happened is it's just gone horrible. He's still attacking, though, so double. Similar shot to the one that Ryan played, actually, the other side of the table. Play the double and go down into the yellow to try and get the red on. Oh, he makes it. I guess he's left himself a tricky combination shot because the yellows come to the side of the pocket, but one that he would expect to make. Doesn't get the combination, but he is in a good spot in this frame. That's just very difficult for Ryan. It really is. How do you play safe here? How do you try and do anything? I think I'd be trying to get high, get to the top cushion. He hasn't. I was thinking if you get to the top cushion, you can then play the loss of turn, getting rid of the red over the bottom left. And then you're going to leave Simon in a world of trouble trying to get to the red below the 8 ball, and it gets you into a good position. I suppose he can still do it off the one on the left-hand side, which I guess is what he was thinking. That's why I was thinking the top cushion, because you stay up the table. But you can certainly dig into it to get the cue ball back up there. But he's decided to pot another ball before playing it. I'm a big fan of playing these shots as early as possible. It's a good shot. Oh, what a shot that is. What a shot that is. Needs another, or he can tuck up. I think the tuck up's the shot here. Tuck up wins him the frame. But that was fabulous from Simon. That should be a frame winner. That's the end of the world there for Ryan. Not worked out for him. 3 away now for Ryan. I feel like that last frame was a big one. Keeping his separation. Could be 4-4. Should be 4-4 maybe. Certainly a chance for 4-4. Now Ryan can find another break finish like the last. Would have a really nice foothold in the match. Be 2 away. It's a decent chance. The yellows all have pockets. Tricky opener. The one by the 8 ball might be tricky as well. It's another frame where the first chance was doable but tricky. Now it's gone. The table is very different. This frame's taken a while to open up. So many frames like this in this match. Pretty sure the red does pass or can be made to the bottom left. Big shot here for Simon. Not this one, you expect him to make that one, but it's the one coming up now. Oh, it flew in a little bit better than I thought. That was an excellent shot though. And this 8-ball to get back within one. Very nicely done. It did not open up nicely. We're in for another tight frame here. Neither player will want it like this. They'd want to open it up and really take it on, but you have to play with what the balls give you. Fair play to Ryan trying to take these on. But he's getting to the brink here. Yeah, yellow goes left centre, yellow goes bottom left. It's the one by the 8-ball. What angle can he get on the one to the left of the 8-ball? And what can he do from there? It's all very tight. Is he enough to not let the yellow drift too far away? He plays this plant. If he's making it on the thin part of the pocket, the yellow will pop up the table and it could tie up with the red. He was, but he was able to do it so delicately. Excellent. And now he has to avoid the red, one way or another. He has to avoid the red. He's looking, suggests he's going to get the left-hand side on, bottom cushion, side cushion. Better to overhit this than underhit this, and make sure you get past the second red. Yeah, very nicely played. This has been excellent. Best visit in the match for me, this from Ryan Davey. Really had to be careful and tight and controlled on this finish. And he's finally got himself into this position with a regulation 8 ball. And he does complete the finish. Fabulous stuff from Ryan Davey.
Frame 11. And the break in like 6 frames to 4.
I think Ryan's getting the slightly more open splits than Simon is. But he's dry. So Simon's going to get first poke at these. Definitely an easier layout than the one that Ryan's just taken out. Not sure the red by the 8 ball passes bottom right. And even if it does, tricky to get to it. You could get high on it, so I don't think it passes. So to try and get to somewhere near what, right centre, you might have a gap. But that would be twice across through traffic. A very, very difficult hit. Simon's had his chance, and what he's managed to do is just open it up a little bit more for Ryan. Ryan still has the yellow at the bottom. That's the only major problem. The yellow higher up the table will double. I also think there's a control option here for Ryan. If he goes for this, he's certainly not guaranteed to get it, but if he played a loss of turn at the top of the table, he could control this frame, but it looks like he wants to be positive and take these on. For my money, Ryan was just too aggressive. I think when he first came to the table after Simon didn't make his chance, get the loss of turn, take control of the frame, earn a better opportunity to win it. In the end, he's just handed the frame back to Simon, and instead of going one away and leaving Simon needing to win 4, he's allowed Simon to edge back within 1. This is what's going on Ultimate Pool TV right now. Stevie Dempsey and Shane Thompson in the final match of the Pro Series weekend, and it is the Irishman Stevie Dempsey that is 5-3 up. Just 11 minutes 35 left in this match. Stevie Dempsey at the table looking to get this one on the board and get himself 2 frames away from the title. If you want to watch this, it is on Ultimate Pool TV. We're going to continue our coverage on the Challenger Tier 1 final.
No balls in play.